He remembers dying alone, so when he was reborn into a loving family, he started writing everything down, afraid he might forget who he used to be. A diary of 2 lives. 2 perspectives, 1 growing body. He studied, trained, observed, building strength with the calm of someone who has already seen the end once. He doesn't crave conquest. He just refuses to lose what he's finally been given. And sometimes the one who wants peace most becomes the strongest ruler of all. This story tells about the main character named Yuri, who never knew family love. But one day he discovered love and began to fight for it. And the achievements he made along his illustrious path later made him famous throughout the world. Once upon a time, in another world, the police found the body of a drowned man in a river under a bridge. They pulled him from the water. The man who drowned that day was the protagonist himself. He drifted in a world of long dreams, seemingly endless, in the form of a baby. At one point he suddenly thought, what's going on? He was in so much pain. It felt like his head would split. Let him out of here. When he began to perceive what was happening, he realized that strangers were around him, speaking a language he didn't understand. They were bathing him in a bathtub, murmuring something tenderly. He didn't understand them, but the caress they bestowed upon him spoke volumes. When they bathed him, they wrapped him in a soft, gentle towel, and a woman lay down on the bed next to him, her finger tightly grasped. He cried and she gently tried to calm him. After a while, the woman put him to her breast and he greedily suckled. A man sat nearby, near the fireplace. MC wondered if this was all really happening. This woman who fed him milk every day was his mother, and this man his father? Was he still dreaming? It was all useless. He couldn't put a word together. He remembered. Initially that day, he'd been shopping in his neighborhood. Yuri clearly remembered spending days on end, holed up alone, without friends, just killing time playing the game. And that day, for some reason, he'd wanted to get out. He'd quit his job and was living off his savings, and he didn't want to take a new job to make ends meet. Walking through the city, he noticed the bustling town, the businessmen in suits. It seemed so natural. It gave him a sinking feeling, as if he were cheating. Passing a bridge, the protagonist saw a child teetering on the railing. He was surprised. What was a child doing in such a place? A truck was driving across the bridge at that moment. The child's foot slipped off the railing, and the little one fell into the water. The protagonist panicked, thinking, should he help? But at the same time, he could die himself. For a moment, the MC hesitated, but come to think of it, he had no unfinished business, and no one would grieve for him. He jumped into the water to help the child and pulled out to shore. A terrible cold penetrated his very bones. In his fading consciousness, he thought, this is how it should be, right? And he accepted his death easily. And now he is a baby. And if this is reality, then everyone has memories of their past life at birth. Perhaps there's some mechanism by which this is forgotten over time. One day, Luke, his father, picked him up and said with a smile, they'll name him Yuri. MC thought, looking at him, except for the shape of their ears, they were exactly the same people the protagonist remembered. But their standard of living was clearly far from modern. Who are they? What do they do? In any case, first of all, he needs to get rid of diapers. When he grew up, he could observe the outside world through the balcony. Seeing birds flying, the protagonist looked around and thought, judging by everything, this is the countryside. There are no people in sight, only the cries of birds and animals. And what about the outside world? A year has passed since then. Even though life initially bored MC, his new life and surroundings were full of discoveries. His parents won't be able to understand his words, but listening to stories read aloud always improves language learning. Watching his father read him a book and show him the illustrations, Yuri wondered who these people were before. What are they really like? After some time, the protagonist finally called them mom and dad and extended his arms to them. His parents looked at him in amazement, then at each other, and grabbing him in their arms, hugged him tightly. The protagonist thought that until now, he had never understood how other people viewed life. Is this what love is? After some time, when MC grew even older, he began helping his parents with chores. Going to the river to fetch water, he saw his reflection in the water's surface. Taking a stone, he threw it into the water. The surface rippled, and a small fountain of splashes appeared from the contact of the stone and the water. Yuri thought, 3 years have passed, but neither his memory nor his soul have disappeared. It seemed he would continue to live like this, with this new name. On his way back, the protagonist heard his father call out to him. He invited him to come along. He wanted to show his son something. The father held the reins of a large bird. The protagonist happily asked him, are they going to ride a gakudori? Luke smiled and answered, that sounds exciting. What would he say to that? Would he like to see it? MC thought. So, his new name is Yuri Hao. He happily answered his father in the affirmative. Luke placed him on the bird's back in front of him, and they set off. After descending, the father stopped the bird and told his son that they had arrived. This was the place he wanted to show him. Mountains towered around them, with a forest at their foot. In the middle of this quiet place was a large farm, on whose grounds the gakudori roamed. The protagonist was very surprised by what he saw. As they approached the farm, Luke asked his son why he thought he built it here. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, he built it all himself? His father smiled and answered, yes, he did. He built it from scratch. MC exclaimed admiringly, wow. He thought his father must be joking. He was clearly only in his early 20s. Luke insisted, but let him answer his previous question. Yuri supposed it was because the animals wouldn't bother the other residents with their loud cries, right? His father replied, I see. Well, that was certainly possible, but they raised livestock themselves, so it usually didn't bother him. Did he see that this place was surrounded by mountains? That's why the wind didn't blow here. Birds don't grow well in windy places. He jumped off the bird and tied the reins to a pole. The protagonist asked him, is he managing this place all by himself? Luke told him that wasn't true. He had workers. He lifted his son off the bird and led him inside. The birds were kept in large cages, and workers scurried around the pen, distributing feed to the animals. The father explained that in general, gakudori are raised primarily on hay mixed with millet, nuts, beans, and other grains. While grazing, they hunt rabbits and feed on them. They don't intentionally feed them meat, as its taste makes them more wild. Except, of course, when they have a special order. The protagonist asked him in surprise. Special? Luke explained that some of their clients prefer birds with a fierce disposition. In that case, they feed them mice and other small animals, raising them that way. They are in high demand among the military. If you know how to handle them, they can be quite lethal on the battlefield and take down quite a few people. MC realized that, in short, they are representatives of a species of combat animals. Even if he had to ride them in the future, he would prefer to refrain from riding such a wild beast. Suddenly, his father called out to him and beckoned him over. He led him to a large barn on which hung a certain emblem of 2 ravens. Yuri asked his father in surprise, "What's here?" Luke opened the large gates and walked inside with him. A large eagle perched on a sturdy beam. The protagonist looked at his father with fear. He told him the eagle was strong and would become quite friendly once it got used to him. He would also have to learn to ride one. The protagonist repeated in bewilderment. "Ride one?" Luke asked. Where did he think that story about the Sky Knight came from? He still didn't get it. MC was confused by his question and thought, though, he still didn't fully understand the knight's role in that story. His father blew a special whistle, and the eagle descended from the beam toward him. Up close, it was even larger. Yuri stumbled back, tripped, and fell. Luke told him not to worry, he was with him. Stroking the bird's neck, his father said it was something of a family tradition to ride a royal eagle when a child turned 3. He winked at his son and said his father was the best royal eagle rider in the world. Having equipped himself and his son, he saddled the eagle, placed Yuri in front of him, and they took off. Luke told him to listen and remember, never keep your mouth open while flying. Flying over the landscape, the protagonist's breath was taken away by what he saw. Plains, forests, mountains, bodies of water, everything was so beautiful that he thought this view was clearly not the world he saw from the tiny windows of any tourist plane. This world was so beautiful. The father pulled on the reins, and the eagle flew even faster, so much so that MC simply caught his breath. Luke told him that there were some guys who simply couldn't ride the royal eagle because they couldn't handle heights, and other things like that too. He was just trying to figure out how he was doing, but he seemed fine. Yuri thought there wasn't a trace of fear in his heart. In fact, he felt like he wanted to have this experience every day. It was so great. After a while, they landed. His father nimbly jumped down and looked at him, wondering what he would do. The protagonist thought in confusion. What should he do? Just slide down? Come to think of it, he was on his own again, just like before. Luke spread his arms out to the sides and shouted at him. What's he hesitating for? Let him jump. His father will catch him. The protagonist did as his father said, jumped, and thought, yes, this is something he hadn't experienced before. Suzuya ran up to them and called out her son's name. He thought with a smile, he wanted to live in this world with them. Sometime later, over breakfast, MC told his parents that this year was his 4th birthday. Could he have a blank notebook to write in? His father asked him in surprise, what for? He replied that he wanted to keep a diary, or more precisely, that he wanted to write down his thoughts, so it would be better if the diary were thicker. His parents looked at him in surprise. His father asked Suzuya what about his writing and reading. His mother replied, perfectly fine. She had nothing more to teach him. She looked at her son with a smile and asked him, right? Yuri exclaimed that it was true. He thought, in fact, that he hadn't been able to learn much from her. Suzuya came from a family of farmers and had never attended school, and she herself had picked up these skills from his father when they were still dating, and his father came from a noble family, so he couldn't read complex books yet. Right now, his limit was signs and advertisements, but his memories from his past life were with him, as was his knowledge from his time in his former country, and he wanted to write it down before it was forgotten. The protagonist looked at his parents and said, he really begs them for this. He didn't need a birthday present in the future, so he was only asking for this. Suzuya placed her hands on her husband's shoulders and told him to buy it. This was the first time their son had ever asked for anything, and he was a great helper, always so neat. Luke said dejectedly, but it will cost somewhere around 4,000 or 5,000 lug. Is that nothing? His mother, dumbfounded, asked him again, how much? The protagonist thought he was still unfamiliar with local prices, but judging by his mother's reaction, he thought it was very expensive. All the books were made from animal skins and converted to Japanese yen. It could cost between 40,000 and 50,000. His father is a nobleman, but he left the family to run his own farm. They live in a small house, just the 3 of them, and it doesn't look like they're very well off, but still. Yuri looked at his father expectantly. Finally, Luke said, okay. MC was overjoyed by his answer, But the man told him, first and foremost, he should strive to help his mother as best he can, and from now on, he will help him on the farm. Can he give him that promise? The protagonist joyfully shouted yes and thanked his parents. After some time, Luke and Yuri were flying around the area again. His father told him the news. The protagonist asked his father, Sibiak? Landing on the ground and giving the bird some water, the man said, yes, it's the central city of the kingdom of Chalta, so they will be heading to the royal capital. He is just about to deliver the royal eagle there. He looked at his son and added, and there he can choose the book he needs. Besides, it's a great opportunity for him to see the city. After a while, they took off. Finally, Luke pointed out an island and a riverbank lined with houses. As they approached a settlement with a palace with tall towers in the middle, his father told him they were descending, and he should hold on tight. Gala stood on the ground, watching their landing. As Luke and his son descended, Gala, approaching them, said to Luke, excellent landing, as always. The protagonist's father greeted the man and told him he was here with a delivery, an order for an eagle from Her Highness, or something along those lines. Hey, it's certainly a beautiful eagle, but manipulating a child? Luke wondered if that's what they said. This eagle had practically been born in the guard's birdcage, and he was sure they would gladly name it the finest royal eagle in the world. Gala said, well, okay, but who is this little one? Luke told him this was his son Yuri, who was turning 4 this year. The protagonist bowed to the man, greeted him, and added that he was very pleased to meet his father's friend. Gala knelt down in front of him, patted his head, and said with a smile, what a grown-up child. He hadn't seen such a smart child since the princess. He added that his son was also 4 now, but the difference was huge. Luke retorted, don't overestimate him too much. At that moment, a girl approached Gala and informed him that Princess Carol had arrived. The man was surprised. Her Highness? She'd come straight to look at the eagle. Luke panicked. What about the birdcage? Well then, they'd have to make do with this. Gala laughed and asked him, he still doesn't have permission, does he? He needed it? Luke sighed regretfully. Gala remarked cheerfully, though judging by his expression, it seemed like interfering in this matter would be fraught with trouble. However, helping them in trouble could make them best friends in the future, right? The girl approached and eyed them warily. At that moment, the princess herself began approaching with her retinue. Gala bowed his head politely. Luke knelt before her, and MC repeated his father's gesture. The girl approached them, looked at them, and declared that she wanted to see things at their best. After that, she told them their full names and asked the protagonist's father if he was Luke Howe. The man, without raising his head, answered her, yes, that's right. Meeting her was an honor. Carol told him she heard he performed well during the nightly performance. Luke told her, not quite. He was defeated by Gala, who was here right now. The protagonist thought in surprise. Nightly performances? The princess continued, and she'd heard he breeds magnificent eagles. She looked at the bird Luke and Yuri had flown in on and asked, is that it? What's his name? MC's father replied that he hadn't named him. He assumed she would choose one herself. She drawled, I see. Looking at the bird in surprise, the princess eagerly asked, can I ride him yet? Luke told her, not yet. He'd just come a long way. It would be better to rest his wings today, she said sadly. I see. Gala told her it was a great opportunity to hear about horse riding. Luke looked at him with irritation and grumbled about what a scoundrel he was. Carol happily jumped at the idea. The protagonist's father said, well, first you need to befriend the eagle. If she treats him like a friend, he'll reciprocate. The girl assured him everything was fine. She wouldn't hurt him. She then extended her hand to Luke, asking him to give her the reins. The protagonist's father looked at Gal and the princess's maid, asking for approval. The maid, looking down, told him to leave it to them. Carol took the reins and joyfully thanked Luke, adding that she would cherish this eagle. After some time, MC and his father walked to the city center. Yuri asked him who the man named Gala they had just met was. His father replied that he was from the Royal Capital Academy. They had studied together during his knighthood. He looked at his son and told him that he would enroll there too one day. He himself had given up halfway through, but he, his son, could definitely handle it. The protagonist wondered why he was so sure of this. Finally, the father, seeing a sign depicting a book and a quill, exclaimed, it's here. They entered the store. It was dimly lit, illuminated only by the rays of sunlight. Books, writing utensils, and accessories were everywhere. Luke placed a chair at the counter and told his son to look and choose. The protagonist climbed onto the chair, saw several books, and asked Lal, the store owner, if he could look inside. The old woman smiled and allowed him to. He began intently browsing through one book after another, his father looking at him with a smile. She asked Luke if they were choosing a book for the child. He answered, yes. His son said he needed something to write down his thoughts. The old woman smiled knowingly and said, how wonderful. People have things they consider precious memories, something they wouldn't want to forget so easily. Luke looked at her in surprise. Lala continued, even at her current age, she still struggles to remember what her father told her when she was very little, or her mother's soup recipe, and other such things, and she regrets that so many important things have been forgotten. This purchase would also benefit him, since when he left this world, his child would forget all about him. Sad, isn't it? Luke thought about her words and realized she was right. Finally, MC exclaimed, he'd chosen. Pointing his finger at the book, he said, this one. Lala asked him with a smile, is he sure? When choosing expensive things, it's sometimes better to pay more to avoid regrets later. Does he understand that? He told her yes. Others have thicker parchment and fewer pages. She laughed and said, I see then. All right. Luke asked her, She said this book costs 2,800 lug, right? She would have change for 3,000? The woman said the boy seemed to be an expert, so she would make them a special offer, but only after she accepted the remaining 800 lug from the change. Confused, Luke said, well then, they'll ask her for some ink. MC thought somehow things hadn't turned out so well. After a while, they arrived at a poultry farm. The father asked the owner if he could lend him a bird. The man told him these were the royal stables. According to the established regulations, it was forbidden to borrow anything here unless it was for state needs. As they set off, the father told the protagonist that usually they had to hitchhike and find a trade caravan, or even rent a horse for a rather high price. The journey to their home was quite long. Along the way, they would stop for the night in one of the towns along the way and transfer to a new bird there. So it would be best for him to make sure he kept all his important things with him. MC replied that he understood. After a while, they stopped for the night and went to dinner. Watching Yuri devour his food, the father smiled and told him that he had done well today. He must be exhausted after such a long trip, right? Unlike the flight on the Royal Eagle, they'll have to make a significant detour on the way back. The protagonist answered him, yes, he figured it out from when they were in the sky. He had a feeling they were flying south of this place. Well, from the city of Genuma. Luke asked him in surprise, how did he even notice that? MC replied that when they arrived, the hills south of the city seemed familiar to him. An eagle can't carry two adults at once, and it's a little uncomfortable. The father said, that's why it's better not to drive like that. It's actually quite dangerous. 9 times out of 10, you're bound to crash. The son asked him, would that also work if we were talking about a girl? Luke answered, well, that only appears in novels. Sometimes there are stupid students who get inspired by that, but he definitely shouldn't repeat that. The protagonist asked, but what if it's a girl? That blonde girl they met today. Father remarked, oh yes, Her Majesty Shimune's daughter. She has a younger sister, of course, but she'll be the next queen. MC said thoughtfully, I see, she's very beautiful. Luke jumped up abruptly, crossed the table to his son, and asked with a smile, have you fallen in love? Yuri was confused by his question. Father said, the royal family isn't just a thing for him. The protagonist said in his opinion, a more suitable partner is someone like his mother. But more importantly, how did they even get together? Luke thoughtfully noted, how did it go? He'd already forgotten a bit. After a while, the protagonist remaining in his room sat at the table, placed the book his father had bought him in front of him, and began to think. Knowledge and memories known only to him in this world. He would write them down in this book, and it would become his treasure, his strength. Having opened it, he began writing with concentration. After some time, skillfully controlling the royal bird, the protagonist descended to the ground and thought, 3 years have passed since then. Today was his 7th birthday. Returning home, he noticed a gakudori in the yard. On its back was the same emblem as his father's barn. Approaching the house, the protagonist heard his father angrily tell someone to go away. He had abandoned the main house. Sending him such a letter was stupid. He was not obliged to go to war, even if it broke out. The messenger said sadly, however, the head of the family, Mr. Goku, sent them an official notice stating that he, Luke, would be going to war. So he had no choice. Suzuya looked at her husband with concern. MC thought in confusion. War? After some time, the protagonist was preparing the birds for the trip. One of the workers greeted him and asked if he was already preparing the gakudori. MC answered him. Yes, they were already ready for the ferry. But today looked like it would be a difficult day. The worker noted understandingly, he wasn't having an easy time of it either, was he? The protagonist admitted it was true. He needed to get ready. After all, he was heading to the head of the family. After saying goodbye to the worker, he said, well, he was off. Yuri and his mother set off. They both rode on one bird, while the other gakudori obediently followed on a leash. The protagonist asked his mother, who was sitting behind him, if she was okay. Suzuya answered him with a smile that she was fine, but how well he had mastered this bird-controlling business. The birds behind him were so quiet. He told her that this was only his 2nd ferry without his father's supervision. He needed to be on guard. After some time, seeing the outlines of the city, MC asked his mother, are they already approaching Karakumo City? Yes? His mother placed her hands on his shoulders and noticed he was nervous. The protagonist admitted he was a little nervous. This was, after all, his first visit to the main house. Besides, they were invited to celebrate the start of the war. Though of course, that was hardly a happy occasion. He added that it was a relief that his father had declined his request to be drafted to the front. His mother replied that it was true, he preferred raising animals to fighting. But every time letters arrived from the main house, she felt uneasy. The protagonist thought gloomily, war, huh? While the country was at war, 2 kingdoms, one Chalta, located deep in the peninsula, but another, Kirukina, neighbored it. Both countries were inhabited by people of identical racial origin, the Shan, and for the sake of clarity, the latter were called Kirukina. The fires of war engulfed these lands, and the kingdom of Kiruhina, located right in the center of the peninsula, will inevitably be drawn into the escalating conflict. The Shan people possess a high resistance to cold, owing to their historical ancestry as northerners. In ancient times, the entire northern continent was a single great state called the Shantil Empire. It was always ruled by a queen, and this continued for generations. However, about 900 years ago, the empire was destroyed by war with another people, the Kur. The great empire was divided into several smaller states, which were subjected to invasions for many years. Ultimately, only two Chalta and Kuruhina remained. Whenever the Kur armies advanced on the kingdom of Kuruhina, the kingdom of Chalta sent reinforcements, and responsibility for this support lies with his father's family, representatives of the militant knight caste, the Hao family. Now another war has broken out, and the current head of the family, Goku-ho, his father's older brother, is leaving for the front. His father refused to go into battle. However, due to his lineage, he is forced to attend the ceremonial procession, marking the start of the war. It was gratifying that this older brother was so understanding. The protagonist really didn't want to wave goodbye to his parent, heading off to war. Finally, his mother spoke, bringing him out of his gloomy thoughts. They were here. Here it was, the Hao family's capital, Karakumo. They entered through the main gate. The city greeted them with its bustle, people and warriors scurrying everywhere. Everyone looked at them in surprise. MC thought, Gakadori is a means of transport for knights, and a woman with a child riding it naturally looks suspicious. Upon arriving at the family mansion, they were stopped by a guard, who asked who they were. Yuri and his mother dismounted from the bird, and the protagonist told him he was Luke Hao's son, and that he and his mother were visiting to celebrate the troops' departure for the front. The guard, puzzled, repeated, Luke Hao. At that moment, a maid ran up to them, joyfully calling out Suzuya's name. She bowed and said they had been waiting for them and asked them to follow her. Giving the guard the Gakadori, the protagonist and his mother followed the woman. It was also crowded and noisy here, with warriors gathering and weapons everywhere. MC noted, as expected, it was impressive. Goku himself came out to greet them, joyfully greeting Suzuya, telling her he was glad she had arrived. The woman bowed politely, and the protagonist followed her example. The mother told Goku they hadn't seen each other in so long. The man asked her what she was doing. They were related. There was no need to bow like that. Then he asked her about Luke, where he was. Suzuya told him that her husband was a little late, still managing the delivery of an eagle. Goku said with a slight disapproval, somehow it seemed improper to hand over the reins to his wife and send her away in his stead. Suzuya took MC by the shoulders and answered Goku, actually their son brought her. The man leaned over the protagonist and said thoughtfully, is that so? His name is Yuri, right? The protagonist answered, yes, that's right, he thought, feeling his mother's hands on his shoulders. She's so strong. Goku asked if he was good with Gakadori and royal eagles. His mother answered for him, good, looks like he'll be fine. She's proud of him. He reads, writes, and plays Duki superbly. Goku exclaimed in surprise, even Duki? It's a type of board game played in this country. It's similar to Chinese chess. This game is unique in that the paths for crossing the river in the middle are limited. The protagonist's father liked this game so much that he made him learn it, but after a month, he surpassed even his father. Goku told Yuri there was still time before the celebration. They would play this game just once. MC was confused, wondering if he was being serious. Suzuya, understanding her son's nervousness, told her husband's older brother she didn't want to seem rude. But was this the right time? Yuri thought, great, mom is on his side. Let her tell him. But Goku countered, there was nothing to worry about. Why doesn't she go have some tea in a separate room for now? The woman looked embarrassed and said with a slight smile, okay. She turned to her son and told him to really play with his uncle once. After these words, she left, and the protagonist wanted to rush after her. The protagonist, looking back, followed his uncle. When he entered, the maid told him he could take off his shoes here. He did so and walked into the room. Goku was already sitting at the table, and the game was lying on the table in front of him. The man told him to sit down and not be shy. Sitting down at the table, MC looked at the game and noticed how good the board was, including the squares. Goku said, it's obvious he knows his stuff. He's really never seen anything like this before. Well, it's time they started. He's a bit busy, of course, but that's okay. Yuri said he doesn't spend too much time over his moves, so he doesn't think it'll take long. The man smiled and said, well, then, he supposes they can do without the sand. Let him go first. The protagonist replied, then he'll borrow his chest. After a while, the protagonist was sadly forced to admit he'd lost. He told his uncle that it seemed he wasn't ready for this level yet. The man laughed and replied, no, that wasn't a bad tactic. However, they finished so quickly, why don't they play again? MC happily exclaimed that he agreed. After a while, Yuri said regretfully, he's completely defeated. Goku smiled and remarked, yes, it looks like that. The protagonist thought of his uncle. His tactics were brilliant, although perhaps it was some well-known move he didn't know about yet. This man is very strong. Suddenly, the man jumped up, drew his weapon, and lunged at his nephew, pressing the blade to his face. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked, what is he doing? Did he commit some rude act? Goku chuckled and approvingly said, this guy has guts. He'll make a fine knight. Straightening up, he asked MC if he would be his son-in-law. Yuri's eyes widened. What? Apparently, riding the royal eagle isn't the only dangerous tradition of the Hao family. He replied that he wouldn't want to marry a girl whose face he'd never even seen. Goku smiled and told him to think carefully. If he wanted to reach his full potential, he might need something much more than he already had. Well, he'd be bored at a party with only adults anyway, so for now it would be better to play with his daughter. The protagonist followed the maid. She led him to one of the rooms and politely wished him a pleasant stay. He thanked her and knocked on the door. Opening it slightly, he cautiously peered into the room and saw a girl sitting at a table in the far corner with her back to him. He wondered if that was her. The protagonist greeted her, but Sham remained silent. He shouted louder, "Is anyone alive?" And again, silence answered. MC approached her and touched her cheek with his finger. "Is she alive even?" Suddenly, the girl said, "Actually, that's pretty rude, don't you think?" Yuri even flinched in surprise. "Alive?" He asked if she had hearing problems. She answered him in surprise. "Why would that be?" "Of course not." The protagonist asked her why she hadn't responded to his greeting then. Was she angry because he interrupted her train of thought? Sham answered him no, she couldn't concentrate today anyway. The protagonist saw a tablet with numbers on her desk and asked what she was working on. The girl said he wouldn't understand anyway, even if she told him. MC noted that maybe that was true. But until she told him, it was hard to judge for sure. She sighed heavily and admitted that was also true. But it was a waste of time anyway. He thought, how impudent she was. But out loud he said, if she was having trouble understanding something, why not give him a chance to try? She shouldn't take it so seriously. Sham looked at him carefully and said, if she told him, will he leave here? She pondered the sosu. She wondered if they could multiply infinitely. He wondered in surprise, what the hell was that? A mixture of two Shan dialect words meaning essence and repetition? Looking closely at the writing, he realized it was exactly like prime numbers. Yuri asked her if she meant something like 2, 3, 5. What was she up to? The girl answered him irritably, as she had expected. He didn't understand anything, so she was asking him to get out of here already. The protagonist answered her calmly. Well, actually, he understood what she was talking about. She looked at him in surprise. MC continued. First of all, let n be some number equal to or greater than 2. In that case, n and n equals 1 have no common denominators except 1. It would be strange if they had more than 2 common denominators. So if they multiply n by n plus 1 and let m be the derivative of these primes, then m will contain 2 or more primes as factors. Furthermore, primes containing m are always distinct, and as with the prime number, m and m plus 1 also multiply. So as a result, an infinite number of primes can be found. That's because it can continue infinitely. Prime numbers are infinite. Hence, prime numbers exist infinitely. Sham couldn't believe it and said, he's amazing. He found this information in a book. It's amazing that he can remember so much and so well. MC was embarrassed and said that it was simple and the theory was easy to understand. You may develop a new perspective. Sham was jealous. Her family doesn't understand her, so they don't buy her books. Yuri felt sorry for her. It was a waste. She was very smart after all. She too became embarrassed and asked, does he really think so? He replied, but if everyone around were as smart as her, he'll quickly become an underachiever. She hastened to convince him. That's not true at all. He's cool. He thanked her and Sham, extending her hand to him, introduced herself. Could she become his apprentice? He shook her hand and said, it looks like they are cousins. By the way, he can only teach her subjects like mathematics. What would she be interested in? She immediately agreed to all the information he had. Sometime later, the protagonist had a dream. He was standing in the middle of his classroom, and it evoked a terrible nostalgia. Yahata was standing behind the teacher's desk. The guy told him that his father had been fired. Had he heard anything about this? He and Yahata weren't exactly close, but his father worked at his father's factory. It seemed that at the time, his father was making accusations against old employees in order to get rid of them. After the divorce, he found a new woman and continued to immerse himself in work to avoid paying benefits. His father was not a decent person, neither as a parent nor as an entrepreneur. And at that moment, the phone rang. It was his father. The protagonist picked up the phone and asked him what was going on. His father was angry that his employee had complained to his son. MC told him that wasn't true. But what happened? The old man told him he'd gotten into trouble with the police for stealing company property. The protagonist was surprised. Theft? Well, what exactly did he steal? His father screamed into the phone, asking what? Nails and metal fittings. That's an act of theft, and whether it's petty or grand doesn't matter. Theft is theft, and dismissal as a disciplinary measure isn't uncommon, is it? The protagonist objected, but is dismissal a commensurate measure in that case? The father performed a magical move, causing MC to fall into a whole pile of nails and metal fittings. Then he yelled at him not to tell him what to do. Why should he continue to pay a high salary to an employee whose skills are outdated? Yuri, still drowning in metal objects, turned to Yahata for help. The boy, without moving, told him not to worry. He would help him when he became a doctor. The metal objects swallowed MC, but he managed to shout out Yahata's name. Jumping up abruptly in bed, the protagonist wondered if this was a dream. Maybe it was because he was keeping a diary about his past life, but it was incredibly realistic. Yahata, after all, never became a doctor. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Yuri carefully descended the stairs and, approaching the door without opening it, asked who was there. Shun answered that it was him, a servant of the Hao family. The protagonist thought in surprise, a servant from the main house? He told the man he wasn't allowed to open the front door himself. He would go and wake his father right away. After a while, Luke lit a fire in the fireplace and asked Shun to examine his hands and feet first. The servant, rubbing his hands, sheepishly replied that he was fine. Luke said, well, that's up to him. he wouldn't be able to tell if he had frostbite. Shun said, I see. The father unabashedly removed the servant's boots and examined his limbs. He then said, excellent, nothing to worry about. The protagonist brought food and hot tea and said, if no one objected, he'd put it here. Shun, incredibly embarrassed by such attention, thanked them both. He began eating so greedily that Luke noted with surprise that he hadn't eaten since morning. The servant replied that it was true. His work had taken up all his attention, so he'd had to skip meals. MC's father was indignant. It was reckless to rush in such cold, especially on an empty stomach. So what happened? Shun cleared his throat and said, Lord Goku has perished in battle. Luke and Yuri froze at the news, as if struck by lightning. The servant burst into tears and continued, charging forward astride the royal eagle Luke had given him, and from what he'd heard, he'd done brilliantly. The protagonist couldn't believe it. His uncle had died in battle, but they'd only seen each other a few days ago, and now he was dead? Luke grabbed the servant by the shoulder and asked him, is he kidding? Shun lowered his head and said sadly, no. He was afraid. It was just a rumor, but they were absolutely certain he was dead. Although, they still hadn't found his body. Suddenly, there was a loud sound. The basin of hot water fell from Suzuya's hands, having heard the news. Everyone jumped and looked at her. Water was spilling across the floor. She apologized and said in confusion, I need more water. She'll do it now. His mother disappeared behind the curtain. The protagonist peeked behind the curtain and saw her sitting on the floor, crying bitterly. His father said in confusion, did his brother really die? MC touched his mother's shoulder. She turned to him, hugged him tightly, and began crying again. Shun replied that he had come to convey a request to attend a family meeting tomorrow. Luke, his voice trembling, replied that he would be there, turning his face away from the servant so he wouldn't see his tears. The protagonist's father added that he would put him up in the guest room, and that he should drink this and go to bed. With these words, Yuri's father handed him some wine and continued that he didn't want him to die, falling from a bird on the way home, but he should definitely drink this, in memory of his brother. The servant, confused, accepted the glass from his master. The next day, Luke, his family, and Shun arrived at the Hao family's Karakumo compound. Father and son sat silently at the table in the dining hall. At that moment, Shun entered the room, handed Luke a scroll, and told him it was a list of meeting participants. Luke thanked him and looked through the list. He then noticed, surprised, that Rakunu's name wasn't there. Why? Shun told him he'd refused to cooperate, so he was excluded from the list of participants. He said a coward like him wasn't worthy of being called a knight. Luke thoughtfully remarked that such an act didn't make people lose their knighthood. Shun added that they were writing that they could bring their son-in-law to the meeting. The protagonist thought about the Rakunu Ek family. They were a very famous and influential family. They were famous for being entrusted with a large city on the outskirts. But it was strange that they wouldn't be at the meeting, and he had a bad feeling about his son-in-law. Luke told the servant he roughly understood and thanked him. Shun bowed and asked permission to leave. When the servant left, the father told the protagonist he wasn't really authorized to speak, so he would just sit. MC reasonably objected. He was Goku's younger brother. Shouldn't he have the floor? Luke replied, no, in their family, if a member doesn't have the title of knight, they don't have much of a chance. They won't even let them command others. He left the academy so he didn't become a knight. Yuri drawled in surprise. Is that so? And what does the royal eagle attack mean? His father said somewhat grimly. It's time he learned about it too. It's a method of fighting that involves attacking the enemy army from above. You need to land sharply in enemy territory at dawn, but there's no guarantee it will be only enemies. However, despite this, risking his life, the knight must do it. If all goes wrong, he'll have to take the general's head. It's a desperate tactic, used in a hopeless situation when the chances are zero. The protagonist, confused, thought, what the hell? Why so cruel? A special tactic? Father continued, sipping wine. No one could promise everything would go smoothly, but his older brother had managed it. The protagonist noted, so that was how strong he was. He asked his father if he had to participate in this if he became a knight. Luke answered no, it was a voluntary decision. No one could force him. However, for a knight, such an act was considered an honor. At that moment, a maid knocked on the door and informed them that all the participants had arrived. She would show them to them. Father strode decisively toward the exit, and MC wished him luck. The man turned to him, surprised, wondering what he was saying. He was actually coming too. Showing him the list of participants, his father added, his name was on it too. Yuri thought in confusion, him too? The maid led them to a large door, bowed, and told them to come this way. Opening the large, heavy door, she let them into the conference room. Several gloomy-looking men sat at the table. There were 3 empty chairs in the center of the table. The maid told Luke and Yuri to sit down and pointed to the empty chairs. The protagonist thought in surprise. He'd heard, of course, that there would be older people here, but for everyone to be old, was it okay that there were almost no young people here? The guard turned to him, pointed to a chair, and said, this way. The protagonist was confused. This was the place of honor. Luke greeted Satsuki warmly, telling her he was glad to see her. The woman smiled at him and asked him to call her by her first name as before. Luke responded, understanding, and nudged his son toward her, telling him to say hello. MC approached his aunt and, telling her his name, greeted her. The woman smiled at him and remarked that Sham had praised him highly. Yuri thought, She's much nicer, really. Out loud, he thanked the woman. Satsuki placed her arm around his shoulders and, gently pushing him toward a chair, asked him to sit. He took the center seat among the 3 chairs in the middle. His father sat to his left, and Satsuki stood to his right, not sitting. Closing her eyes, she gathered her strength and said, well, she thanked everyone for coming. As they already knew, her husband, having fought the enemy, died a hero. They must decide what to do next. Yuri noted that Sham was not there, and this premonition troubled him. Satsuki continued. Fortunately, her husband had thought of his family and left a will. She showed everyone the sealed document and continued. In her opinion, they should see it now. Everyone stared intently at the will. The woman broke the seal, unfolded the document, and read out what was written. He, the 27th head, Goku Hao, appoints his brother Luke Hao to be the next head of the family. That was all. Everyone present looked at each other and Luke in amazement and said in bewilderment, "What?" Luke stood up and, turning to Satsuki, was about to refuse the appointed position, but the woman gently interrupted him, saying she understood everything. If he wanted, he could continue living as before. After these words, she placed her hand on the protagonist's shoulder and continued in a stern tone. They wouldn't mind at all if his son became head after receiving the knight title. MC felt the floor give way beneath his feet. He was confused at thinking about what she had just said. Luke was indignant. Why was he the head? There were other candidates. Satsuki told him Goku had chosen him. He should accept it with honor. The man, after reading the will, irritably remarked, "But Luke doesn't have the knight title, does he?" The woman smiled and said, "No need to worry about that. They've already secured special permission from the kingdom, allowing the head to be without a knight's title. Even so, it wouldn't be difficult for him to assume the title, as all the necessary records remain. A little time to gather them, and he'll receive it." She added that the Hao family's territory is far from the Kiruhina kingdom and controls a beautiful natural area. However, due to the long battle, their warriors are in poor condition. Yuri thought about it. That's why the meeting is currently full of old men. Conventionally, there's no need for an elderly person to become head, but due to the frequent deaths of young men, there are practically no other candidates. The Siamese people traditionally have only women as rulers, with men serving in the army. It seems she plans to use the Ho family's power for her own ends, most likely sending them into battle to defend the capital. Well, it will be interesting to see how this plays out. He didn't think this would be agreed upon beforehand. He and his father had gotten themselves into a mess. What a family his uncle had. They were looking far ahead. Luke hugged Yuri and exclaimed firmly that he would never ever make his son a knight, let alone a chieftain. Satsuki asked him if he thought so. Boys are all burning with desire to become knights. Luke said, "Even if that's true, he's only 7 years old. You can't burden him with such a heavy responsibility." Satsuki said icily that even if he wasn't fit for the position of head after graduating from the Knight Academy, he would still be welcomed as Siam's son-in-law. Luke stared at her in confusion. The protagonist thought in surprise, "Is that so? This woman has already thought this far ahead." Luke said regretfully, "Give him time to think." The protagonist, looking at his father with pity, thought, so it would be a kind of tie-up, so he'd remain head until he graduated from the academy. Luke clutched his head, perplexed, noting that the situation was utterly complicated. He had no idea how to get out of it. Yuri was also wondering, was this will really genuine, and how would this be resolved anyway? Would his father simply speak up, or would all the elders vote? If it was the latter, he'd better show his worst side. He'd have to try this tactic and see what happened. He was just about to tell his father about it when Rakunu burst into the room. He shoved the poor maid so hard she flew back and angrily yelled at her to get out of the way. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Then the man walked up to the table and angrily shouted, "How dare they hold the meeting without him?" The protagonist looked at the man in amazement. Rage radiated from him. Satsuki let out an irritated breath and said, "He came after all." He growled angrily that it was true. The protagonist thought, the head of the Ekrakunu family, the name sounds familiar. Right, he was the one who'd been eliminated as a participant in the meeting. He's the leading candidate. The man turned to Satsuki and irritably asked her how she dared to distort her husband's last wish. The woman responded with a disgruntled tone, "Who's talking? A coward who fled the battlefield." Rakunu turned to everyone present and shouted in a rage, "This is all a lie." He didn't know what she'd already told them, but let them not believe a word she said. MC noted with bewilderment. This man, he was acting so strangely. The head of the Ek family saw an order in the hands of one of the elders and asked him what kind of document it was. The old man replied, "Goku's will." Rakunu snatched it from his hands, quickly read it, and angrily slammed the piece of paper to the table. Everyone flinched at this action. He approached Satsuki and gloomily told her, "This is a fake. Women are so treacherous." Goku's wife looked at him with irritation, not saying a word. Raccoon pulled a scroll with a seal from under his shirt and declared, "This is the real will." Satsuki stared at it in confusion. She hadn't expected such a turn of events. Luke and the protagonist also looked at the letter in surprise. Unfolding it, Raccoon read what it said. Goku was ordering him, Raccoon, to become the next head of the family, and expressed his hope for conscientious work that would bring a bright future to their people. After reading this, he turned to Satsuki and mockingly asked her, "What's wrong with her? She doesn't know what to say? Really, and that such a person would be in their family? It's simply unbelievable." Satsuki angrily shouted, "Don't let anyone talk nonsense. How dare he pass off a fake?" After the head's death, he left his job and already informed everyone that he was eliminated from the candidates. Raccoon angrily replied, "What is she even talking about? Lord Goku personally gave him this note." Satsuki didn't back down. A trusted member of the Rosk family brought her the will. They'd once looked after it too. The man stood his ground too, shouting, "But that's not the point. Perhaps she'd softened. Where was the proof she hadn't been deceived?" They looked at each other, ready to incinerate everyone with those glances. MC considered the possibility that he himself had brought the fake. Satsuki looked very angry. She was certainly angry. It was all emotional. It was impossible to remain calm. Compared to her, Rakuna seemed more stable. He could defy her. Of course, he'd like to verify the authenticity of these two documents, but it wouldn't work. Rakuna benefits from this whole situation. He has no intention of making enemies of the elders, and they understand that. His father, who isn't a knight, and Satsuki too. Compared to Rakuna, they're losing. He whispered to his father and asked him if they could take a break. He needed to go to the bathroom. His father, perplexed, asked him what he'd said, but there was nothing else to do, so Luke stood up and sheepishly asked Satsuki if they could take a break. His son needed to go to the bathroom. The protagonist sheepishly thought his father might not have said that. The woman looked at them in surprise, caught herself, and said, yes, they were right. Leaving the meeting room, the protagonist asked his father if there were any empty rooms nearby. Luke was surprised. What about the toilet? MC told him it was a lie. They just needed to talk. When they entered the room, Luke sat down on a chair and jokingly said, "Well, what was the topic of their mini-meeting?" The protagonist asked him point blank if he was going to become the head. Luke replied, it depended on the elections. He's not keen on it, but if that's what his older brother wanted, he wouldn't want to deny it. The protagonist noted that the wills were completely different in content. Therefore, it's clear that one of them is a fake. However, knowing only this, they won't be able to determine which one is truly genuine. If this continues, he has a feeling Rakuna will become his enemy. This is already a war on a political level. It would be best to resolve this quickly. Otherwise, everyone will kill each other. His father said he didn't think it would go that far. MC exclaimed, really? He's heard so many similar stories, and they all started exactly like this. His father sighed, said, what a situation, and ruffling his son's hair, told him not to worry so much. At the very least, he'll do something. Yuri thought perplexedly. No, he certainly trusts him, but his father is too careless. When his father approached the door and opened it, the protagonist told him to try not to get into a fight. Luke said, yes, he knows, and flinched in surprise. Satsuki stood at the threshold of the room. The protagonist reacted similarly to the woman's sudden appearance. She asked them what they were doing here. They needed to continue, but more calmly. The MC turned to her and asked if he could speak with her for a minute. He had something to talk about. She looked at him in surprise, but agreed to listen. Sometime later, the protagonist arrived at Rakunu's house and, greeting the guards, told them his name. The guards, surprised, asked him if something had happened. The protagonist told them he had come here on his father's orders and inquired if Rakunu was here. One of the guards told him he wasn't home right now. The MC asked him in a pleading tone that he had something very important to ask him. Could he wait until the head of this family returned? The guards exchanged surprised glances and let him into their guard room. One of them said, a knight academy, huh? He wished he could go back to that time. Yuri was surprised. Such a nice place? The boy replied, unlike the capital, there are many territories here. If you have friends, you can practice as much as you want. Yes, that was youth. The protagonist mentally noted, youth then. They certainly wouldn't like his past. After a while, Rakunu entered the room and irritably asked the guards what they'd done. The senior guard bowed to his master and said, they've got their eye on this boy. Rakunu rudely told him to shut up and get to work quickly. After sending the guard away, the man asked the protagonist, what's the matter? MC made an embarrassed face and said, my father asked me to tell him about Satsuki's secret. Rakunu became interested. Yuri thought about it. Death. Only this brings an equal end to all living things. So, is returning to life the same for everyone? Like him, for example. Emerging from eternal darkness, he plunged into a new life. The last thing he remembered was a drowning child and the heavy feeling of his body. He regretted nothing, despite the squalor of his life. And these people, his new family, whom he loved and cherished so dearly, forced him to forget such bad memories. And now, Gokuho, the head of the family, had died. According to his will, Luke, his father, was to be his heir. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred at the meeting. Raccoon came with a note from Goku that he should become the new head. 2 documents, a choice to be decided by vote. A political battle, Rakunu would decide the fate of his family. He didn't want to lose his beloved family, so he decided to do this. Rakunu asked him again, the secret of Satsuki's will? Why didn't Luke come himself? The protagonist replied that he was being watched by several officers and had been sent in his father's place. The man said, okay, let him get down to business. The protagonist hesitated, pulled a letter from his bosom, and handed it to Raccoon, saying that Satsuki's will had been written on a similar piece of paper, and he wanted to show him something. With these words, MC sat down in front of the fire in the fireplace and began to heat the paper. The Hao family crest appeared on it. Looking at the drawing, Yuri asked in confusion, "Why is the color so dull? It needs a little more." He began to heat the paper again. It caught fire, and the protagonist exclaimed heatedly and dropped the sheet into the fire. Then he sheepishly apologized to Rakunu. The man answered him irritably, "Nothing, but what does this mean?" The protagonist answered, looking at the scrap of paper, and said, "There was something secret in that note." Rakunu snatched it from him and began to examine it carefully. In the upper right corner, the paper for transmitting information. In the lower right corner, looking for Sarun's statement. In the upper left corner, continue treatment as before. In the lower left corner, folded. In the upper right corner, the correct side. Rakunu asked in confusion, "Why is he writing him such a thing?" MC answered him, "Father doesn't want to become ruler. He's an ordinary citizen, and Satsuki is just getting in the way." The man clutched the paper in his hand, laughed, and said, "And that's why he sent him away. Is that it?" Yuri thoughtfully noted, "Yes, that's right. In fact, when Satsuki showed it, he stole another piece of paper, and in return, he wants to ask him for something." Rakunu guessed, "Continue the treatment? Well, good. He promises that." The protagonist bowed politely and happily thought, "It worked. Even if Rakunu wins the vote, his family will be safe." The man looked at the paper again and noticed, of course, that right corner. He looked at MC and told him, "That's it, they're done. He can go." Yuri said goodbye to the man and left. Rakunu laughed a satisfied laugh. The protagonist, closing the door behind him, looked at him from under his brows. Having retreated to a safe distance, he breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he didn't like acting like a child. Didn't Raccoon find his behavior strange? And frankly, his father would never have dreamed of doing such a thing. He wasn't used to resorting to such means to solve problems, so he wouldn't have tried this time either. His father mustn't find out, but he was so tired, he wished he could go straight to bed. The guards greeted him and wished him luck. When the protagonist entered the house, he was met by an angry father who asked him in a dark tone where he had been. MC, startled, exclaimed, "He wasn't sleeping." Luke screamed, "How could he sleep when he wasn't home at night?" Yuri tried to justify himself. Yes, he was here, right next to him. His father became even more angry. He shouldn't lie to him. He knew these places like the back of his hand, so he didn't even have to try. The protagonist sighed and apologized, adding that he truly had been very busy. He simply wanted to help. Luke took him by the shoulders, knelt down in front of him and said, looking him in the eyes, "Don't worry about it." He told him he would protect him. Didn't he believe him? The protagonist objected. "What's he saying?" His father rested his forehead against his, and looking into his eyes, said, "It's true he's talented. And yes, he might have come up with a good solution to the problem. However, for him and his mother, he was more important than anything else. More important than their lives. More important than the territory." He hugged his son, held him tight, and said, "Please let him not take risks like that again. Does he promise?" MC, clasping his fingers behind his back, promised him this. After a while, everyone gathered to vote. The tension in the room was palpable. Everyone was waiting. Satsuki glanced at everyone, wished them good morning, and announced that today the fate of the head of the Hao family would be decided. She asked everyone to be honest with themselves, and most importantly, fair. Today they had prepared everything for the verdict, so there was one way to distinguish a fake will from a real one. All the elders looked at her in surprise. The woman apologized to everyone for keeping this a secret. And since similar situations had arisen in the past, all that was necessary was to hold the will to the fire, and then it would be revealed. Here, on the table, lies the will left to the previous head, from Sarun Hao. They will use it as an example to demonstrate how it all works. Unfortunately, they were unable to prove it to them yesterday. She turned to Raccoon and said that yesterday, when they were talking, he claimed that his document was genuine. He would have to answer for his words. The man chuckled and cheerfully said, "Yes, please." Satsuka said, "Okay, first, they'll take his document." The maid took Goku's note from the man and gave it to Satsuki. She showed it to everyone and asked Rakuna if he was completely sure it was a real will. The man exclaimed irritably, "That's not up for discussion. Let them begin the process already." The woman said, "This time, their cook will conduct it." The servant wiped his forehead and muttered, "It's all a bit complicated. However, it's better than being Rakuna's subordinate. He'll try his best." The protagonist chuckled and thought, what a choice. The maid laid out 3 wills on the table, Sarun's, her own document, and Rakuna's. Satsuki said, "They'll start with Sarun's will. After the fire, everything will be visible." The cook heated his instrument in the fireplace flame and prepared for the test. Satsuki told him to begin. He applied the flaming instrument to Sarun's will. It was empty. Next, the cook applied the instrument to Satsuki's document. Everyone was surprised to see that it too was clean. When the cook approached Rakuna's document, the word forgery clearly appeared on the paper. The man exclaimed in bewilderment, "How could this be?" Satsuki smiled and said, apparently, that they had found out who was lying. Luke jumped up and angrily shouted, "What's going on?" The protagonist thought that everything was going according to plan. Yesterday, after he left, Rakuna went to make exactly the same document, and Satsuki started the meeting when she confirmed that the man who returned had gone to the room of the head of the Ek family. They had made special preparations. Once the authenticity was revealed, everyone would understand that he should not be trusted with this post. Rakunu rose from the table and sternly asked the MC, "Is this his doing?" Luke looked at his son in surprise and asked him, "What did he do?" Yuri told his father that what he'd told him yesterday was a lie. Still, that's how it turned out. It was a bit of a show. He'd left halfway through the meeting yesterday to create the liquid. Afterwards, he'd borrowed the Hao family seal from Satsuki and finished all the preparations. He looked at Rakuna and asked if he had anything he wanted to say, like apologize. The man roared menacingly. No, he shook his fist and shouted, "This isn't a fake." He was sure a thief had broken in yesterday and swapped the papers. The protagonist countered, but if he was so sure, why was he here now and not looking for the thief? And just recently, he'd claimed he had no doubt his will was genuine. Enough with your delusional excuses. Rakuna slammed his fist on the table and angrily told the protagonist he wouldn't forgive him. A small fry for this. MC knew this man's original plan was to eliminate the Hu family. His own hands would also remain stained with blood. Despite his plan falling apart, he decided to continue killing. Their family would be finished if someone like him became head of the family. Only father was worthy of the position now. It would be terrible if this continued. Nothing good would come of it. The protagonist looked at Raccoon with superiority and told him, "This little brat," as he put it, just wiped his nose. Wouldn't being head of the family be too much for him? Suddenly his father shouted his name, grabbed his son by the shoulders, and told him, "That's enough." Yuri looked at him in fear and begged his father for forgiveness. Satsuki clapped her hands and said, "So if Raccoon has nothing to say, then they will put forward their decision." She glanced at everyone present and continued, "Those who believe Luke Hao should be the next head, raise your hands." The elders voted unanimously in favor of her decision. MC also raised his hand along with Satsuki. The head of the Ek family, his face black with anger, was terrifying to behold. The woman concluded it was decided. She officially proclaimed that Goku Hao's younger brother, Luke Hu, would become his successor. Guards entered the hall, ordered by Satsuki to detain Rakuna. The guards moved toward him. One of them placed a hand on the man's shoulder and asked him to come with them. Rakuna angrily shouted, "No!" and snatching a hidden blade from his sleeve, slashed the guard across the throat. The protagonist jumped in shock. Rakuna turned to him and hissed with hatred. He will kill him. He raised the bloody blade and growled, "How dare they insult him like that?" The second guard pointed his spear at him, but Raccoon quickly and deftly turned, parried the attack, and, without hesitation, plunged the weapon into his neck. The elders seemed to wake up. They panicked and began calling for security. Yuri sat motionless in his chair, thunderstruck, staring fixedly at the enraged man. The elders shouted at Raccoon, "Have you completely lost your mind? What a horrific sight." The father lifted the protagonist from his chair, placed him on the floor, and told him everything was fine, not to worry. He told him he'd protect him. Luke turned to Satsuki, asking her to step back and keep an eye on his son. Then, throwing off his cape, he rushed toward his opponent and assumed a martial arts stance. Rakuna grinned maliciously and lunged at him with his weapon. Luke blocked his blow with his bare hands and pushed back his blade, forcing Rakuna to retreat. The man exhaled angrily and attacked Luke with renewed vigor. The protagonist's father deftly dodged his blow again and blocked his weapon. MC, watching the fight, noted his father's stance and realized he was trying to suppress his opponent's movements. Rakuna understood this too. It was not easy for him. The opponent leaped toward Luke and swung his knife, but Yuri's father dodged the attack, as well as the sweep his opponent was attempting. Rakuna cursed and angrily shouted, "A farmer who hasn't even experienced a battlefield." He lunged at Luke again, but Luke was ready for his attack. Raccoon tried to attack him with his dagger again, but Luke deflected his attack with a wave of his hand and sent it into a chair. The dagger pierced the chair, and he kicked it aside, then grabbed him in a headlock and began to strangle him. He couldn't do anything about it and lost consciousness because of this headlock. Yuri looked at his father in surprise and thought that this man was quite strong. Several guards entered the hall, approached him, and said that they should be careful because he was still breathing. They would carry him out. He approached his father, took him by the edge of his sleeve, and remained silent with a tense face. He stroked his head, apologized, and asked if he was scared. He refused and said that everything was fine. However, he fell silent and looked at the dead guards. Satsuki approached them, called him by name, thanked him, and said that they could not have expected this at all. It was wonderful. He said that it was nothing special. He looked at his father's cut sleeve and warned him about it. He looked at it with a smile and said that he had ruined an important suit. "Looks like Mom will have more work. When they get back, he will cover for him, right?" After some time, they were sitting at the table and eating food. The protagonist looked at his plate, remembered what happened earlier with Rakunu, and thought that that time was not important. If his father had lost, then what would have happened? Luke put his hand on his shoulder and said that he did not need to force himself and eat slowly. He would get better. He felt a little better and agreed with him. And Satsuki looked at them with a small smile. She said that 18 years had passed since then. He is a master, but he does not like fighting, right? He agreed with this and said that that is why he gave up knighthood and embarked on a different path. She asked, however, did he want to give his son as a knight? Didn't he? She had already said at the meeting that it would be okay if he quit halfway through. Of course he will continue the ranch. She didn't have time to finish because he asked, does this mean she will become the head? She said that of course it is not considered right, but she will try to go out as little as possible. She asked them to promise that they will write to her if something bad happens. He agreed. A maid came up to MC and asked to let her take the cutlery from them. He agreed, was about to say something, but stopped, and Sham plucked up her courage and asked if they could go look at the stars with her. He was surprised by this and asked if she wanted to look at the stars now. She agreed and asked if he agreed. She turned around, called her mother and asked, they can, right? Satsuki pointed to her plate and said that she should finish eating first. He noticed that she was nervous, turned to her father and asked if he could come. He allowed it with a sly grin. It confused him and he wondered, what kind of face was that? Later, when they both finished eating, Luke said that they should not leave the mansion. He agreed, and Sham pointed to the side and said that they should go there. She knew the best place for observation. They came to the stairs and went up. They found themselves on the roof, and he said with surprise that he didn't even know such a place existed. She took a blanket out of the drawer and asked if he liked it here. This was her secret place. He said in a slightly confused voice that he wasn't very good at understanding the stars. She spread it on the floor and said that then she would tell him. They sat next to each other, looked up, and he said that the sky was beautiful. She agreed and said that it always calmed the heart. He thought that the dense cluster of stars was similar to the Milky Way. This meant that there were galaxies in this world too. The people who still live here are also similar to people. Not all is lost. She looked at him with a displeased expression and asked if he was even listening to her. He apologized, and she said that this was Marura, the third star around this star, called Marura. This star is special. There are very few of them now. About 5. He looked at it and thought that perhaps she meant a satellite. I wonder if the local people really understand the sky? She asked if he knew what the signs were. He said that he knew what they were. But the most important thing in astronomy is the formation of 5 stars, so he was not interested in anything else. However, he still asked her, the teacher, to share her knowledge with him. She said that he was polite, so she would tell him. The signs have divisions into summer and winter. Now they see winter signs. She began to point out different stars and named them the bull, the lyre, the cat, and the dipper. He did not understand anything, but his attention was caught by the last constellation, and he thought that it was the constellation of the Big Dipper. He looked in the other direction, and thought that, as he thought, it was Orion. Is it possible for the same constellations to be in an isekai? After all, the stars can't be the same in 2 worlds at once. It's all very strange. If this is another world, then the stars should be different, right? We need to figure out the reason. Maybe, in fact, he is located on some point on the globe. Chuba said that was all. Did he remember it? Yuri didn't answer. She started to panic, called him and asked, is he asleep? He went to the exit, apologized and said that he remembered something urgent and suggested they finish for today. She was upset about this and said that, as she seemed, he didn't like it. He said that was not true. He liked everything. He just realized and needed to check something. Next time, he wouldn't run away. She was about to say something with a serious expression, but he started to go down the stairs and close the hatch behind him. After that, she smiled and asked if he understood something. A little later, Satsuki was standing at the table and holding a letter in her hands, but a knock on the door caught her attention, and she allowed him to enter. He entered her room, apologized for the intrusion, and asked if he could look at the map. This caught her attention, and she said that indeed, you can't find something like that at Luke's. He said that if she could, then preferably the largest map, where all the borders of the territory would be visible. She took a flashlight. They walked along the corridor, and she said that if the largest, then it was a map of the late empire. They should go and get it. He walked next to her and thought that thoughts were bothering him. The former great empire of Shantira, on whose territory the kingdom of Cialta is now located, had vast possessions. It fell apart 900 years ago, but they say that territorially practically nothing has changed. It would be nice to see this map. They came into a room where many different things were collected. She covered her face with her hand and said that it was still very dusty. It should be somewhere around here. She opened the closet, took out a map, and put it on the table. She pointed with her finger and said that their country was somewhere around here. He looked at this place more closely and thought that it really did look like the Scandinavian countries. The shapes are a little incoherent, but you can get the idea. If you look at the borders, the Shantir Empire is located roughly like this. In the east, with the Ural Mountains, in the west, with Scandinavia, and in the south, roughly where Ukraine is. The capital Shantinian is located on the Crimean Peninsula, which is why the Black Sea is clearly visible. This is planet Earth, after all. How could he not notice this in 7 years? Satsuki said with a thoughtful look that the center of the country was closer to the east. So their country isn't very well represented on the map, and her husband has a map of the country in his office. The protagonist asked if he could look at it. She agreed and said she'd look for it. They came to the office, and he started looking around and said there were so many books here. She went to the table and said that if you live here, you can read as much as you want. She picked him up and sat him on a large chair so he could look at the map. map. He looked at it in surprise and said that the kingdom of Cialta and Karakumo are here, and it's drawn well. Grandpa Goku fought around here. She looked at him with a serious expression and remembered how he had said earlier that he had a favor to ask of her. She had to make a false proposal tomorrow. She asked if he wanted to set a trap on paper and thought he'd fall for it. Besides, it was very dangerous if he went alone. He asked if she thought she'd win if she did nothing. She said thoughtfully that she wouldn't say that, but they have more allies. There's no need to worry so much. He asked, then, what's the point of winning? He turned around, and she asked what he meant. He said that becoming the head doesn't mean doing whatever you want. He walked up to the spear and asked if it would be possible, after the victory, to not let Rakuna go and execute him. He wouldn't even mind if she sent the Ek family abroad. If she left him alone and brought him back, he would start plotting against her. She thinks the feudal lords will help her then? He's not that easy to defeat. It can only be done with a crushing blow. She thinks he can be dealt with that easily? She said that frankly she doesn't even know. Isn't it too early for them to start worrying? He said in a serious tone that, unfortunately, he didn't think such a cunning man would sit idly by. He would try to hinder her by any means possible. Besides, the fact that the Hao family wouldn't have to participate in the war meant that they wouldn't be able to achieve great results that would be shown both domestically and internationally. Does she think she can hold out by continuing this policy for 10 years? She said that if their plan was discovered, it would get even worse. She apologized, but she wasn't joining. He turned around and asked, does that mean she doesn't believe him? She agreed and said that he was still little. He started laughing loudly, and she asked what was wrong with him. MC asked, doesn't she find it strange? She knows perfectly well that she had previously received an invitation from her uncle. After all, it was to leave the Hu family to him. If she can't trust Grandpa Goku, then why is she trying to fulfill her late husband's request? At the present time, he called Satsuki several times, but she couldn't hear him because she was lost in her thoughts and apologized. He said he was done for the day and was very grateful to her. She took a flashlight and said she was glad she could help. After that, they walked down the hallway together, and she thought he was an interesting child. In the end, everything happened as he said and was resolved safely. He called her, wished her good night, and said that she didn't have to see him out anymore. He would get there on his own. She wished him the same and wondered what Goku saw in this guy. After some time, the maids entered Yuri's room, wished him good morning, and said that they had brought a change of clothes. He turned to them and thanked them for that. They said that Soim Hao was waiting for him. He was surprised by what he heard and said that he understood and would try to hurry. They left their clothes on the table, asked for leave, and left the room. He scratched his head and said that he still couldn't get used to being treated like that. He changed, left the house, and thought that 3 years had passed since his father became the head and they moved in. He was 10 years old now, and now he spends his days completely differently. Not like before. The room is large. The number of people working here is large. There's always someone taking care of him. His current life is very different from what he had before. His father conducts training for the knights and does various work befitting him, so he is busy from morning until evening. It could be considered that he left the management to him, so he only dropped by on weekends. Suzuya called him and asked if he was busy now. He agreed, and she showed him the basket with a happy expression and said that he should see how much she had collected. They should eat together later. He thanked her and said that he would look forward to it. He ran on and thought that his mother hadn't changed at all. He entered the building and warned about it, but someone attacked him and he dodged the blow. His teacher, Soim, with a wooden club in his hand, said that he had good reflexes, so they would continue. After that, the protagonists took a wooden pole and they began to practice. They continued fighting. The teacher praised him, but then parried his blow, grabbed the hem of his clothes and tripped him to the floor. He was lying on the floor, and he called him and said that at this rate, even in the hospital, they would laugh at him. He must know his limits. Here's some advice for him. He looked at him and thought that at Satsuki's request, he was teaching him various skills. He had lost a son and a grandson during the war, and at the age of 90, he enjoyed training with him. He got to his feet and said that if he retreated, they would pin him down. He laughed and said that he had said everything correctly. If this were a battlefield, he could have been hit by another spear from the side. They should stop talking, he could attack. He assumed a fighting stance and agreed with him. Later, Satsuki hit him on the head with a book and asked in a displeased tone if her lesson was really that boring. He denied it, promised to try harder and thought that he had studied since the morning, then eaten, and it was natural that he wanted to sleep. She went to the board and said that she would explain it again. Here you need to remember the lanterns and winter snow. He didn't understand anything and asked what she meant. She said that she had explained verb conjugation when the subject I is in the present tense. The object will be a man, a woman, a foreigner, or a thing, land, the royal family, depending on the case. She continued to explain this, and he thought that she was teaching him an ancient language. It is so difficult to learn rules that are unfamiliar to him, where he doesn't even see the logic. She says that in any era, only the elite could speak the language. It's not even a spell, just a language used in old records. He asked if there was any point in memorizing it. She sighed and said that to read the classics, you at least need to know this. Why was it so hard for him? She brought a lot of books and said that he should listen carefully. She would make sure that he could read all these books. So, without knowing this language, it would be difficult to call him a cultured person. He must write and try to memorize. After that, MC, looking very tired, walked down the corridor and thought, repentance, or rather, torture and abuse. How long will this go on? He needed healing, something that would calm his soul. He knocked on the door and warned that he was going to come in. He opened the door and called Sham, but she didn't pay any attention to him. He walked up to her and started poking his finger at her cheek, trying to get her attention. She was very surprised when she noticed him, and he asked what she was thinking about. She said loudly that she was studying Kepler's law. With it, she can explain a lot. Before, she couldn't figure out one model, but she was surprised. The moon revolves around the Earth, and the sun revolves around it, like a second moon. Other planets, such as Mercury, Venus, and Saturn, revolve around it, like satellites of the sun. It's a little confusing, but it explains a lot. She was able to understand everything with the help of this law. He was confused by her joyful mood, congratulated her, and thought that she was happy about such trifles. Had he had such a passion before? No, he hadn't. She was writing something down and said that, by the way, she could show him. Yuri called Sham and said that he suggested going outside. She would see something. They went outside and he said that winter had already arrived. She said that he said the same thing as Dad. He was embarrassed by being compared to an old man and said that he had a task for her. Why do you think it's cold here? She asked. Isn't it because they are in the north? He said that they are also on the equator, and this country has the same number of sunny days a year. Hint, it's the height of the sun. It's the same as a stove. If you put your hands vertically, it becomes hot, and if horizontally, it becomes cold. This is because the amount of heat radiated is proportional to the area visible from the heat source. The place where the sun is lower seems more horizontal. That's why, as with your hands, it becomes colder. She said with an interested expression that it was so interesting. He picked a flower and said that. Then, the second question. Why did the trees shed their leaves? She thought about it and asked, maybe just because they had to? He said that on the one hand it's true, there are some types of plants that shed their leaves. If it freezes, new ones won't grow in the winter, since this puts a lot of stress on the plant. However, if the cold isn't that severe and you keep the leaf warm, it most likely won't fall off. However, this is rare, so the leaves still can't withstand it. There, closer to the south, where it's warmer, there are insects that can feed on leaves all year round. She said with a smile that, on the other hand, you need to take measures against them. He agreed and thought that she was really very inquisitive. Perhaps, in the past, he could have had such a daughter too. Although, as she said, he was already like an old grandfather. I wish these days could last forever. After some time, Luke was sitting at the table with a very tired face. The protagonist saw this and said that his father was so tired. Suzuya also looked at him and asked if maybe he should give some of the work to someone else. He turned, called his mother, and asked if she was used to this kind of thing. She said that at first it was a little unusual, then she got along with everyone and was given a place to garden, so everything was fine. He thought that he was lucky that his mother was such a person. She's a farmer by trade, so it wouldn't be right to force her to learn anything about military duties now. She's the one who attends social gatherings, so there's no problem. He was a little worried about the heirs meeting, but everything went well. Luke said with a dissatisfied tone that he certainly didn't expect it to be easy, but to be so exhausting. He said he could rest a little tomorrow. He denied it and said that a disease was spreading in the south, so plans for tomorrow had changed. Smallpox had appeared. He was surprised by what he heard and thought that he had heard about this disease because a large number of Shan died a long time ago. People spoke of this disease as a curse. He couldn't let his father go alone to such a dangerous place without scientific research. He called his father and said that he shouldn't go there. He was surprised by what he heard and said that he couldn't do otherwise because the people were confused. As the head, he simply has to. If they waited for a miracle, they would get nowhere. He asked with a worried look, however, what if he got infected? He said in a calm tone that he was, as always, too worried. He doesn't think it's so easy to get infected. He said in a decisive tone that he would go too. If it's not that easy to get infected, then he won't mind, right? He bowed his head, asked to go with him, and said that he wanted to find out and see it with his own eyes. Suzuya immediately refused him, saying that he was still a child. Luke called her name to stop her, agreed, and said that, however, he would have to obey him. He agreed to this condition, after which the two of them flew on an eagle to the village. They landed near the village, tied the eagle to a tree, and MC took out a cloth from his bag, handed it to his father, and he asked why he needed it. He covered his mouth and nose with the cloth and said that he should do the same, so they would reduce the chances of infection. He said with a slightly worried look that, however, then the appearance of the manager. He didn't let him finish by asking, he doesn't want to get sick, so that they all die afterwards, does he? Then they came to the village, started looking around, and the villagers said that everything was happening too quickly and they had no medicine or anything at all. How is this possible? They lived peacefully. How could such a disaster befall them? They consider it just a curse. Yuri thought that the name smallpox came from the Kura people, from the most ancient times. The people of this world do not know about the existence of viruses, so they can only pray to God. They came to the barn, and the villager said that they had gathered all the sick people here. At the moment, healthy people are caring for them. He approached them and said that they would go inside. When they entered, they should close the door behind them. They entered the barn together and were very surprised when they saw a crowd of sick and suffering people inside. He looked at the people with a worried look and thought that everything was even worse than he thought. He called his father and said that under no circumstances should they touch the sick, as well as things and the walls too. Luke agreed, and they walked on together, looking around. He was horrified by this, and one of the infected asked for water. He was about to fill a glass on the floor with water, but the protagonist grabbed his hand and led him to the exit. He was surprised by this, called out to him, and asked what was wrong with him. He had to stop. They needed water. He didn't answer him and said loudly that they had to open the door right away. They both went outside, and he lowered his mask and asked what had happened to him. They had just come in. He turned to his father and said that they couldn't be there because they could get infected too. He didn't believe him, citing the fact that he always exaggerated, but he thought that he simply knew what it was. Smallpox. This disease is a virus. After its occurrence, it spreads to the internal organs. The mortality rate is very high. The source of infection is the patient's pus, and when scratching the skin, the blisters open, and clothes and other familiar items become contaminated. Therefore, it is strictly forbidden to touch the patient and his belongings. That room was completely saturated with this virus. He loudly called his father and said that they needed to return to the mansion. He refused and said that it was his duty to save them and he would help him. First, they needed to gather people and prepare food, water, and a change of clothes. MC asked them to wait and said in a serious tone that if they started this here, they would only make the situation worse. Even if they saved these 100, they would infect another 1,000. The villagers became worried about what they heard and asked, does he want to abandon them? Is he asking them to just silently watch their families die? Luke approached them, apologized for him, and said that they should calm down. They were not going to abandon them. An elderly villager approached him and said that he would like to show them something. They passed near the village where the bodies were being collected, and he said that these were the dead. The number was too huge. They couldn't even bury them properly. He looked at the fire the villagers were making and said that he thought it was a smoke signal. The villagers asked with displeasure why they had even come here. He also brought a useless child with him. An elderly villager asked for help and said that this village was not the end yet. He looked at them from the side and thought that his words had deeply affected them. However, they did not understand the global nature of what was happening. His words meant nothing to them because he was a child. If they did as his father said, the virus would spread throughout the country, village, territory, country, family, and whatever he chose among them. He clenched his hand into a fist, called his father and said that he apologized for his harsh words, but asked him to listen to him. The villager was about to loudly object, but Luke stopped him, agreed, and said that he could say something, but it would be the last time. Yuri said in a serious tone that he knew a way to save the villagers. After that, the villagers asked if they wanted to go to the farm and look at the cows. That's right, they raised cows nearby. It seemed to him that the farmers were quite healthy. They came to the farm, saw healthy villagers, and he said that everything was as he said. He looked at them and asked, "This is an accident, right?" He denied it and said that they had developed immunity since they milked the cows. They came to the barn, looked around, and he said that he knew it. They approached a cow, and he said that he had to see if it was chickenpox, a disease similar to smallpox, but cows do not die from it. Even if people get infected from them, smallpox is not dangerous for them. It can be considered that they have already had it. It should have been quite mild for them. Luke asked in a puzzled tone, however, why was everything happening? He said that how could he explain it? Two enemies were fighting inside their bodies. However, they developed immunity, so they won. He thought that there was cowpox in Japan. They used it to create a vaccine against regular smallpox. People already immune to cowpox did not get smallpox. Now the plan is to do just the same. They will transfer cowpox to a person's hand with a needle. They will apply it so that a small scratch with blood appears. If everything works out, then the person will be able to get over smallpox. That's his idea. His father grabbed his head and said that he didn't know how he read books, but he had never heard of such a method of treatment. He wanted to try to explain, but he said that he understood him. If he insisted, then they should try to do it. He believed in him. He was touched by this and thanked him for his trust. 4 days later, the protagonist returned home and removed the bandage from his arm, revealing smallpox scars. He thought that he and his father had administered the vaccine, so even if they were infected, it wouldn't be a big deal. They also vaccinated everyone in the village who hadn't yet been infected. It was decided to isolate the village until the virus was completely gone, and as a result, it could be said that his plan had worked successfully. After returning to the mansion, they washed their bodies with distilled liquor. Of course, his father did the same, and they immediately insulated their clothes. He can't help but be grateful to him, who, even in the most difficult situations, can trust his son. This is very important to him. However, even with the knowledge from his past life, will he be able to protect those dear to him when he finds himself in a desperate situation? A few months later, in the capital of Shibuya, MC rode in a carriage and looked with a little embarrassment at his parents sitting in front of him. He asked them to listen and said that he didn't think they both should go with him. Was it true that they had to be there? They said that of course it was. It was the inauguration ceremony after all. They wanted to be there on that special day. He didn't have to worry. Everyone would be there with their parents. They would support him. He promised to try his best, and a little later they arrived at a place where a lot of people were already gathering. They walked out together. Luke patted him on the shoulder and said that he had warned him. Perhaps among these people there were even those who would become his friends in the future. He looked around, saw many children, and thought that for sure a new stage in his life was beginning at this Academy of Knighthood. Then they went inside, and he began to look around. He remembered how he had previously worked with his father on the farm and asked his father. He said that there were 2 facilities. He agreed and said that in addition to the Academy of Knighthood, there was also a liberal arts school. Altogether, it is simply called a school. Simply put, the Academy of Knighthood is for boys, and the liberal arts school is for girls. He asked, at the Academy of Knighthood, boys become knights, and what about the liberal arts school? He turned to him and said that they study there to become officials. That's why mostly witches go there. He was very surprised by what he heard and asked what he was talking about. He thought that from his story, witches are a term used to refer to civil servants who serve the royal family. The liberal arts school is an educational institution for their formation. Mostly, those who study there are those from witch families, but there are also those like Satsuki, who, although she comes from a family of knights, went to an all-girls school. In contrast, the Knighthood Academy teaches military skills, and the title of knight is considered their diploma. Without it, they are not considered knights and cannot go on the battlefield. Mostly, the children of knights go there, but there are also girls who prefer this profession. They have a chance to become knights of royal families. Luke said that he will decide for himself where to go. If he does not want to, he can refuse now. Whatever path he chooses, he and his mother will always support him. At the moment, he thinks that he can handle it. Yuri thought that he would like to choose a path so as not to apply anywhere. He looked to the side and wondered what was going on there. Everyone was looking in their direction. Now it's clear, they are looking at his father, the new head of the Hao family. Besides, without the title of knight, of course, he will become the subject of rumors. He feels like it's going to be a lot of trouble. It gets hard when he thinks about what will happen next. They approached the girl sitting at the counter. Luke introduced himself and said his son's name. She bowed to them and said that she would show them the way. The parents would have to wait in another room. He stayed there with Suzuya, and they both loudly wished him luck. He felt a little embarrassed by their support and went with the worker who led him to the office. He went inside, apologized for the intrusion, and was surprised when he saw students. With a surprised expression, he wondered if the test had already started. There were those who were already handing in their work, and he could even see the answers. It seemed like there was no time limit either. Don't all tests start at the same time? The teacher approached the desk, turned to him, and said that he should sit here. They would get everything ready now. The main character sat down at the table and they brought him a wooden tablet. He looked at it and wondered if they were skipping on paper. He saw 10 different questions and wondered, what kind of assignment is this? It was too easy, so why did he study with Satsuki for 3 years? He quickly finished writing the answers, approached the teacher, stated his name, and said he was finished. He checked the answers and told the assistant that she should take him to the maximum room. This caught his attention, and he asked if there would be another interview. The teacher took a quill and said that the exam would be in another room. He was surprised by what he heard and thought, then what was that just now? He said that it was necessary to superficially assess abilities, and then there would be the real exam. He thought that then he understood everything. In this country, there is no such thing as elementary school, so the number of applicants is huge. There are children who, like him, even studied an ancient language, and those who do not have even basic knowledge. This stage was necessary to divide the students into groups according to their knowledge levels. He apologized for not knowing, asked to take his leave, and thought that now it seemed more than obvious to him. His father hadn't told him about it. He came to the classroom, where several children were already sitting, and thought that there were fewer of them. This meant that there were many who didn't get the maximum score. Although it seems, since this is an Academy of Knights, they don't place much emphasis on this kind of knowledge. When will the exam begin? The teacher entered the classroom with a student and said that they were now starting the real exam. He was surprised when he saw a blonde student. She came up to him and asked if she could sit next to him. He agreed and thought that a blonde was unusual. Carol from the royal castle also had blonde hair. Could it really be her? The teacher showed an hourglass and said that they would now hand out worksheets. Time would end as soon as the last grain of sand fell. She turned the clock over and announced the start of the exam. He was a little surprised when he saw the test and thought that the questions could mislead even him. It begins with the questions of the clan explaining terms frequently found in military records in a few lines. It continues with questions about describing the knight's chosen move in a given situation. Mathematical and geometric problems, with applications of the Pythagorean theorems. As for history, name all 9 kingdoms after the collapse of the Shantira Empire. No matter how you look at it, these questions are definitely not for 10-year-olds. He figured that out, but there isn't a single question about ancient languages. If it's not asked in this test, then maybe he shouldn't have learned it. He understood Satsuki's real intention when she taught, but unfortunately, it was definitely of no use to him now. He just had to complete the tasks quickly. He finished the test, brought it to the teacher, and she was surprised and said that, however, there was still time left. MC asked if it was forbidden to take the test early. She denied it and said that he wouldn't be able to return. He said in a calm tone that he didn't see a problem with it since he had done everything. If that was all, then he would go. Carol was surprised by what she heard, bit her lip in anger, and clicked her tongue in displeasure. A little later, Luke was arm wrestling, called Gal, who was his opponent, and asked if that was all he could do. He looked at him with a smile and asked if he still called himself a spearmaster. He was angry at what he heard, but Yuri called him and asked what he was doing here. He got distracted because of this and lost the arm wrestling. He laughed joyfully at his victory, went up to his son, and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He said that he was glad to meet him again. The last time they met was in the castle. He was surprised that he remembered this and asked, there was still an hour left, right? You passed the exam? He agreed and said that he was not sure about the maximum, but he wrote well. He said with a smile that he would meet his son soon. He asks to be friends with him then. Unlike him, he is a hooligan. He asks to look after him. He was worried about what he heard and asked what his name was. He thought that if his son inherited his physique, then he was finished. Gala said that his son's name was Dora Godwin. Later, he approached his father and said that it was time for them to go home. Luke, his face reddened from alcohol, turned to him and asked if it was time for them to go already. He agreed and said that everything was already over. Besides, his mother was very angry. They looked at her and saw that she was really very angry because he left her alone and went drinking. He said with a nervous smile that he was right. It was time for them to go. The next day, the 3 of them rode in a carriage to the academy. The protagonist looked out the window and said that the road was different from yesterday. His father asked, didn't he tell him? The ceremony was taking place in the royal castle. He asked, so the queen would be there? He agreed and said that it was such a significant day. He sighed with displeasure, which attracted his attention, and he asked why he was sighing like that. He didn't think he would like it. He said that he didn't want to part with his family and didn't expect to make friends. He said with a smile that it would be easy for him to make friends because he had become friends with Sham. He was still nervous and said that this was an exception. Suzuya started crying and said in an upset tone that she wouldn't see him for a long time. Luke was confused by this and asked what was wrong with her. It wasn't forever. He agreed with his father and said that as soon as the opportunity arose, he would come home right away. She calmed down a little and said that he should try. He agreed and thought that for the first time in his life, he had calmed his mother down. How could he let them down now? However, he couldn't have expected to receive a slap from the girl. Later, they reached the royal castle, and he looked around in surprise. His father called him and asked if he was nervous. He agreed, and a girl approached them, apologized and asked if they were from the Howe family. He agreed. She came closer and quietly said that she asked him to step away for a minute. They walked a short distance. She told him something. He was very surprised and asked loudly if she was talking about their son. She agreed. He understood everything, turned to him, and said that he would be taken somewhere. He should go with her. MC was worried about this, and he said that everything was fine, but he should hurry. Later, he came to the office with the girl and wondered where they were taking him. For some reason, he had a bad feeling. She knocked, warned him that she had brought him, opened the door and asked him to come in there. He entered the office, saw Carol and 2 old people. The woman called his name and said that he could sit down. He sat down on the chair in front of them, noticed her, and thought that he didn't know what kind of conversation they were going to have now. However, why was he even needed here? The older people said that first they should introduce themselves. She is the principal of the Humanities School, Isabeau Marmoset. He is the principal of the Knighthood Academy, Albero Rube. He thought that they had quite popular surnames. The Marmoset family is the head of the 7 witch families. The Rube family is one of the 5 knight families. Like his family, their family's territory is on the border with another country, so it is considered the territory for the first military actions. As far as Satsuki told him, these families are close. He and Carol looked at each other, but she immediately turned away from him. Isabeau called them both and said that they would introduce the students to the queen and would be the head students. He was very surprised by what he heard and asked loudly, is he seriously going to be the head? She said that before the start, they would have a short rehearsal. They would have a lot to remember. He asked them to wait and asked if he wouldn't be the second head student after her. Albero said that they would be the head student from the Knighthood Academy, and she would represent the humanities school. Also, for future reference, questions need to be asked with permission. Yuri was nervous and wondered what was going on. Hadn't she already taken the exam for the Knighthood Academy? Isabeau said that was all. They should go rehearse. They came into the office together, and the tutor said that first, they should memorize the phrases she gave them. After that, they would try to practice. He read the long list of consequences of actions with a tense expression on his face, and thought, however, there was so much written here. Carol quickly said with a calm expression that she had memorized everything. She looked at him with a smirk, which surprised him, and he wondered why she was smirking like that. It was impossible to learn this in such a short time. What was even going on here? He raised his hand with a worried look and said that he thought he was ready. They started rehearsing, then left the office, and he thought how bad he felt. The ceremony hadn't even started yet, but he was already tired. Carol turned to him and said with a joyful look that it turns out he was nothing special. He was shocked by this and thought, was she starting with insults? What did he do to her? He said in a calm tone that he knew about it. She was indignant and asked, what kind of manners are these? Is he making her look stupid just because he got a better grade than her? He remembered the test and said that they were in the same room. Why did she choose the Academy of Knighthood? She grinned with a self-confident look, said that she would graduate from 2 schools at once. It's a pity that she passed 2 exams, but can't also represent the Academy of Knighthood. He understood this and said that it was amazing. He didn't know that this was possible. He wished her luck. In general, he didn't want to go anywhere. If there was an opportunity, he would have refused to take the oath. Unexpectedly for him, she came up to him and slapped him in the face with her palm. He was surprised by this, and she, with tears in her eyes, asked in a serious tone, does he have any sense of honor at all? She began insulting him repeatedly and ran down the corridor. He looked at her with a confused look and said that he did not understand anything. After that, they came into the hall with the rest of the students. The protagonist, with a handprint on his face, sat down in his seat, sighed and thought about getting slapped in the face by a girl on the day of the entrance ceremony. If his father found out about this, he would laugh at him. The guy sitting next to him quietly called him and said that it was nice to meet him. His name was Miaro Gudanville. He also introduced himself and wondered how he knew his name. He looked at him and asked what happened to his cheek. He was a little confused by this and said that he just ran into a girl. He said that it seemed like he had an interesting life. MC denied it and said that he was an ordinary person. He pointed to the feather pinned to his jacket and said that, however, an ordinary person cannot become a representative. He looked at it, remembered his last meeting with Carol, and thought that he had hurt her pride. How much had she gone through to stand next to him now? However, he was cunningly using tasks from his past life. As for her efforts, he was probably not worth half. Naturally, she was angry when she saw his attitude. He should have put himself in her shoes. He hurt someone's feelings without even thinking. He was no different from himself in the past. He said that smart people are not always successful, just like you don't call people who are mature beyond their years great. Miaro said that he had noticed it correctly, but they don't know anything yet. They are still young. He looked at him and thought that's right. They still have everything ahead of them. The man on the podium said that they all should be quieter, so they begin the entrance ceremony. The representatives must prepare for the oath. They both stood up from their seats. Suzuya grabbed Luke by the shoulder and said that he should see. He grew up so magnificent. He hugged her and said that this is their son. They both approached the queen, started talking, like at a rehearsal, and he thought that he should not worry. Even if he forgot something, he could improvise. The main thing is to finish without problems. He finished speaking and thought that now it was Carol's turn. She said that being nearby and supporting. She began to get nervous, repeating only this line, and Yuri turned to her with a worried look and wondered if she had forgotten the text. If she had forgotten her speech, then why was she so self-confident? Besides, she was also trying to offend him. She was ready to cry, turned to him, and he wondered why she was looking at him like that now. Of course, he read a little and her text too. He quietly prompted her text. She immediately remembered everything and said that by supporting and acting, she swears that she will study conscientiously. He went forward and thought that somehow everything was settled. Only the last thing remained. He approached the queen, knelt down, kissed the hand that she extended, then raised his head and looked at her face. The students began to disperse after the ceremony, and Maero said that he spoke quite calmly. He said that he would not call it that. He was a little nervous about it, and he asked if he did not mind, whether he would like to have lunch with him afterward. He thanked him for the offer, apologized and said that, however, he promised to see his family. He regretted it, but Carol approached them and screamed loudly to get his attention. He turned to her. She grabbed his hand, pulled him along with her, and loudly said that he should come here. The protagonist was indignant about this, loudly asked her to stop, and said that she should at least let him say goodbye. She agreed. He turned around, apologized, and said he needed to go. It was nice talking to him. Miaro reciprocated with a friendly smile and wished him well. He waved goodbye, and she impatiently tugged at his hand and loudly said that they should go faster. Then they came to an empty office. She looked around the hallway to make sure no one was nearby, and then closed the door behind her. He turned to her when she was about to say something, but suddenly she started crying with a very sad expression on her face. He was very confused because he didn't understand anything, asked her not to cry and asked what happened. She continued to cry and said that she was offended. She decided to compete with him, but lost, and all because of a phrase, and he reminded her of this. Such a shame. He thought it was clear now, so she was trying to compete with him. Because she got a lower score than him on the test, she wanted to make up for her loss. Although he personally thinks that she has more ability than him. He asked in a confused voice, did she bring him here to tell him about this? She calmed down a little, wiped away her tears, denied it, and said that she wanted to thank him, sort of. She was able to finish her speech and was grateful to him for it. She opened the door and said that that was all she wanted to say. She was about to leave, but he asked her to wait and said that he thought he had behaved in an ungracious manner too. He didn't want to offend her. She said that she was angry because he didn't have the pride of a knight. It was not worthy of her, as a future ruler, to lose to someone like him. MC said that if she was the ruler, then the vassals should swear allegiance to her. Why was she competing with those of lower status than her? Carol said with a small smile that a ruler should be stronger and smarter. He was a little confused by this and said that he didn't understand her logic. She asked loudly in an indignant tone, does he understand that she doesn't want to lose to him? Otherwise, it will turn out that she will be worse than a scoundrel. He said in a calm tone that he didn't care about the exams, so she should try. These words hurt her, and she asked in an angry voice, does he mean that she will never win? He was a little nervous and said that it would be a problem for him if she resisted. She shouldn't worry. He wouldn't try hard, so she would go around him again. This made her very angry. She loudly insulted him, walked down the hallway, and said that she already regretted thanking him. She calmed down, turned around, pointed her finger at him, and said that, however, she would never lose to him. She walked on. A small smile appeared on his face, and he said that the ceremony turned out to be very troublesome. The next morning, at the Howe family house, Sham was straightening Yuri's suit and asked in an upset tone, is he really leaving? He said that he would miss her too. However, starting next year, she will also be studying and they will see each other soon. If you look at the distance from the Earth to the Moon, then she can consider them very close. She still felt sad about it. He had an idea and said that he would give her an assignment. While she was solving this, she wouldn't be so lonely. Right? She smiled and said that it was a promise. She would wait for him. After some time, he reached the academy, looked at his few bags, and said that he had packed his things. He should do something with it. He wouldn't be able to carry it all at once, so maybe he should hide it for a while? Although, no one would steal it. Myro noticed him, called his name, and said that he seemed to be thinking. He approached him. They greeted him, and he said that he simply didn't understand where to register and didn't know where to leave his things. He offered to walk him home, and said that, however, the things should have been sent in advance. The protagonist was surprised by what he heard, sighed with displeasure, and thought that something was definitely wrong with his father. He offered to help him and said that they could go. The dorm was not far from here. They came with his bags to a line of people standing at the entrance, while the students one by one walked into the dorm. When it was his turn, he approached the worker, gave his name, and she said that he had the first room on the second floor. He could use the safe in the room to store his personal belongings. He received the key. The two of them walked down the hallway, and Mayaro said that he had the second room, which meant they were neighbors. He turned to him and said with a smile that they were lucky. They reached his room. He put down his big bag and sighed with relief. MC turned to him, thanked him, and said that he had helped him a lot with this. He said that there were only newcomers in this dorm. He was pleased to do business with him for the next 15 years. He reciprocated, they said goodbye, and he thought that he was the heir of one of the 7 great witch families. He was a nice guy. It seemed like he would be able to get along with him. After that, he entered the room and saw a guy looking at him with a serious expression on his face. He greeted him, introduced himself, and thought, this means this is his roommate. Where does this hostility come from? The student said in a very serious tone that he hadn't heard of him. He cracked his knuckles, stared at him, and he carried his things to the closet and wondered who he was. He saw his closet, put his bags there, turned around and thought that he didn't even want to talk to him. How much longer would he look at him like that? With Mayaro, it was completely different, and he finally believed that everything was going well. He should go out and look around the dorm. He looked at his bag, started putting away his books, and thought that this was already his 3rd diary. He writes in Japanese, so if someone takes it, they might suspect something was wrong. It's better to lock the 2 he's written. He closed his closet, put his bag on the bed, and then put the diary and writing utensils on the table. The guy cried out in a serious tone and asked who told him he could use this table. He turned to him and said that there were 2 tables, and things were already on one. Couldn't they use the empty table? He said that it was possible, but only with his permission. He did not understand the reason for his behavior, and asked if he could know his name. He stood up abruptly and asked loudly what he had just said. He asked him not to shout and said that he thought maybe he was a member of the royal family. He approached him and said in a serious tone that he should not think that he was allowed to do everything just because he was in charge. Yuri was a little nervous, but still said in a calm tone that he proposed to discuss this about the tables, talk, and decide. He turned away away and said that he did not want this. He pointed at himself and said that his name was Dora Godwin. He heard his last name and thought that it turned out that he was Gal's son. He had heard that he was a hooligan, but to live with him for all 15 years. He asked if he knew that he knew his father. He leaned towards him with a displeased face and asked, "So what?" He praised him and now he turned up his nose? He denied it and wondered what he had gotten himself into. He threw the inkwell on the floor with a wave of his hand, loudly called him a nerd, and said that he thought too highly of himself. This place is for those who want to become a knight. They are fighting to protect the country and he is here to learn. To defeat the enemy, he doesn't need paper and quill. A spear, a sword, a shield and strength, that's what he needs. He had no right to stand there just because he got high scores on the tests and he doesn't acknowledge him. He looked at him with a smirk until he answered and said that he should answer something. What's wrong with him? Scared? He grabbed his diary, smirked, and asked what it was. He looked at the binding and asked if it was a study book that he specially brought. He noticed that it said "Do not touch," started hitting him on the head with the book, and asked who he thought he was. The protagonist said in a very serious tone that he must return it. It was a valuable thing for him. Dora asked with an arrogant look, was he in a position now where he could command? He threw his diary on the floor and began to stomp on it with a wide smile. He was incredibly angry about what happened and thought that this was his 10 years. He asked in a very serious tone, is he a dog if he doesn't understand words? Then fine. He will treat him the same way. He can attack if he is a dog that can do more than just bark. He got angry because of his words, ran towards him and tried to punch him. Unexpectedly for him, MC parried his blow and struck him in the stomach. He grabbed his stomach because of this and couldn't move, and he ran up to him and threw him hard to the side. Darrow hit his back against the wall, and he ran up to him and struck him very hard in the stomach. MC sat on top of Dora and told him that he asked for it, right? Dora told him to shut up. After that, Yuri hit him and said that he shouldn't talk. He should answer the question. Did he start the fight now? Dora answered positively. After that, MC hit him again. He asked him, so he was ready for this? He said that it was very valuable to him, didn't he? He should answer. Dora answered positively and said that he said so. After that, Yuri grabbed Dora and asked him, so, he's okay with killing him? Dora was shaking all over and didn't answer. After that, he lost consciousness. At that moment, the door opened and Nada walked in. She saw Dora lying on the stairs and ran to him. She started shaking him and told him that he needed to come to his senses. Then she shouted that someone should go to the infirmary and call a doctor. MC stood nearby and shaking himself said she shouldn't have shaken him like that. He merely lost consciousness. Nada asked him what they'd done here. Yuri straightened his tie and said he'd attacked him, but he merely responded. Nada demanded he explain everything in more detail. MC said that was all. He had no more explanations. Nada glared at him and said she didn't see an ounce of guilt in him. Yuri glared at her as well and asked if it wasn't her business to be ashamed now. She'd been the one who'd assigned the students to rooms, and there'd been a dangerous dog in his room that had threatened him. After which, it had attacked him with its fists. If he hadn't defended himself, the outcome could have been different. She didn't see any guilt. He shouldn't feel it. Nada said they'd deal with him later. For now, he needed to tell his family and go home. MC gathered his things and left the office. Mayaro ran up to him and called him. He made his way through the crowd and apologized, saying he needed to go. He told Yuri there was blood on his face and they needed to wash it off. It looked bad. MC apologized and said he shouldn't pay attention to it. After that, they stood outside by the well. Mayaro was pouring water on his hands. Yuri said they had just met him, and it was already time to say goodbye. He exhaled heavily and said he never thought he would be expelled for this reason. Mayaro laughed and said that it was impossible for him to be expelled. It was just a fight between boys. He guaranteed it. MC replied, that's how it was. He thought his words were surprisingly calming. Mayaro said he shouldn't worry about it. Yuri replied that he should stop laughing. After that, he thought he really was a good person. The Hao family home. MC stood in front of his mother and hid his injured hand. Suzuya told him he should show it. Luke said it was just a fight, that things happen. Suzuya yelled at him to keep quiet for now. Then she asked Yuri if he hit him. MC hesitantly answered yes. After that, she hit him on the head and said that if the two of them were fighting, that meant he was also to blame. Since he also liked to fight, they should get along. Once he came back, he should definitely make peace with him. Yuri held his head and thought, what kind of parenting methods were these? After that, Suzuya asked him if he would answer her. MC thought that he still couldn't beat his mother. Yuri answered yes. The next day at the dorm, MC got out of the carriage and headed into the building. The driver wished him luck. Yuri thanked him. After that, he thought that, judging by his father's words, Dora wasn't paying much attention. After this, MC approached the entrance and saw Dora standing in front of him. He asked him why he was standing there. Yuri approached him and wanted to pass by. However, Dora said that he hadn't lost. The fight continued. MC asked him if he hadn't lost, then what was losing to him? Okay, then he would accept losing in this fight. Dora caught up with him and said that it wasn't over yet. He should prepare and wait for him. Yuri replied that he didn't want to, that way he definitely wouldn't defeat him. The next moment, Dora blocked his path and asked, is he going to run away? MC replied that in a real fight, he'd already be dead. His fight is life and death. With that attitude, it's hard to beat him, especially him. Dora said that he would try again after he trained, then he shouldn't run away. Yuri said that he should make sure he didn't curse in his sleep at night. Dora shouted after him that he wouldn't do that. He shouldn't underestimate him. MC entered the office and thought that the floor had been repaired. The inkwell was still there, and so were the things. So, not everything was over yet. Then the bell rang, and everyone headed to the dining room. Afterwards, Nata stood in front of everyone and said that to graduate from the academy, they needed to earn 300 points. They should double-check the information on the board. Yuri thought that, in short, half of those 300 points were special subjects for knights, and techniques that utilize physical strength could take up a third of those 300. A lot depends on the choice. For example, not everyone can master the skills to control royal eagles. The remaining 150 points are languages, mathematics, history. Basically, the usual subjects. Incidentally, here you can choose the ancient language he studied, the language of Shang. But there is one subject that really interests him, the language of Kura. He hadn't thought it would be possible to learn the language of an enemy country here. In the event of war, people who know the enemy's language play a huge role. This knowledge can become a treasure for life. Nada said that today they would conduct a test for exemption from mandatory courses. Those who felt they didn't need them could take the test and receive 0 grades. MC thought he was very lucky. They would literally fall from the sky. Nada said that from now on, they should follow the teacher's instructions, and that would be it. Yuri thought that 3 years with Satsuki hadn't been wasted. He silently thanked her. After that, MC studied, wrote something, and then went into the office. As night fell, Yuri felt hungry. He thought he had been busy with tests, and now the day was over, but he had already been exempted 40%. After that, MC noticed Mayaro in the cafeteria. He approached him and asked if he could sit next to him. Mayaro replied yes. Yuri thanked him and said he'd heard about 300 units and was scared, but it was good they'd thought of such a system. Then MC asked him, hadn't he been exempted too? Mayaro answered affirmatively and said a whopping 93%. Yuri said that was great. He didn't know he was good at studying. He was smart, after all. Then Mayaro asked, what about him? MC replied that he had 120%. Mayaro's spoon dropped, and he asked, 120? Yuri awkwardly answered affirmatively. Mayaro said he'd studied before too, and if it meant graduating faster, that was a plus. He agreed, but it usually took a long time to graduate from the Knight Academy. He asked him why that was. He said there were combat skills there, so it would take about 7 years, meaning if all went well, he'd graduate at 17. Mayaro replied negatively, saying that they only give final classes at 20, since there are many cases where their young students are immediately sent to the battlefield. MC replied thoughtfully, so that's it. What about a liberal arts school? Mayaro replied that you can graduate very quickly, and the system there is such that the sooner you graduate, the better. It's much different from a Knight Academy. Yuri asked him if he knew so much about this. Where did he learn all this? Mayaro replied that, like it or not, such things are appropriated if you live in a family of mages. MC thought about his family being one of the 7 great families of mages. Since ancient times, mages existed to be the hands and feet of the king. But in reality, they wield power and do whatever they want, even committing crimes. For example, if they entrust you with the work of ships, they hire stevedores to plunder the fleets of others. There's no way to prevent this, because the people who keep order themselves allow the theft, and they even force people to take bribes. This only lines their pockets. There's simply no easier work to be found. Stevedores are the ones who unload the ship. For them, it's routine. The fact that they're carrying out such dirty deeds in the field is very bad. Corruption exists in every country. This doesn't mean the country is bad if the 7 great families of magicians have held such power since ancient times. It means that throughout history, there's never been a purge of corruption. They're completely mired in it. Mayaro said that their family is in real estate, but their system doesn't work for people. Yuri said, I see, he has a negative attitude toward it, maybe because he's a guy. Mayaro said that his family is much cooler. He'll become the head of the family in the future. Right? MC said he wouldn't want that. At that moment, Mayaro fell backwards. Yuri asked him if he was okay. Mayaro, shocked, asked, how come? His family was renowned for its rich history. He'd heard he'd helped his father before. MC thought he'd even known that. Mayaro asked him if he wasn't studying to become the head of the family someday. Yuri thought he'd give the place to his cousins once they found partners. Working on a farm suited him better. Mayaro said he was the owner of the farm and thought he was more suited to the role of head. MC thought he liked his past life, so calm and peaceful. He said that if he found a worthy bride, that would be a different matter. No one knows what will happen in the future. Maybe he would become head? Mayaro awkwardly answered yes. Yuri suggested they should think about their schedules. They would just schedule some joint activities. Mayaro answered yes. After a while, MC let out a tired sigh and thought that since today was his day off, he should take a stroll around the capital. At that moment, he noticed a crowd gathering in the distance. Looking, he saw Carol. Yuri wondered what she was doing here, and in a man's uniform, no less. Then Carol noticed him and glared at him. MC thought he was scared. He'd better not bother her. After a while, Yuri got to the capital. He strolled through the city streets. He thought that the capital was fun after all. Everyone here was always busy with something. He thought he would stand out in uniform, It was good that he decided to change. MC continued walking through the streets of the capital, but someone was watching him. Yuri looked away and thought that he hadn't been here before. MC saw 3 men drinking alcohol. He thought they had been drinking since lunch. After a while, the men started fighting. Yuri thought, what an atmosphere, he just can't get used to this. He should avoid places like this. After that, MC heard a voice and thought, was it a woman's scream? If he wasn't mistaken, it was coming from somewhere nearby. After that, Yuri saw someone holding Carol and not letting go. Boone said that she should stand still. MC looked at her and thought, what? Carol screamed that he should let her go. She called for help. However, no one cared. Boone slapped her in the face and told her to shut up. What a noise a little girl was making. They should tie her up quickly. After that, he looked at her and said, that hair, is she really from the royal family? It can't be that people like that can walk around here and not get into trouble for it. Yuri was peeping at everything from around the corner and thought, this idiot, why is she even here? They seem to be hesitating. What do they want? Just kidnap someone, or specifically the girl? It would be great if they ran away themselves as soon as they found out about her origin. But he had a bad feeling about him. After that, Boone looked back and saw MC. He shouted at him that he should get out of here. After that, Yuri hesitantly said that this girl is his servant. Do they really want to kidnap her? Boone asked him, servant? After that, Zuko asked, what about the money? MC said he thought her parents would pay, but they'd be worried. Yuri thought there were only 4 of them. 3 of them nothing more than trash. Boone ordered him to shut his mouth. MC thought, but their leader is different. From his looks, you can tell he's a soldier. He'd seen that look in his family before. Cold and lifeless. Terrifying to the point of horror. After that, Boone approached Yuri and threatened him with a knife. He was asking him, who is she? MC said that if he answered his question, he wouldn't kill him. Boone replied that everything depended on his answer, but they would still take her with them. Yuri said that then they should take him. Wouldn't they get more money that way? After his words, Boone smiled and said they'd see about that. After a while, they were led into some room. Carol tried to say something, but she was gagged. Zuko said she should shut up. He hit MC and said he would ask him again, who is she? He had to answer him. Yuri said he didn't know, he forgot. Zuko said he shouldn't make fun of them. Boone stood aside and later said that then they needed to check them both. Zuko answered positively. He said he needed to see what they had. So, that key. After that, Boone, seeing the key, approached MC and asked, it belonged to the Hao family, right? So she was from that family too? Yuri said. They all understood quickly. That's right, her name is Sham Hao. She is the daughter of the headman. MC mentally apologized to Sham, but he had no other choice. Boone asked, Sham? Of course, heard that they had a daughter, but blonde hair is a sign of the royal family. Yuri said that her ancestors inherited noble blood, so royal blood flows in her too. MC thought that if he was wrong, they would be killed immediately. Boone said, so that's how it is. The next moment, he approached Carol and grabbed her by the hair. He said that he shouldn't underestimate him. He should tell the truth. Was she really only blood inherited? Yuri shouted that he wasn't lying. He could check for himself. Boone shouted back that he shouldn't lie to him. He would send her to the castle. MC shouted that it was the absolute truth. She was the former headman's daughter. After that, Boone laughed and said that he didn't think he would be able to meet her. Then he apologized to him and said that he shouldn't be offended. Yuri wondered if he really knew the headman. Boone brushed his bangs aside and said that his life wasn't what it was before. No matter how much he fought, he still remained in the shadows, how hungry he was. Then Boone hit Carol and said that they had to hurry. They had to stay quiet. After that, he left the room. Meanwhile, MC quietly apologized to Carol for using her to get up. He'd untie her now. After that, Yuri untied the rope he was wearing. He then told her that she should give him her hands. He always takes it for such occasions, so it came in handy. After that, MC untied their hands and walked to the door. Carol asked him why, if he just left, he wouldn't be sitting there now. Yuri replied that they weren't strangers, and he himself hadn't noticed that she was being followed. Carol replied that he could call her by her first name, without formalities. After that, MC said that she had been kidnapped, and he hoped that the guards would soon notice her disappearance and come to her aid. After all, he came from a family of warriors. He understood that if others found out about the ransom, it would affect her reputation. Carol replied that she had now tarnished his family's name. She apologized to him and squeezed her hand. She said that she thought she could handle them, since she had trained for a long time. But because of their screams, her body seemed to turn to stone. She was so scared for the first time. Carol thought that the beautiful view from the castle reminded her of a painting. She never tried to see the other side of it. Afterwards, she asked him how he could remain so calm. Wasn't he scared? She thought about his eyes. After that, Carol said that she was scared. Yuri thought that she was still a child. He didn't even know what to say to her. He tried to remember something. He had never calmed anyone down before, except his father. After that, MC approached her and put his hand on her shoulder. He said that training is different from reality. Everyone gets scared the first time. In his first fight, he was very afraid. Yuri thought that it looked like he was a former soldier, but then the state should have taken care of him. Since that didn't happen, maybe he was a soldier from the Kirihina kingdom. MC told her that a lot of guys like that gather in places like this. They were too naive when they came here. If she didn't pull herself together, the darkness would consume her. After that, he grabbed her face. Carol asked, "What's wrong?" Yuri replied that it was especially so since she was a princess, and he knew her abilities. These blows didn't hurt him as much as her slap. Carol listened to him and then smiled. MC extended his hand to her and said that they should go back. Carol took his hand and answered positively. After that, she asked him, "But how will they escape from here?" "He'll try to break the window." Yuri replied that it was the second floor, so he wasn't sure they'd survive. After that, MC started circling Carol and examining her. Carol asked him, "What's wrong?" She asked him, "Is there something on her?" Then Yuri grabbed her from behind and asked if he could check something. Then he replied that this was excellent. Her buttocks were well trained, she would definitely not lose to them in running. Carol was very embarrassed and asked, "What?" At that moment, the guards heard something and entered the room. However, they saw only Carol in the room. Zuko asked, "Where is the kid?" MC was hiding behind the door at that time, and as soon as Zuko entered, Yuri stabbed him. He knocked him to the ground, snatched the knife from him and stabbed it into his leg. After that, MC headed towards the second guard. He also dealt with him with ease. At that time, the kidnapper was climbing the stairs and said that he finally succeeded. He felt relieved. At that moment, he looked up and saw Yuri in front of him, who was ready to stab him. After MC dealt with all the guards, Carol looked out of the room. She looked at it all in surprise. However, the kidnapper appeared behind her and grabbed her. He said that they were damn children. At that moment, Carol realized and kicked him. The kidnapper let go of her and said that it hurt. After that, Carol ran to the side, then returned and hit him between the legs. The kidnapper fell to the ground in pain. Carol asked him how he liked it. After that, Yuri handed her the knife and praised her. She was great. All their things were in place. They didn't take any money either. Of course, this isn't the best place, but if they go to a more crowded street, everything will be fine. They need to run. Carol looked at him and nodded positively. MC opened the door and they ran as fast as they could. At this time, Boone was standing outside the door. He saw them and asked in surprise, "What?" Yuri noticed him, took Carol's hand, and said that they need to run here. Boone rushed after them in pursuit and said that he wouldn't let them escape. After a while, MC and Carol continued running. Carol looked around and thought, "What is this place? Is this really the capital?" Yuri said that she should watch carefully. She wouldn't see something like this from the castle window. MC thought this was the dark side of the capital. Carol thought she really didn't know about it. At that moment, Boone appeared in front of them and said they were caught. This was his yard. The game of tag was over. He wouldn't let them escape until he got the money. Yuri said that if he wanted the money so much, then he could take it. Then he threw the bag of money at him. Boone cut it in half, and the money flew everywhere. The residents were surprised by this turn of events. They saw this and in disbelief shouted that it was money. After that, the residents ran to the place where the money was scattered. Thus, they blocked Boone's path to MC and Carol. Yuri told her that they needed to scatter this too. Carol answered affirmatively. Boone grabbed one of the residents and told him that he had to go. He was in his way. Then he looked ahead and saw that they had already disappeared. Boone cursed loudly. MC and Carol finally managed to escape. They stood there, trying to catch their breath from the long, fast run. Yuri said he hoped they were safe now. Carol looked around and thought that this was an ordinary landscape, happy people, and a city radiating only light. This was the capital she knew. And how could such darkness be hidden behind it? Carol was very upset, and MC noticed. He exhaled and said that as soon as the fear receded, he felt hungry. Maybe they should go somewhere? Carol asked him in surprise. Even in this situation, how could he remain so calm? He was thinking about food. He was very strange. Yuri answered negatively and said that this was the first time he had found himself in such a situation. Carol replied, "That's how she is. She's still so immature. All she did was cry." MC smiled and said that he wouldn't say that about her. After all, she had hit someone too. After that, Carol thought for a moment and replied that she had done quite well. Yuri said that she should limit herself to just a slap. He wouldn't survive a blow like that. Carol indignantly replied that she hadn't intended to hit him. Enough of this. At that moment, Carol's servants ran up to them. The servant worriedly asked where she had gotten so dirty. What had happened to her? Carol replied that she had just gotten a little lost and then fallen. The servant asked her if she was alone too. That was dangerous, right? After that, she grabbed her hand and said that they were going back. Carol wanted to object, but the servant replied that she would listen to her on the way. At that moment, MC said that they should stop. They should let him say goodbye to her. The servant looked at him and rudely replied no. After that, Yuri took out a knife and said, "I see, but he is the son of the head of the Hao family, Yuri." The servant saw this and then bowed. She responded positively and said that she would prepare the carriage, and for now, they could say goodbye. Carol quietly told MC that she had to lie to them. Yuri calmly replied that she shouldn't pay attention to it. Carol said that she had caused him a lot of trouble, for which she apologized. MC said that the most important thing was that they were both alive. They shook hands and agreed to meet at the academy. Carol got into the carriage and said that she thanked him for today. Yuri was already home. He lay in bed and thought that he had just entered the academy, but had already found many adventures. It was exhausting him. One of his roommates hadn't returned yet, and the other roommate still hadn't moved in, even though classes started tomorrow. MC remembered Carol thanking him. He wondered if anyone had ever thanked him before. It brought back memories. It happened when he was a graduate student. He found out that he had been beaten to the punch in carrying out his plan. The tablet said new types of solar panels are only a good light in the world of manufacturing. Yuri thought he'd been so eager to get a job at a good company with this permit, but then it turned out someone had beaten him to it. After a few days off, he went to the lab, where he couldn't find his computer. His colleagues said someone had spilled water on it and it had broken. But he knew it had been stolen. The other workers had taken the special permit under some silly pretext. Then everything fell into place. Of course, he couldn't restore the memory, but fortunately, something was saved on the USB. He even hired a lawyer, gathered evidence, and filed a lawsuit. In the end, he got paid but lost his job. His girlfriend said he was an idiot, had a terrible temper, and was a bore. He couldn't see anything except his lab, didn't work, didn't study, and should throw out everything. MC told her that he had just received enough money to live happily, so if she said so, he would keep it for himself. After that, his girlfriend asked, What does this all mean? Yuri told her that she shouldn't care anymore. She told him to stop. At that moment, MC led her out the door and said that it was time for them to say goodbye. However, there was an abyss behind the door. At that moment, Yuri woke up in a cold sweat. He thought that it was good, that it was just a dream. Carol asked him if everything was okay. He was constantly tossing and turning in his sleep. MC got scared and asked her why he was there. Carol replied that it was her bed. Yuri said that he didn't know they would be roommates. It was the boys' room. Carol pouted and said that he was talking like everyone else. He better tell her. Was he just having a nightmare? MC answered positively and said that his girlfriend dumped him there and he was fired from his job. Carol said it was a shame he lost his job, of course, but it seemed to her that when the girl left, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yuri looked at her questioningly and asked, What? Carol said the girl was stupid. MC, perplexed, said he didn't understand anything. Carol replied that he should listen carefully. It didn't matter what gender he was, but if a person's material possessions were more important to him, then he was a fool. Such people always betray others. But a good man, even if she lost her title, would never betray her. Until she became a fool, of course. That's what her mother told her, but it's very hard to believe. Men can say they love each other, but in reality, they only look at appearances. In short, he should forget about that dream. Yuri looked at her in shock and thought she was strange. Meanwhile, Carol sat and thought, it's somehow strange. At that age, how could someone dream like that? MC said he was worried about her. Why didn't she ask them to move them? Carol got out of bed and said everything was fine. There was no point in entering the academy if he didn't make friends with the future knights. Of course, she could improve her relationship with them, but that was more important to her. For now, she wanted to ask him to play a game with her tonight. Yuri asked her if they should play together. Carol answered positively and asked, He's strong, right? MC didn't know what to say to that. After some time, Carol was training. The teacher said he was assigning her to the second squad. After that, he called the next one. Yuri answered positively and approached him. He said he was glad to meet him. The teacher shouted that they should begin. After that, MC rushed to attack the teacher. They trained in full swing. Yuri showed everything he was capable of, but he was unable to defeat the teacher. Even though MC fell from the blow, the teacher told him he had been well trained and was going to the first squad. After that, he called the next one. Yuri stood with everyone else and exhaled deeply. He thought that Carol knew how to move, and he had leveled up well. Two pairs of idiots who would only use brute force to get through. And Miaro. But overall, it was obvious. Miaro was told he would be in the fourth squad. MC thought he should calm down and join him. After that, Dora called Yuri and stood in front of him with a very angry face. He said that MC shouldn't think he had won. His team was doing very well. He should remember that. After that, Dora left. Yuri thought he was talking nonsense again, and he had even ambushed him. What the hell was that? Sometime later, MC was at the academy. He was sitting at his desk and thought that practical classes were in the morning and a math lecture in the afternoon. He has a lot of exceptions, so his schedule is different from everyone else's, and he is all alone. Harold approached Yuri and asked if he minded if he sat next to him. MC replied yes. Harold sat down next to Yuri and greeted him. He said his name was Harold Harrell. MC nodded and said his name was Yuri. Harold was surprised and said he was the heir to Hao. He had just met a celebrity. Yuri laughed awkwardly and asked, Is that true? He thought, Harold? He had never heard of such a name, and it was unusual. Harold said that he was attending classes at the academy for the last year to take over the family business. Had he missed classes? MC replied yes and asked, was he a student? Hadn't he seen him before? Harold said he could just call him by his first name. He was a student auditor. Yuri asked, so he was a civilian, not an academy student? Harold asked him, didn't he know? The academy allows civilians of any age to attend lectures as auditors. MC said, so that's why there are so many civilians here. And why here specifically? Harold replied that the tuition is cheaper and the teachers are better. He's a merchant's son, so if he can't do math or read and write, his peers will think he's stupid. He won't even be able to speak to nobles unless he gets an education. If he gets a bad tutor, it doesn't mean the teacher's knowledge is flawed. Yuri thought that was true, but at the institute, he's getting the same knowledge as aristocrats, so he can talk to his trusted business partners without any disagreements. MC asked him what he does for a living. Harold replied that it's trade. He's a sailor. He used to trade mainly with the Kirchner Kingdom, but it was ravaged by war, and the places he used to get goods from were destroyed during the war. so he can't just enter another merchant's territory. It's bad for business. Yuri thought he understood. It was like taking over a company on the brink of bankruptcy. There was no limited liability system in this world. If someone went bankrupt, they'd be stripped naked, literally and figuratively. But this was a family business that had been around for years, and they weren't going to give up that easily. It would be great if they could develop a new product, but there was no point in telling the people who sell it to come up with something new. At that moment, MC realized something and asked Harold, why doesn't he learn the Kura language and trade with them? He knew they were forbidden to trade with them, but that didn't mean it was forbidden in his country, right? Harold didn't answer. Yuri thought that countries at war with each other usually sever all diplomatic relations and ban their citizens from coming or going. But anywhere in the world, there are people who will circumvent this law if they know they can make money. If their citizens cross the border for business or travel, they could end up in a war zone. If they end up in a war zone, they could die or be captured, and that would be a problem. These people would be willing to do business with them by any means necessary. Harold said he hadn't even considered that. He should try. After that, he thanked MC and said he'd see what he could do about it. He hoped he wouldn't have any problems with the pirates. Yuri replied that he understood everything and later wished him luck. A few days later, Mayaro said it was clear to him now, so that's why Harold came to the Kura language lecture. Harold stood there in a cold sweat and answered in the negative. Mayaro said he shouldn't be shy about talking to him. He didn't mind. He was from the Herald Chamber of Commerce, wasn't he? Harold asked in surprise. He knows? MC thought. Was he that scared by the name? Afterwards, Yuri whispered to Mayaro that this was a fairly well-known trading house. He answered positively. MC thought it was a medium-sized trading house, but he'd heard rumors that it was going bankrupt due to the interference of Marmoset, one of the 7 great witch houses. Mayaro said they were busy persecuting merchants who refused their bribes. Yuri thought they were criminals, right? Harold might be a bit reserved around such people. Harold asked them what they were talking about. Mayaro said he'd explained that his shop had fallen victim to a racketeer. MC said that trading was just an idea. Did he think it would work? Mayaro answered positively and added that, however, behavioral issues might arise. The job would involve going directly to Kur territory to find trading partners. But if they killed a lot of people, even in self-defense, using their own private army, it could spread as piracy. The likelihood of this was slim, and if this is considered piracy, they face the death penalty. Yuri wondered if such actions were illegal. Indeed, such actions were no different from waging a private war on a very small scale. Mayaro said that if they were good enough to obtain something not available in this country, he was sure the reward would be great. Ambitious young merchants ready to take on such a risky undertaking? Harold nodded. Mayaro said that there was a Kura language teacher at the academy. She was a defector from the Kura people. Esther wished everyone a good day and said that she taught at the academy by the grace of Her Majesty the Queen. Her name was Esther Vino. As they could tell by the shape of her ears, she was a Kura, and it was a pleasure to meet everyone. MC thought it was the same girl. Mayaro said that she was a very religious person, having deserted as a heretic 3 years ago. What had she done to flee here? Yuri thought it was a very strange story. The shape of those ears. He'd heard that Kur and Shan couldn't have children. Were their physiologies really that different? So he'd expected them to be very different in appearance, but they looked more like humans than Shan. Even during the Shan Empire, when the Shan traded with the entire world, no one had yet found any difference. The Kur would have perceived them, the Shan, as long-eared hairy aliens living in a separate region. Esther said that, first of all, they had an introductory lecture today. The language she taught was called Terran, to be precise. MC thought that, according to his teacher, Terran wasn't the language understood throughout the entire Kur nation. Besides the kingdom of Sharta, where they were currently located, and the neighboring kingdom of Kirshner, there were many other countries and states. Naturally, there was no single language understood throughout the entire continent of Eurasia, but Terran was the official language in most of Europe. So according to his teacher, this is the most suitable language. And another point worth noting is the difficulty of learning this language. The course lasts only a year, which is too short to learn a foreign language from scratch. Therefore, the course is not very beneficial for students, so they are not particularly eager to enroll. Then, the teacher talked about the peculiarities of the Terran language. According to her, it is a language different from Shan, about the same as the difference between Japanese and English. He does not think it suits him. After this, Yuri looked at Harold and thought that he, on the contrary, seemed carefree. Perhaps he has experience in this field. Esther said that this is where she will end the lecture. She looks forward to working with them for the rest of the year. MC looked at Mayaro and asked him what happened. Mayaro replied that he did not know if he could do it. It sounded like an octopus or something. Yuri awkwardly replied that he understood him. Well, they still have a very long way to go, so they should just calm down. Mayaro laughed nervously. After that, MC asked Harold how he was doing. Harold replied that he thought he understood how he would plan the trade with Kur, and he would have to approach the matter very seriously. He should talk to his teacher about it when they met. Yuri said that he would go with him then. He also wanted to know more about it. A few days later, Esther asked, Trade with the people of Kur? She said it was very dangerous, but she didn't think it was impossible. If he wanted to start, she recommended the Republic of Albion. She had never been there herself. MC said it was an island nation off the coast of the continent, right? Why go there? She said she had heard rumors about the people who live there. They are not hostile to the Shan. Their religion is called Itusian. They are called Karlug, and their teachings do not discriminate against the Shan. But unfortunately, the majority of the population still does. Itus is a monotheistic religion and one of the core beliefs of Terran culture. Its doctrines despise the Shan, calling them demons directly responsible for the destruction of the great kingdom of Shantil. But he had never heard of so many different teachings and faiths. Yuri asked if these two sects use different scriptures. Esther responded negatively, saying that, firstly, their scriptures hadn't contained a single negative remark about the Shin from the very beginning. They simply said that the Shan were northern pagans with hair on their ears. At that time, they didn't distinguish between the Kur and the Shan as separate races. MC wondered what that meant. Did they view the Shan as outsiders to be exterminated? The peoples of Itus created a confederation called the Crusaders to defeat the Shan. It was these Crusaders who attacked the kingdom of Kirchner, the shield of this side, during the war 3 years ago. The declaration of war, therefore, stated that they were an army of the sons of God, created to mercilessly attack the demons who continued to desecrate their sacred land. If they, the devils, ashamed of their deeds and wishing to cleanse themselves of their filth, sacrifice their heads, then God, in his mercy, will grant them a portion of his favor. They must repent and repent. The Crusaders wage war based on a doctrine that justifies plunder and slave hunting. His uncle died fighting against precisely such people. Yuri called his teacher and asked if this wasn't the exact opposite of what the masses believed. The teacher answered in the affirmative and said that, unfortunately, such things happen. The original texts of Itus were created 2,000 years ago. The original texts still exist today, but they were written in an older language. The current version is a translation of the scriptures into the Terran language. Intentional translation errors were made, transforming the Shan from original pagans into demons. This is nothing short of blasphemy. That language is very complex, and only clergy speak it. MC thought this is how the masses distort their doctrine for their own convenience. The official Catholic Holy Scripture is called the King James Version, which is the basis for discrimination against the Shans. Apparently, not one person in 10,000 can read the original. Even if they are translated correctly, believers are unable to verify them by referring to the original scriptures. The medieval Europeans he knew considered themselves people of God's world, and considered people from the outside world infidels. Racism, prejudice, and discrimination arise in all worlds. Do they do the same? At that moment, Harold moved closer to Yuri and said that he didn't want to interrupt this conversation. But where is this Republic of Albion? MC called the teacher and asked if he could borrow the board for a minute. The teacher answered affirmatively and said that he could be her guest. Yuri drew a map of the world on the board. The teacher said it was a very well-drawn map. The two islands are called Albion. The southern half of the larger Albion Islands is occupied by a country called the Euphos Confederation, and they've been waging a war for some time, trying to reclaim these lands. The Karlugi sect, which split off from them before their teachings were distorted, don't consider the Shans to be demons. They have a reputation as pirates, so it's dangerous to approach them. But at least it's better than dealing with the Kur, who are Catholic. Catholics follow their own interests in interpreting scripture to please the Pope. MC thought a more accurate description for them would be a faction, not a sect. The distorted interpretation of the Shans is also something that wasn't part of early Catholic doctrine. Yuri asked, by the way, what sect is she? Esther replied that she's of the Vatashi school. It's a denomination that follows the teachings of early Catholics and develops them through research. She almost died trying to convert others to her faith, so perhaps in the end, all she had left was her religion. Harold and MC were shocked, thinking she was dead. She risked her life for the sake of preaching. Afterwards, Yuri said it was a shame. Esther replied that it was a shame, because faith is something that arises from within, a state when you can't stand still and not share your faith with many others. It's unnecessary, an obsession caused by the weakness of human nature. It's enough to believe in the faith that simmers within. Harold asked if she didn't mind. Could she tell him about this school? MC asked him if he was interested in religion. Esther answered yes. After a while, Mayaro and Yuri were playing a game. Mayaro thought he had a good idea. He called out to MC. However, Yuri didn't answer. He thought that the faith that arose within him, when he was a simple researcher in his past life, he believed in the ideas he pursued and dreamed only of them. But someone else stole them, and his dreams faded. He doesn't believe in others and doesn't expect them to believe in him. He didn't care, and after that, he lived within himself. But now he's different. He believes in love, and wants to believe in people. If he takes action now, he can change the course of events in the world, even if just a little. Maybe he has the strength to protect those dear to him. Mayaro was still trying to call MC. Yuri heard him and, apologizing, asked if it was his turn. He was moving the king. Mayaro said he was very strong. MC asked him if that was true. The chances of winning were about 50-50. Mayaro asked him what was on his mind. Yuri replied that he was thinking about what he should do at the academy. Mayaro asked if that was true. MC said he had practically no credits and a lot of free time. He's trying to keep himself busy. Living off his internship and studies is fine, but starting something new is even better, like Harold's idea. He has a business idea he's been thinking about for a long time, but it's not something he can do right now. Starting a business and creating a new product. Mayaro said that sounds like him. Okay, then they'll discuss it tomorrow. Mayaro replied that he'd be happy to do that. At that moment, Carol was watching them. She approached them and said that she wanted to play too. Yuri was a little surprised and asked her right now, but he was already going to bed. The next day, Carol was walking down the academy corridor. Everyone wished her good morning, and she did the same. Then she saw Sham, who was standing and waiting for her. She called her over and welcomed her to the night academy. Carol said that at her brother's request, she would walk her to the dorms. She could rely on her. Sham sincerely thanked her for this. MC and Mayaro were playing a game. Carol approached Yuri and asked why he didn't host it himself. MC replied that he would be happy to, but boys aren't allowed in the girls' dorm. How did it go? Carol introduced her to her roommate and said she could meet her roommate. Her name was Lily, and she was a very caring person. Lily smiled and waved at her. Carol told Yuri that, unlike her cousin, Sham was very nice. These words hit MC like a blow. He said that such words hurt him. Mayaro stood up and said that he lost. Was he really dating the princess? He'd better go so they could spend time together. Yuri looked at him in surprise and asked, "What?" Mayaro asked them if they were on a date. MC replied in the negative. Mayaro said that it looked like a date. Carol and Yuri simultaneously answered that they weren't dating. After a while, MC was standing next to the eagle. Yuri petted it and said it was a great honor to carry a princess on his back. It must be obedient. Carol was riding the eagle. She said that the seatbelt was fastened. MC said that she would have to be friendly with it because this eagle had a nasty character. She should be careful. Carol put on her glasses and said that she understood him. After that, Yuri said that since she understood, then she should fly forward. After these words, Carol and the eagle took off into the air. MC looked at them and thought that this was excellent. They were flying steadily. Star was not showing aggression towards Carol. He hoped that this would continue. They flew high. After that, Yuri decided to lie down for a while. He thought that the weather was very nice. He could sleep for a while. In this world, winter is completely different. However, he was not allowed to sleep, as Carla ran to him. She called him and said that he should wake up. After that, she caught her breath a little and asked if he had seen her older sister. MC looked at her and thought that he was seeing her for the first time. Was she a new student? Her hair was blonde. After that, Yuri said that he didn't even know who she was, so it was unlikely that he had seen her sister. Carla said that her hair was clear enough. Her name was Carla, and she was looking for her older sister, Carol. MC thought that this meant that she was Carol's sister. Sisters who look alike are very rare. After that, Yuri said that he was Yuri Hao, the eldest son of the Hao family. Carol is his roommate. They have been friends for a long time. Now her sister flies on an eagle, that's all. Carla replied, "So that's how it is, from the Hao family then." She sat down in front of him. He became worried, reached for the dagger and asked what she was doing. Unexpectedly for him, she said with a friendly look that she was offering to become best friends. He was confused by this and asked why she wanted to be friends with him. She asked. He agreed that it was a great honor to be friends with someone like her, right? He said that he would probably refuse because Carol was enough for him. She asked if he was by any chance dating her sister. He was very surprised by what he heard, and she said that if not, then she wanted to date him. He was confused by what was happening and asked why she needed this. He was not going to date or marry any of them. He was not interested in that. She stood up, was about to leave, and said that when her sister returned, he should tell her that she had been looking for her. She needed to tell her something. She said goodbye and left, and he wondered why she was acting so strangely. Maybe it was just her mood swings. Sometime later in the cafeteria, Carol called Yuri and asked if he knew her sister. He turned to her and said that he did. He forgot to tell her that she was looking for her to talk. She got angry because of this and asked loudly, did he remember this only now? She leaned towards him and quietly asked, was he in love with her sister? He said that she should stop talking nonsense. He talked to her only once, and that was the day she flew on the eagle. She said that, however, her sister tells everyone that they love each other. He said that she was probably telling what she dreamed. She asked, so that means he is not in love with her? He denied it, and she exhaled and said that it is good, now she is calm. He continued eating and said that he never thought that she would start spreading such rumors. Her sister is not that stupid, so why does she need it? She sat down next to him and said that, to be honest, she tries to be better than her in everything. Carla loves her very much. She also seems to be unhappy with her having helped Sham. Earlier, she came to Carol and loudly asked what was this. Why was she the one to accompany her? Usually, the dorm director gives a tour to all the newcomers. She can't believe that her older sister helped this girl. She turned to her and said that she was her friend's cousin. She should calm down because she is a member of the royal family. People shouldn't talk badly about her when she is not around. She should behave with dignity. She loudly called her sister and asked why she was doing this to her. At the moment, she said that this is what happened. She hopes that Carla doesn't do anything to Sham. He said that perhaps he had acted stupidly when he asked her for help. Dora came up to them and, with a displeased expression, told him that he should remain silent when she was talking, or he would kill him. He ignored him and said that, by the way, while running, his stomach twisted and he ran into the girls' restroom. He was very worried about this, ran up to him, called him an idiot and loudly asked him to shut up. The protagonist took a tray with empty plates and said that he'd better go. If he hadn't eaten yet, he could keep her company. He turned around and asked if she was okay with that. She agreed and they both decided to eat together. He looked at them and thought that, as expected, they were having fun. They continued their studies for 4 years. He sat in his room and wrote something in his diary until he heard a knock on the door. Carol entered the room, called him and said that he had received a letter from her mother. A little later, when the carriage arrived at the academy, she knocked on the door again, called him and said that she had come for him. Had he finished his preparations yet? He agreed, straightened his tie and asked, is he going to meet Her Highness? Wouldn't it be rude if he wore the academy uniform? She brushed the dust off his shoulder and said that he didn't have to worry because it wasn't an official meeting. Her mother just wanted to thank him, so he needed to relax and talk to her calmly. Now they had to go. He thought with a slightly nervous look that he would never have thought that he would be invited on such a strange matter. The letter from Her Majesty said that thanks to his memories from the past, he was able to suppress the spread of an infectious disease in their territory. He also heard that her father told him how to deal with it, and the damage was minimal. The two of them got into the same carriage and she said that it was still incredible. He was still concerned about the rules of etiquette. He agreed and said, after all, he is going to meet Her Majesty. It was understandable that he cared. She said that she couldn't believe that he was thinking that. He thought that he didn't know what she would ask him, so he needed to try and do his best to make everything go well. After that, they reached Ojo Island and came to the castle. MC knelt down and said that he was grateful to her for the opportunity to meet her. He was very glad to see her, Her Majesty. The Queen, sitting in front of him on a chair with a smile, said that she was glad to meet him. They could sit down. They both bowed and he asked for forgiveness. She said that, as the rumors said, he was a very polite child. He agreed, and Carol called him a liar and asked who he was telling this to. He called her respectfully, and she said in a displeased tone that he should stop. She even got goosebumps. She looked at them with a smile, laughed, and said that they were such good friends. A servant brought them a tray with cups and tea utensils, and she got up from her chair, thanked her, and said that she would do the rest herself. She agreed with the lady, after which she made tea for everyone. The Queen drank the tea and said that it tasted amazing. She began to brew tea better. Carol thanked her for the praise, and she said that she calmed down a little. Now they can continue their conversation. She called him and said that, thanks to the fact that he came up with an effective method against smallpox, many people's lives were saved. She was grateful to him for that. Yuri said that he had thought about it for a long time, and then heard about this method from a shepherd. It is a common occurrence among them. In other words, it is a rediscovery for them. She said that she cannot believe that this has not been made public yet. She would like to thank him. What does he wish? He asked thoughtfully. Should it be some kind of thing or money? She said he could choose anything, as long as it was within common sense. He said that he would then like her to grant him a patent. He would like it if he invented something in the future, to have his profits and property rights protected from theft. For example, if he invented a watch, he could make a large profit selling it. If someone else stole the designs and imitated it, the invention would be pointless. Then no one would try to invent anything new. So he wants a system in which those who use inventions pay the original creator a certain amount from sales. It would probably be unfair to always have property rights. Perhaps a period of 20 to 30 years should be set, after which the invention becomes available to the public. It would be beneficial for the country if everyone could use it. She said thoughtfully that it was different from a regular patent. She needed to discuss this with other people. She believes that a similar system can be used not only by him, but also by the rest of the country's inhabitants. He agreed to this and said that as long as he is protected and his opinion is taken into account, he has no complaints. Carol, surprised, called him by name and asked, "He's just a schoolboy. What money is he talking about? What about his duty as a knight?" The protagonist said that money is money, and for knights, it is never enough. She became even more confused because of this and asked what he is talking about. For knights, training and studies should be of primary importance. The Queen called her and said that she should listen to her. Maybe she doesn't need to earn money, but she shouldn't forget that not everyone can afford such luxury. Most people in this world need to work to earn a living. She doesn't say that she should abandon her studies, especially since he himself is a smart student, first in school. What kind of arguments could there be on her part? Besides, if people start earning money, their country will become richer. There's nothing strange about that. She couldn't object, fell silent, and was ready to cry. but he noticed this and remained silent. He said that she just shouldn't take all this to her head. She got angry about this and asked loudly, "You decided to mock me, right?" The queen got angry about this and loudly called her name. Sometime later, in the knight's dormitory, MC sat at the table and, looking a little tired, said that as soon as he'd gotten involved in all this, so many problems had arisen that he didn't even want to deal with it anymore. Mayaro said it was only to be expected that they'd have to deal with witches to trade. He agreed, thinking that in the very center of economic life, in the capital of Sibiak, the economy was controlled by witches. If they offered a truly legendary product, after selling it, they would produce thousands of similar ones. Moreover, they poisoned anyone who dared to interfere with their dominance, ruining their markets, and even stealing the goods themselves. Because of this, no one even wanted to put new goods on sale, knowing that it was a hopeless undertaking from the start, no matter how hard they tried. He said that if they started selling, they'd simply be crushed like insects, and that was it. A patent would be somehow calmer. Carol came to them, called him, and said he had received a letter from her mother. He opened the letter and saw that it said that it had been decided to recognize his invention as the first patented in the country. She also handed him a bag of money and said that there was one more thing, a reward. He realized that there was about 30,000 in it, and she said that the 7 great witches had already started filing complaints. They didn't understand this whole system, where he had to pay for using the patent. It seemed they didn't like it, something like being in debt to his family. This, of course, was a relatively small amount, but he had to use it wisely. She left. Mayaro looked at it, agreed that the amount was small, and Yuri thought that he was having a hard time with money. They returned to the table, and he said that now they could safely continue their trading plan. He agreed, and said that now they needed to find workers. He asked, however, what kind of people they were looking for. He said that since they weren't just reselling things they found somewhere, they needed to hire people who knew a thing or two about more than just sales, someone who can easily adapt to new challenges. In such cases, they usually turned to the merchant guild. He thought that, however, all the guilds in the capital were under the control of the 7 great witches. It was unlikely that they would support the very idea of him trading in the capital. He said in a displeased tone that those 7 witches were getting in their way again. That meant they wouldn't get workers from the capital. Mayaro had an idea and said that he had one person in mind. His name was Kaf Onet. He belonged to the guild from which his family often shopped. However, he incurred the wrath of the witches, which is why he had to leave the guild. Then they managed to talk for a while, where he mentioned how much he disliked this whole rotten system of relations between the witches and the merchant guilds. It seemed they could trust him. He thought about it, and he asked, by the way, what product did he receive a patent for? The protagonist took out a letter and said that it was for a product that would revolutionize the concept of parchment. After some time, he packed his things and went to the far part of the city, entered a building, knocked on the door, and the man inside said that the door was open. He went inside and apologized. Inside, he saw a man sleeping on the couch, as well as empty bottles on the floor and many objects in the room. He introduced himself and said that he came to him on a tip from a friend. If he is not mistaken, he is Mr. Kaf Onet, right? His last name caught his attention, and he asked who sent him the young man anyway. He doesn't have time to play games with him, okay? He thought it was only noon, but he was already drunk. He doesn't think Mayaro deceived him about his ability. He said that he had already written to him in a letter that he was going to sell the new product in the capital. He said that it was useless. Whatever he did, the damned witches would steal it too. He could forget about it. This is how everything works in the country these days. He started looking for something in his bag and said that he shouldn't worry about that. Her Majesty Shimone issued a decree that will abolish this system. He took out a letter, showed it to him, and said that it was proof. He opened the letter, read it, and asked what kind of new product he had there. MC took a small box out of his pocket, which contained a small parchment, and said that here it is. It is a sample of paper created from the waste that they collected from the spinning wheels of their subjects. He took it and said that it is, of course, rough, but much better than the same parchment. He said that for now it is a prototype. Through trial and error, he is confident that they will be able to create a full-fledged product. He continued to examine it and asked what was required of him. He said that he would manage the production and sale of the product. In a sense, he would be doing the work that, in theory, he should be doing. He asked in surprise, did he really allocate a free space in his schedule for this? He said he was still studying and therefore couldn't work during class. Naturally, he was still just beginning to develop the necessary paper-making technology. Koff handed him the letter and the sample and asked, by the way, what about the money? He took it and said it wasn't much, but it was a stable salary. If sales went well, they could discuss a raise. He sighed, looked at him, and asked, did he really think he'd succeed? He said that if the development and production of the product could be stabilized, then in 10 years, parchment would disappear from the current market altogether. He clutched his head and said he didn't seem to understand. The Parchment Guild belonged to one of the 7 witches, Laclamats. They would also hinder him, and not just hinder him a little. They would threaten him and even destroy his manufactories. All this is because new products inevitably threaten the current market, but he no longer needs to worry about that. He said that in the future, trees, of which there are a huge number, will be cut down to produce paper. If they manage to organize a production system, the price of paper will be half that of parchment, which is made from animal skin. No matter how powerful the witches are, they will inevitably be banished from the economic arena. Kaf opened the bottle, poured alcohol into a glass, and said that he was so overconfident. How would he prove that he would succeed? Yuri asked if he wanted a guarantee that his plan would be realized. He agreed with this, but he thought it was a failure, so Miaro was wrong. He went to the exit and said that, since he still didn't believe in him, then he would find another merchant. Even peasants in the fields sometimes have to rely on luck, and he asks him to find him proof that it is possible to make a fortune by driving witches from the capital. He has a great goal before him, and to achieve it, he needs a partner in the form of a capable merchant. However, can you really call a man a merchant who is not willing to take risks? You will never make much money with such a person. Let such a merchant continue to be afraid of risks and work dirty work for small sums under the wing of witches. He was told that he left the guild only because he hated this rotten system, but it seems he had the wrong address. He said goodbye to him, left his room, and started to leave. Kaf caught up with him, loudly asked him to wait, and he turned to him. He asked with a little trepidation. He said that he came on a tip from a friend. Could he tell who it was? He named Miaro and said that it was his classmate. He was surprised by what he heard, apologized, and said he was right. It seemed he had become more stupid with age, but asked to be allowed to help him. After some time, the protagonist returned to his workshop, carrying a bag with something on his back, knocked on the door, and warned him that it was him. He allowed him to enter and said that he had prepared the necessary raw materials for making paper. He tore the collected scraps of fabric into small pieces and separated them according to the original material. It's normal that the basin is so big, right? He approached a large basin of water, agreed, and said that it was time to experiment. He put the tool that caught his attention on the floor and said that Lily had made it for him. She was a very good craftswoman. Kaf asked what they would use as a basis. He said that initially he had planned to boil the crushed wood in alkaline water and make fiber, but since they were experimenting today, they would try working with tow. He went to the basin, checked the waste, and then poured it into the water. He took off his jacket, rolled up his sleeves, took the tool, and began to lower it into the water, shaking it occasionally. He thought that with the help of this tool, the long fiber floating on the water collects at the bottom, gets woven together, and becomes thicker. Later, MC took the tool out of the water and placed it on the fabric. He approached it and, with a slightly worried voice, asked what he thought about it. He looked at it with a happy expression on his face and said that he was right-handed, so the right side turned out thicker. But something was already working out. All that was left was to squeeze out the water, let the paper dry, and everything was ready. This was just a test. I need to try again. This caught his attention, and he said that he then asked to let him try to do it. He allowed it, watched as Kaf repeated what he had done, and thought that he was already worried whether he could cope with it. But apparently without alcohol, he was much more energetic, so he could rely on him. He called him by name and said that he could no longer address him respectfully. It was somehow strange when a boss addressed his subordinate like that. He agreed with this. A month later, Yuri was walking down the corridor at the night academy. Someone patted him on the shoulder. He turned around and was very surprised at who did it. Harold waved to him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He agreed with a very surprised voice and asked how much time had passed since his trading voyage with the people of Kur. Teacher Esther was very worried about him. He asked for forgiveness, and he calmed down, took a deep breath, and said that he would expect souvenirs from him. He agreed and asked what was new here. He said that he was going to sell a new product in the capital and was currently developing it. He was surprised by what he heard and asked what kind of product it was. The protagonist handed him his development. He took it and asked, "Is it paper, not parchment?" He said that he called it how paper. It is made of tow. This is just a sample. But he is sure that soon he will be able to present a full-fledged product. He was very surprised by this and asked if he would show him where he makes this thing. He said that he was just going to visit the new workshop. He could go with him. True, it is quite far, but he is very proud of it. After that, they went to the workshop on a bird. They stopped, went downstairs, and Harold, looking very tired, said that this was his first ride on a bird. He asked if he was okay. There used to be a barn here, so he can see the water wheel that collects water from the river for the cattle. They will need a lot of water to produce paper. Thanks to the river being in the upper reaches of the Sibiak, the water here is clean. It's just the perfect place. He opened the door and allowed them in. They went inside together, and he was surprised when he saw this workshop. He praised the place. MC thanked him for it, and Koff came up to them, called him, and said that he should take a look here. He improved their sample. Harold and he recognized each other. He, with a face full of disgust, called him by his last name and asked what he was doing here. He pointed his finger at him and asked loudly, "What is he doing here?" He said in a displeased tone that he was the one asking that first. He stood between them, and with a slightly worried look, said that he was his business partner. Do they know each other? He gritted his teeth with anger and said that this was his trade competitor. How many times had he interfered with him using his dirty tricks? He, with a displeased look, said in response that he was just doing his job. However, he is still the same as he was then. right? He was offended by these words and asked if he hadn't been hit in the face for a long time. He asked if he seemed to enjoy throwing punches and then sitting and crying. He was just a young man pretending to be a sailor. Harold screamed loudly in anger and ran towards him to attack. Yuri was surprised by this, tripped him, and caught him by the collar when he started to fall. He called him by name and said that he would not allow them to start a fight here. He loudly asked them not to hold him, called Kaf a freak, and was about to say something about it. He called him loudly and said in a serious tone that despite what had happened between them before, he must remember that this was his workshop. He worked hard for many years to save money to provide himself with workers and this barn. He even asked Lily to create a previously unseen tool. All that fiber that he sees is worth an incredible amount. If he wants to destroy all this because of some stupid quarrel, then he should leave here right now. He calmed down, asked for forgiveness, and he helped him get up, called him, and said that it concerns him too. If they want to fight, they should go outside. They looked at each other with dissatisfied faces, but said nothing. The protagonist said that now they should change the topic and look at the sample. Kaf brought the sample, put it on the table, and asked how he liked it. He took it, touched it, and with a happy expression on his face, said that he had done an excellent job. It was no longer embarrassing to sell, an absolutely smooth surface, and almost no visible pieces of fabric. How did he improve this paper? He said that he reversed the process of squeezing water. Since the pressure process uses a rough wooden panel, it brings lint to the paper. He polished the top panel and covered it with waterproof wax. He praised him for this idea and said that when they make a profit, they will be able to increase the staff and equipment. Speaking of which, he'll ask Lily to improve the tools, keeping his idea in mind. Next, they'll look for raw material suppliers, but for now, they'll make the most of the current ingredients. Harold listened to them in surprise and said he was taking a very serious approach. Kaf agreed with a smile and said they actually planned to seize power and destroy the Parchment Guild. He asked if a witch would tolerate that. MC said he shouldn't worry. He had a patent. As soon as they put the paper into mass production, they'll immediately start producing another product. Since they haven't received a patent for their next invention yet, he can't tell them about it, but he can assure them he has 2 more great ideas in mind. However, if paper production is enough for him, he's not opposed to it in principle. He took off his headband, extended his hand to him, and said in a decisive tone that if he was ready to move on, he was ready to offer him his talent. He punched his fist and said that then he would rely on him. A few months later, the students came to the shop to buy the paper they produced. In the northern part of the capital, near the Witch Forest, a maid entered the office, knocked on the door, and went inside. She warned about it, called Lady Luida, and said that she had brought her that very product. She extended her hand, and the servant handed her a sheet of paper, and said that it was How paper. It is quite popular in the stationery shops of the capital. Because it is cheap compared to parchment, it quickly moves in the market. The heir of the How family sells it. She ran her hand over the sheet of paper and said that the son of the current head of the How family, Myaro's classmate. She threw it into the fireplace and said that the head of his family must also be invited to the upcoming event at the royal palace. It's time to teach him a little lesson. Later, a crowd of people from noble families gathered on the island of the royal castle. Gala approached Luke, called him over, and said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He was glad to see him and apologized to the girl he was talking to. He stood next to him and said he looked as busy as always. He asked who was responsible for all this. He didn't even have time to go out for a drink with him now. He said he didn't have to worry. It was nothing to worry about. Someone next to them demonstratively tapped their cane and asked how they were doing. They turned around and saw Luida calling for the head of the How family. They both bowed. He called her over and said he was glad to see her in good health. Gala turned to him, quietly apologized, and said he would have to leave him. He turned to him and quietly said he was glad to see him in good health. He bowed to her again and left them. She said that as far as she understood, his son and her grandson, Myaro, lived in the same dorm. Luke agreed and said that his son was rarely home, so he hadn't had a chance to talk to him. She straightened her fan and asked, then he probably doesn't know about the business he opened, right? He produces an alternative to parchment paper, which he sells at a low price and makes a lot of money from it. She said in a serious tone that this threatens the stability of the parchment market. Doesn't he think this is too much for a child's pocket money? If this continues, they, as witches, won't be able to ignore it anymore. She started to leave and asked if he could talk to his son about this. After all, it's quite possible that he is playing with fire. He became worried about this dialogue and wondered what his son is doing. Sometime later, at the How family villa, Yuri came home and hugged Suzuya, who was very happy to see him. They greeted each other. She moved away from him a little and said that he had grown a lot since their last meeting. He said that at the academy he had ridiculously big classmates, so he didn't notice it. She said that his father was waiting in the living room. He wanted to talk to him. She would call them when dinner was ready. He came to the living room, called his father, and he said that he had returned home. Luke turned to him and said that it felt like they hadn't seen each other for ages. He walked over to the chair, apologized, and said he was a little busy. He sat down in the chair in front of him and said he needed to talk to him about it. He offered him a seat and said they heard he spent a lot of money, Why didn't he tell him about it? He apologized to him and said he didn't want to bother him, but it was a business he started with his own money. He would like to run it separately from his family. He was worried about him and said that, however, he was just a student. He called him over and said he had already gotten 90% of his grades. Classes were only in the mornings, but he still had 5 more years of study ahead of him. He had nothing to do in his free time anyway. Was it against the law? He agreed with that, but wanted to object, and he asked if there was something wrong with that. He denied it and said he could forget it. It was fine with him if that was what he was talking about. He denied it and said that he was not fine at all. He received a warning from the witches, didn't he? They said that he had a bad reputation in trade, or the other day he was invited to a reception at the royal castle. They couldn't keep quiet about it, right? He tries to keep his name out of business. It would be easy for the witch family to find out what's going on. He takes this business seriously. However, what if this becomes a problem for his family? If problems arise, he must tell him right away. Luke sighed and said that he was fine. He believed in him and didn't care what he did, as long as he didn't do anything bad. However, if he was going to make enemies in the witch family, he should be prepared for it. Knightly virtues don't always carry protection in the capital, so he should keep that in mind. He also heard that he was close to Her Highness Carol. The witch family had told him in a roundabout way not to be too friendly. The protagonist was embarrassed by this and wondered if they complained about this too. He said that he was in favor of him being friends with Her Highness, but she was the future queen, so he should be a little more attentive. He was a little surprised by this and asked, is she going to become queen? There's also Her Highness Princess Carla, isn't there? He denied it and said that he heard that she didn't have this in her plans. He said that he didn't really want her to become queen. He didn't understand him and asked what was wrong with that. To his father's surprise, he said that she asked him to go on a date with her. He heard that she was walking around the dorm and saying that they were dating and that she was his fiancée. This was starting to irritate him a little, and he politely refused, however. He interrupted him and with a slightly worried look, asked if he was sure everything would be okay. They decided to discuss the Shirakawa festival, the Devil's Cave. They suddenly became more serious. MC said he heard about it when he went to talk to an upperclassman from the Shirakawa dorm about a new project. He also discovered that they were selling a ridiculous book there, in which he was one of the characters. Luke asked with a wary look, what did that mean? What kind of book was it? And had he read the contents? He nervously nodded in agreement and thought it was a story about a love triangle between him, Miaro, and Dora. He couldn't possibly tell his father about this. The Liberal Arts Academy has a traditional magazine writing style. He went to ask a famous author for a publication that would be suitable for the How newspaper. He didn't think the content was a BL novel. His father had once been the subject of such a novel, and it was a tragedy. In that doujinshi, it was taboo to write romance novels in which the author himself appeared and started a relationship with a popular boy. The author who broke this taboo and wrote a novel in which his father and the author were the main characters was bullied and harassed by those around him. As a result, he began to persecute his father, and when he rejected him, he ended his life. His brother challenged him to a duel, and that's where it all began. He was expelled from school for the murder. The second son of a prominent family, he was a bright student with a promising future, but after the murder, he felt he was not cut out for the knightly path. So he married his mother, a commoner, to become a farm owner breeding living creatures. He said that it was probably better for him not to know what was written in that book, just remembering his past problems. He said with a slightly displeased look that it turns out he had heard about it. He should be careful with this too. A woman's heart sometimes defies understanding. Someone knocked on the door, and a girl came in and said that their dish was ready. Luke went to her and said that she was just in time. Yuri looked at her and thought that he hadn't seen her before. Was this the newly hired maid? He approached her, put his hand on her shoulder, and said that her name was Berea. She was the daughter of his mother's younger sister, his cousin. He was surprised by what he heard, and loudly asked why she became a maid. He said that she wanted to work on her own initiative. She bowed and said that she was pleased to meet him. He reciprocated, and his father said that they could talk to each other later. Could she please leave them for a while? She agreed and said that then she would leave them alone. As soon as she left, Luke called him and asked in a serious tone, "It wasn't very nice when a close relative worked as a servant in his house, was it?" He agreed with this, and he said in a frighteningly serious tone that he had heard that his business was quite profitable. He understood where he was going with this, looked away, denied it, and said that his business was losing money, but they were going to increase production, so they were looking to the future. He didn't have time to finish because he asked, so they needed help, right? He was very nervous but still said that it could be said that way. He waved his hand and said loudly that it was decided then. Borea would be his new employee. He was counting on him. It was for the family's sake. He tried to stop him, but he didn't listen to him. After some time, the protagonist came to the workshop with Borea, and Koff said that this was unusual. A girl had come with him today. He said her name and said that he would like to know if it was possible to employ her. She bowed and said that she was looking forward to the opportunity to work with him. He rose from the sofa and said that he shouldn't mix his business with his women. It would get him into trouble. He said that he shouldn't misunderstand him. She is his maternal cousin. She worked as a maid for a while, but complications arose and he took her in. He asked, however, what about housing? He said that he was thinking about a spare room here, but this area is unsafe for a girl. He calmly said that then they should change their place of residence. Rumor has it that they have earned a decent amount of money lately. He is thinking of moving because it is not safe here. If he is going to hire her, he will consider it his job to take care of her and train her. He sat down on a chair and said that it would be great. His father found out about this business. Maybe it is a good opportunity. From now on, they will officially be called the How Company, so he appoints him president. She congratulated him, and he said that he will be chairman of the board with control functions. They will discuss salary later. Koff bowed and said that he was happy to serve him. He thanked him and said that he was overreacting. He said that everything was fine, it was just his mood. After some time, Miyato came to his grandmother, called her and asked what she wanted him to do. Luida said that his candidacy for admission to the Knight Academy was with her help. Does he know that she is not obliged to pay for his education? He must give the letter to the boy from the How family and tell him to come here. This is an order. If he is not satisfied with it, she will cut off his support and he will not be able to stay at the academy. After some time, at the academy, he called MC and said in a worried tone that he had a letter for him. This interested him. He extended his hand, but he immediately pulled his hands with the letter away and said that there was nothing important in it. He did not think he needed it. He made a very surprised face, pointed his finger to the side, and loudly said that Harold was running naked there. He turned there, did not see it, and said that he was nowhere to be found. Mayaro turned around, noticed he'd already opened the letter. He read it and said it looked like a very bad letter. He thought Luida, the head of the Goudanville family, one of the great witch families, was the letter from his grandmother. She was inviting him to her home. If he didn't accept, his financial support would be cut off. It was probably an offer to take a piece of his business. She had set conditions he couldn't refuse, which was why he brought it to him. Although he didn't fully understand how he, who hated his family, could so calmly hand him this letter. However, he feels threatened by such a childish threat as the academy fee. She threatens the child with expulsion from the academy and controls him. If he is in such a situation, he will take care of him. Yuri called him in a calm voice and said that he read the letter. He could leave the rest to him. Miyato grabbed his hand and called his name in a worried tone. He took his hand and said that he shouldn't worry about it. This is his fight. After some time, he came to the training grounds and called Soim. He turned around, called him young master, and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He looked around and asked if he trains the guards. He agreed and said that he was returning to the main house tomorrow. He was asked to take over their training. He apologized and asked, however, if he could accompany him. He would like him to be dressed as a butler, not as a regular warrior. He is going to fight at the Goudanville mansion and needs help. He thought it over, agreed, and said that they could deal with them and that he would accompany him. After some time, the two of them rode in a carriage to her mansion, and the guard loudly ordered them to stop. He came closer and said that this was Goudanville's residence. What did they need here? The protagonist opened the curtain, stated his name, and said that he had been invited by the head of this family. They must confirm the information and open the gates. The guard looked at him with a puzzled expression, and he loudly said that he should hurry and not keep the guests waiting. The gates opened. A servant came to them, greeted them, and invited them inside. They came to the hall, where Luida was already sitting in a chair. She greeted them, invited him to sit down, and he handed the servant his coat, and said that even if she hadn't told him, he would have sat down anyway. She looked at Soim and asked if he was the How family's butler. He said that he hadn't come to discuss the servants. What did she want from him? She called him impatient, and he said that he wanted to be home for dinner. She said that they could cook dinner for him. He said that it was unwise to dine at the house of someone who used her grandchildren for blackmail. She said that sending the son and heir of the How family, that was an even more unwise act. He said that in any case, they cannot consider the food served in such a place good. She asked, is it better to eat with grandchildren? MC agreed and said that of course everything tastes better if you eat with your best friend. This caught her attention, and he asked, how about getting down to business? She asked with a smirk. Has he already figured everything out? The business he is doing, she will protect him if he joins her. She knows that this may offend him, a great knight, but the capital has its own customs and rules. He thought that customs, as they call them, aren't laws or anything else. They simply impose their selfish orders on society, calling them customs for convenience. He has no intention of paying bandits protection money. He's against such rotten customs. He asked how much she wanted him to pay. She called him straightforward and, with a sly grin, said that since her grandson's fate had fallen on his shoulders, she was offering 20%. It would protect his business and allow his friend to graduate from the academy. Not a bad deal. He thought he had come here to protect Mayaro, but this old woman was too rotten. He smirked and said that she should stop this useless talk. He had a better offer. He crossed his legs and said with a smile that 30 sheets of his paper a month would be hers. She could consider it his generosity and do whatever she wanted with it. She was very angry about this and asked in a serious tone, "Have you completely lost your mind? In this house, relying on unfounded confidence could get you into big trouble." He said calmly that his confidence was comparable to his strength and he was sure of it. She didn't need to lecture him. She clapped her hands and said that at his age people don't speak so rudely. There were only 2 of them. He saw the bandits, who entered the hall, and said that there were too few of them to speak to him in such a tone. She called him reckless, and one of the bandits ran to Soim and tried to attack him with his fist. He easily blocked his blow and counterattacked with a fist to the nose. Another bandit took out a knife and tried to hit him, but he stopped his blow and hit him in the face with his hand. The other bandits also tried to attack him, but he easily defeated them all. Luida watched silently, and Yuri said in a serious tone that she shouldn't think she could deal with them using street thugs. They were on a completely different level. The Hu were one of the 5 great military families. War was their profession, and that's what made them better than her. Meanwhile, in the knight's dormitory, Miaro was sitting at the table, nervous about what was happening. Carol called him over and asked why he was alone. She wanted to play chess with Yuri, but she hadn't seen him all day. Did he know where he might be? He called his name with a confused look and was about to say something. Meanwhile, Luida, with a calm expression, said that he seemed to have courage. The protagonist said that he was impressed by her composure in this situation. That was interesting. She asked if she understood correctly that the negotiations were over. He said that he was not going to negotiate with a crowd of murderers who threatened to refuse to pay their grandson's tuition. He thought that if they did not graduate from the academy, they would not be treated as nobles in this country. In a family of witches, women are given preference, so men have no chance to climb the career ladder. That is why Miaro was sent to the Knight Academy to become an officer of the Royal Guard. You can't ruin the life of a nobleman just because she doesn't need him. He said that her grandson is a good man, and he copes with his duties perfectly. He didn't deserve this. She said that she was amazed by his tenacity. She doesn't care how good he is. They are not obliged to pay for his tuition. He said that it was she who got him into the academy. Isn't it selfish to do so? She said in a serious tone that she did not send him there. It was all his initiative. At the same time, Carol said that she understood. He went to the witches. However, why did his grandmother pay for his education? She was embarrassed, apologized, and said it was none of her business. He calmly said that it was nothing. Everything was fine. He still couldn't forgive his grandmother for what she did. He shouldn't have studied here. He tricked his grandmother into sending him here. She said that if he didn't mind, she would like to hear his story. Why did he decide to go to such lengths to enter the academy? He said that to explain it, he had to tell the story of his life. When his mother was a student, she was in a relationship with his father. His mother was from a line of witches, and his father was a knight. After their relationship ended, she became pregnant with their first child. Only then did he find out that his mother had lied to him. This event became a shame for both families. The heiress of one of the 7 great witch families became pregnant while still at the academy. It was outrageous. Her small figure could not deceive the eyes of others. His father took responsibility and married her after finishing school, but unfortunately their first child was not born. After this, his family abandoned him, forcing him to leave his knightly life. The witch family had no work for him, so he simply wandered, and gradually their marriage cooled. 15 years passed from then on, and then she gave birth to him. His father was very happy that he had his first child and loved him very much. His mother didn't seem to care much for him, so his father stayed by his side and taught him to read and write. His grandmother and other relatives didn't expect a child to be born to a couple who were unlucky, so they abandoned him to his fate. However, when his grandmother learned that he had a gift, she kept his father away from him and began preparing him to become the heir. However, that day, on the way to a party, the carriage in which his parents were traveling was attacked by robbers. His father fought with all his might to protect his mother until the guards arrived. He was seriously wounded and was the only one caring for him. Then he told him that he had always valued his title of knight, but if he had died without trying to defend it, would that have been a worthy death for a knight? It was a shame, but he regretted nothing. With these words, he breathed his last. His father did not protect his mother, but his knightly honor. Having lost his father, he was so upset and despaired that he locked himself in his room and cried. Then his mother came to his room, drunk, and said that he was never his child. She had many men and conceived him, and this idiot was completely sterile. That's right. The man who loved him was not his real father. However, he was always there for him, and he still considers him his father. He could never forgive his mother for betraying him and his father. Then his angry heart turned to her. He decided to report her atrocities to his grandmother. His grandmother said that it didn't matter who exactly his father was. Instead of worrying about the dead, he should study to become a worthy heir to their lineage. He couldn't come to terms with it. His mother hid the truth from him, and so easily disowned the father who loved him. Then he developed a great antipathy towards his family's thinking. Later, as he studied the true nature of witchcraft, he became more and more skeptical. By the age of 10, he had lost interest in the family inheritance. He wanted to live the way his father had always wanted. So he changed his documents and tricked his family into sending him to a knight academy instead of a liberal arts academy. Then he met him on the day of the exams and learned that he was the heir of the Ho family. He hoped to take advantage of his family's reputation to avoid the influence of witches, but he was always kind to him. On the contrary, he really enjoyed spending time at the academy with everyone. He didn't want to lose it. He couldn't even burn his grandmother's letter and let him go there. Carol touched his hand, thanked him, and said that they should keep it between them and keep it in their hearts. He shouldn't worry. He looks at him as a classmate. She doesn't think he will take advantage of him. She thought about it. And at the same time, MC said that even if Myro decided it himself, she has no right to decide for him where to go to school. If he is so good, then in the future he will become an excellent royal guard. Treating him coldly because he is a man is too petty. Luita started laughing very loudly, and he asked in a puzzled tone, "What's funny about that?" She said that she couldn't understand why their dialogue was going so strangely. Myro had always been a girl. He was surprised by what he heard and wondered, is this a lie? He is slender and physically weak, but this can't be true. However, if her granddaughter, and the heiress at that, entered the academy against her will, it explains such an attitude towards her. He said that it didn't matter. He came as she asked, and now it was time for him to go home. She said that it was good that he was in a hurry to go home. However, she didn't seem to agree to extend his studies. He took his coat and said that he didn't care. If she didn't agree, he would ask his father to adopt her. This way, she would be completely cut off from her, so he advised her to think about it. If this happens, Miaro would only be happy. He said goodbye to her, and they both went to the exit. After some time, he returned to the night dormitory. He met Yuri, was about to say something, and he put his hand on his shoulder and said that he was back. He shouldn't worry. Everything went well, and they would be together, as always, until they graduated from the academy. He apologized. Carol came to them and said that she had been waiting all day to play chess with him. He was a little confused about this and said that, frankly speaking, he was hungry. He walked down the corridor and said that he would go ask if there was anything left in the cafeteria. They came to the cafeteria. He apologized and said that they only had bread with salt and butter left. She asked with a smile, "That's not bad, is it? A meal in the company of close people. Everything tastes better if you eat with those who are close to you." He agreed and said that it was delicious. She said in a cheerful tone that when he finished eating, they would all go play chess. Sometime later, when he was working in the workshop, Koff ran to him and called him in a joyful voice. He said that it happened. New raw material for paper from genuine leather. The protagonist, with a joyful look, said that this is what he wanted. Now he would be relieved of the need to collect lint from threads. The problem of raw materials was solved. He smelled a strange smell and asked what he was doing here. He apologized and said that he just wanted to refine some crude oil. He asked, does he mean this strange black liquid? He had never seen it before. What was it good for? He said that if he could successfully refine it, it could be used for a variety of purposes. He asked, is this part of the arsenal of a new business? He agreed and said that he needed it to make books from borax. He asked Lily, a senior at the academy, to help him make tools. He thought that in this world, all books are written by hand, and reproductions are made by hand by copyists. So he decided to use mimeograph technology to mass print and sell books. The paper is made from a special wax obtained from crude oil, which does not stain the ink. An iron brush is used to cut the paper into the shape of letters, and a roller is used to apply ink. He knows that it is a ridiculous instrument in this world, but Lily is a genius who understands what he is trying to do and is able to reproduce it perfectly. Koff said that all the instruments she makes are of the highest quality. Thanks to her, this work was possible, so he should thank her properly. MC said that if it is about remuneration, then he gave her enough money, so there should be no problem. He grabbed his head and said that he is not talking about that. She is still a student. She is busy with her studies, and he asks her to do work for him. He should do a favor for her in another way from time to time. He agreed and thanked him for the advice. Sometime later, at the academy, he sat with Lily at the same table and said that he was grateful that she agreed to come here. He is grateful for her work and she can eat without embarrassment. She agreed with a smile, and he said that he rented a private room in the cafe. She said that she would love to treat him to a cup of tea and some sweets. She was about to say something, but she stopped and looked at Sham, who was sitting next to her and writing something down. She asked if she thought they should be alone in that case. Didn't he think so? He apologized, and she said there was no need to apologize. She was just joking. They were roommates, so it didn't matter. However, the two of them had been talking about math and astronomy all day. I wonder what she was here for? Did he invent another weird tool? He seemed a little nervous about it and said that she was a quick thinker. He took out a blueprint and said that he actually wanted her to make something for him and Sham. She raised her hand, asked him to wait, and said that she couldn't neglect her schoolwork. She had recently made 4 sukigetu. She had also built a printing press. He lowered his head guiltily and said that she was right, but he could only rely on her. She, with a flushed face, said that she couldn't do anything. If the most popular guy in the academy was sulking, how could she refuse him? He handed her a drawing and said that he wanted her to make this. He needed a device for celestial navigation. This caught their attention, and he said that in order not to get lost in the ocean, where you can't even see land, celestial navigation is a method of navigation using celestial bodies as landmarks to determine their location. Sailing ships use the wind to navigate, so they can't always keep a straight course. On the open sea, there are no landmarks, so navigation based on experience and intuition can easily lead them astray. Therefore, they use sectarians and precise watches to determine their position. The position of a celestial body visible in the sky on a certain date and time at a certain point on Earth is always fixed. This can be calculated using astronomy, so they can determine their position by checking the date and time on their watches and measuring their position with a sextant. If a nautical almanac were compiled using the results of these calculations, a navigator would not have to do any complex calculations. They would just need to observe and compare their position. They would be able to match celestial bodies and compare them to their position. He wants Sham to make a list of the sun's time according to the time of syzygy. She agreed, and Lily looked at the drawing and said that would be a problem. The case is fine, but they will need a workshop for glass and mirrors. She looked away and asked, "What is this?" He said with a small smile that he always thought she had poor eyesight and that she saw things blurrily. It was a gift for her. She opened the case, and he said it was a pair of glasses that a merchant had bought in another country. She put them on, and he said that they suited her. But everyone's vision is different. Lenses have to be made to order. She can ask the glass factory to fit her lenses when they make these instruments. Sham called him and asked if he had anything for her. He promised to give her something another time, and Lily looked at the glasses, mentally thanked him, and thought that these were really just for her. He wouldn't understand that, right? Later that night, she was working with tools at the table when she woke up, called her, and asked if she was still awake. She apologized and said she was done. Some students from the dorms asked her about it. There is a constant demand for pocket watch maintenance. She chuckled and said she seemed to enjoy making things. She asked with a smile if she really thought so. She started with this to earn money. Her family are knights, but they pay a lot of taxes to the lords in exchange for no one fighting or participating in wars. They barely make ends meet making watches for the lords because they can't afford to do it under normal circumstances. She was forced to tinker with watches since childhood, so she learned a lot about machines. Even if they sent her here, the family wouldn't be able to afford the training, so she pays for it herself. She can't see these ladies who wear expensive watches as accessories to their clothes. She said that thanks to Yuri's work, she doesn't have to worry about money yet, but that's not the point. She's very happy that people are satisfied with the work she's done, and that's important to her. If she's offered a job in how, she should give it a try. Sham called her and said that she had asked him a question earlier. Why was he working so hard, never having a moment to catch his breath? Lily turned to her and asked if that was true. But what did he answer? She said that he said that this country would soon be destroyed. She remembered how he had said earlier that he didn't know if it would be in 5 years or even sooner. It seemed inevitable that it would happen in the near future. She asked, with the Kirchner kingdom acting as a shield, everything should be fine for now, right? He said that 6 of the 9 Shan states had been destroyed, so they were unlikely to be okay. The Kirchner kingdom was in decline. Wounded soldiers and refugees were flocking to this country. They turned their backs on the darkness and closed their eyes. If only someone would start a revolution, there would still be hope. But the conservatives are strong in this country. The fatal flaw of this country is that the royal family has no power. The military force and authority are divided between the 5 great generals and the 7 great witches, but they have more power than the royal family. Even if Carol becomes queen and tries to rebuild the country, she will be held back by the old forces, and it will not work. So who else but the royal family can play this role? With the exception of Hao, all the generals are afraid and they do not have the power to stage a coup d'etat. His family, despite being his family, is also in the process of rebuilding the core, which was overworked and broken by the expedition and is not strong enough. Not to mention the witches, who can be called conservative right-wingers. If they leave the country in the hands of corrupt witches, they will sink them to the bottom. Lily asked, so what is he going to do? The protagonist pointed to the drawing and said that they would go to a new world. This is the necessary tool for this. The only way out is to become a slave after their country is destroyed. Then there will be an opportunity to escape to a new land. Doesn't she think these are completely different things? Currently, Sham fell asleep, and she looked at her and thought that she was sure it was for the sake of their family. Even if this country is destroyed, with as much knowledge as he has, he can escape to a land where there is no discrimination. However, he works so hard to get tools and boats and go to a new place to protect his family and loved ones. However, if they attack, Carol, the next queen, will not abandon her country and run away. Not to mention his father, Dor's school friend, who will also want to fight. He would never abandon them and run to a new land. Lily poked her finger into her cheek and wondered whether to stay or run away. What should she choose? Meanwhile, in the 7th-year Night Academy dormitory, during a doubles chess tournament, a guy told the students that the winner would represent the dormitory at the university-wide Dookie tournament, so let them roll the dice. Mayaro turned to the protagonist and told him he wouldn't lose this game. The protagonist, flexing his arms, replied, "Excellent. They need to put on a good show." The friends rolled the dice, and Mayaro scored higher. The guy announced, Mayaro makes the first move. The round began. Everyone watched their game tensely. MC thought time was ticking, and he had turned 16. He was about to participate in the Knight Academy's demonstration and the university-wide doubles tournament, which are annual events at the Academy. The Knight Academy's demonstration determines the strongest player in the institution. In the same tournament, the Knight Academy and the Liberal Arts Academy team up to play Dookie. It's an event with a strong sense of rivalry. He lost his place as the Knight Academy representative to Dor, but he couldn't resist playing Dookie, where he was clearly the best in the dorms for the year. Ultimately, he was forced to play against Mayaro, who was also very skilled. Dookie is a board game similar to the Chinese Shangqi. Two sides fight in a setting where two armies face each other across a river. Both sides represent a royal eagle and a water bird. The royal eagle can leap over friendly and enemy pieces and aims directly at the king. Unlike shogi, there's no strategy for trapping the king. So how can he lose in a way that looks fair? Even if he wants to, making a crazy move would look unnatural. He must make calculated moves, and if he loses, he must do so without anyone suspecting it. But it's difficult to create such a situation. The protagonist stared intently at the playing field. The game was played in complete silence. Only the sound of pieces being moved could be heard. But very soon, MC realized he hadn't managed to lose. He cursed and was forced to make the final winning move. Just like that, Mayaro sighed sadly and said, he's lost. The guy declared Yuri the winner. He wondered in surprise, how did this happen? Mayaro must have been one step ahead of him. Carol exclaimed in admiration. It was an interesting game. Even she couldn't understand anything. Mayaro told him that, as expected, he won. The protagonist coughed and said he suddenly felt unwell. Mayaro took his hand and said, I'm looking forward to the final at the palace. Please let him reach the final and defeat him in front of Her Majesty the Queen. The protagonist was surprised. Well. His opponent knew he had no interest in winning, but he still decided to lose to him. If they were going to fight the Academy, they'd be facing witches. It seemed Mayaro didn't want to get involved because of his family. The next day, the main event took place in the auditorium of the Wang Palace. The secretary announced the start of the 2316th All-Academy Dookie tournament. The hall was packed, and the participants stood on the stage, anxiously awaiting the game. The protagonist was among them. The secretary asked everyone present to applaud the 16 selected players. Everyone happily supported her request, and a storm of applause erupted from the hall. MC thought, the players line up in turns, men and women. The first round always takes place between the Knight Academy and the Academy of Arts and Sciences. This is a tournament game. If a player loses, they are eliminated for good. The teams are divided into 2 blocks, and their turn is in the second block. He was here as the dorm representative, so he had to take things seriously. When it was his turn, he politely told his opponent that he was looking forward to competing against her. Ultimately, he won the first round. His opponent said sadly, she lost. In the second round, Yuri also emerged victorious, and his opponent, also a girl, nearly cried when she exclaimed that she had lost. The secretary announced that he was advancing to the semifinals. The protagonist thought, excellent. There had been no worthy opponents here before him. The secretary continued, now for the semifinals of Block 2. Yuri Hao versus Lilika Kurisan. The girl narrowed her eyes at him and suggested they begin their game. After a while, she remarked on how fast the game was going. The protagonist replied, his father taught him not to keep girls waiting. Having made the decisive move, he declared, in his opinion, everything is decided here. Lilika looked at him in surprise, then smiled and made a counter-move, much to Yuri's surprise. The protagonist cursed silently. Unlike his previous opponents, who had reacted calmly even to his assault, she was strong. But Mayaro was stronger. He showed her his chip and made his final move. Lilika opened her fan and concluded with a smile. She had lost. And she also wished him luck in the finals. The secretary announced that the winner of the second block finals was Yuri Hao. MC let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Miyaro's voice rang out nearby, congratulating him. The protagonist asked him in surprise, had he been here the whole time? His comrade replied, of course, because he wanted to see him in the finals. Carol ran up to them and also happily congratulated the protagonist. MC was surprised. She's here too, he thought. As expected, he was supposed to appear before the next queen. Yuri dropped to one knee and, addressing her as Her Highness, thanked the girl. She accepted his thanks with a smile. She extended her hand, intending to touch him, signaling that he should stand, but his next move left Carol both surprised and confused. Instead of standing, the protagonist took her hand and kissed the back of it, like a loyal subject. She mumbled something in confusion, but eventually pulled her hand from his and ran off, wishing him luck. Mayaro laughed softly, and the protagonist asked him, perplexed, if he had done something wrong. The companion, wiping away tears of laughter, told him no, she was about to put her hand on his shoulder, and he had surprised her with his gesture. MC scratched his head in confusion and thought, what, he did this to Her Highness? Meanwhile, Carol, standing outside the door, thought wistfully of him, thinking that he really was very sensitive, even too sensitive. Sometime later, returning to the dorm, Mayaro told the protagonist, his opponent in today's semifinals is one of the best players of his generation. The protagonist remarked that it was no surprise he was so strong, but he still wasn't stronger than him. Mayaro said sheepishly. Frankly, he was pleased for being praised. By the way, regarding tomorrow's finals, their opponent is one of the 7 great witch families, Shora Lacrimanis of the Lacrimanis house. MC pondered. Lacrimanis. Shora is the granddaughter of the current head of the family. She is 22 years old. Her mother leads the Parchment Makers Guild. She is known to have been throwing rotten fish in the paper shops of Bor. She also hires people to intentionally damage merchandise in the shops, disrupting business with simple stalking. Mayaro broke him out of his reverie, telling him the finals were tomorrow. This girl might cheat to win, but he believed victory would be his. Yuri answered yes, he would try his best. In any case, before returning to the dorm, he needed to stop by Hao. Seeing his friend's surprised look, he added it wouldn't take long. The guy replied, no problem, he'd wait for him in the carriage. The protagonist approached Kaf's house. Entering, he saw a man sitting on a chair with his back to the door, a bottle of wine with a poured glass on the table next to him. The protagonist called the man by name and asked him what was happening to him. He thought he'd forgotten about the drink. Kaf answered that he'd only poured it. He hadn't drunk it. MC took a closer look at him and asked, what happened? The boy said irritably, witches. They'd scrawled bloody threats on his door before, but this time, they'd polluted the river they used for their workshop with black liquid. He pointed to buckets of black water and added, I think it's crude oil. It looks like what he refines. There are only a few people working in the workshop, so it's safe for now, but they're going to take it away. With these words, Kaf abruptly rose from his chair, the stool's legs scraping the floor. Looking at the pensive protagonist, he asked him what they should do. The protagonist couldn't answer him for now. The next day, preparations for the final day of the tournament were in full swing. Spectators and guests gradually arrived, and servants were running around busy zoning and arranging seats for the crowned heads. Their chairs were placed directly in front of the gaming table. An hourglass and writing utensils were laid out on the judge's table. This time, MC asked the costume designer again, should he change his clothes? Couldn't he wear this uniform? The guy replied, sure, maybe. It's just a little worn and dirty. He'd heard Yuri was from a very prestigious family, so he should let him do his hair. The costume designer quickly sat the protagonist down in front of the mirror. Confused, the protagonist asked him what exactly he was going to put on his hair. The guy playfully replied, hair oil, but don't worry, it'll only go on the ends. After a while, the MC emerged from his office in a new, elegant suit, his hair styled, and strode resolutely down the hallway. He just wanted to get this over with and get out of here as quickly as possible. When he entered the gaming room, a maid pointed to his seat and asked him to sit there. The protagonist looked toward the throne area and saw the royals, before whom he knelt. As he sat down on his chair, Shora appeared across from him and looked at him intently while the servant pulled out a chair for her. The protagonist thought with a smile at how she dressed up. Was she planning to become queen straight away? Shimane smiled and suggested the game begin. MC thought, well, they've started. The pieces are already on the board, but they haven't decided who will make the first move yet. Have they? The judge drew everyone's attention and announced that it was Shore's turn. A murmur of surprise filled the hall. The protagonist looked at the grinning Shore and wondered, don't they even let the judge consult with the players? The girl happily made the first move. The protagonist looked at her carefully and realized she'd bribed the judge, but he didn't care. She really was a witch to the core, so she wasn't going to play her best from the start. Well, good, he had every chance of beating her. His teammates began to cheer for him. After a while, the secretary announced the game results on the screen. Shohor said irritably, she'd lost. MC thought it was a crushing defeat. The judge announced the winner, Yuri Hao. He thought now he understood why he'd advanced to the next round. Now, they're going to make this game spectacular. The referee said, now game 2. The players may begin. At that moment, Lily tapped Mayaro on the shoulder and told him her name, adding that she was Yuri's friend. He told her his name and remarked that they knew each other. The girl exclaimed, she's not very good at shogi. If he wants, he can teach her. Besides, she thought Yuri's sharpness had diminished after the second game. Or was it just her imagination? Shora looked haughtily at her opponent. The protagonist declared, he lost. Mayaro couldn't believe it. The referee announced, the winner of the second round is Shora Lacrimanis. They would take a short break before the third match. The players should proceed to the waiting room. Mayaro, watching the protagonist leave the room, sadly wondered if he had really decided to give up. He caught up with his friend and asked him after him, is he going to lose a second time? Is he doing this on purpose? MC turned around and answered, yes. The boy exclaimed in confusion, but why? Yuri told him their opponents were the Lacrimas who controlled the Parchment Guild. They had nothing to gain from confronting them. Mayaro asked him perplexed, is he afraid of these witches? His grandmother, he managed to stand up to her, didn't he? He didn't think it was because of the business consequences. They were on equal terms. The protagonist told him that for him, this match was just a trifle compared to more important matters. He might consider him a hero, but he had no intention of becoming one. Mayaro looked at him in confusion and thought, so, nothing matters to him? He said out loud, he's been doing bad things all this time. The protagonist asked him, what is he talking about? He's always been there, giving him advice, and he's grateful to him, and it doesn't bother him. But he's not the person he wants. Does he understand that? He won't want to follow someone who plays into his hands and does whatever he wants. Does he understand him? Mayaro answered him sheepishly. Yes, he understands. At that moment, the allies heard the panicked voice of a maid telling someone they shouldn't be here. What was he doing? A worried cough appeared on the horizon, telling the maid running after him that he was grateful to her for showing him the way. He just needed to find Yuri. Seeing MC, the craftsman exclaimed, "There he is." Yuri asked him in surprise, "Why such a rush? What was going on?" The boy, out of breath from walking so fast, told him he knew he was in the midst of an important tournament, but he had bad news. During their conversation, Mayaro disappeared behind the wall. After listening to Kaf, the protagonist said, "I know what's going on. He should return to the workshop. He needs him to do exactly as he's told." Kaf replied that he understood and asked if he was okay. The protagonist replied, "Yes, I'm fine. The rest depends on who wins." He returned to the game room, where Shora was already waiting for him with a smug smile. When MC settled down at the gaming table, the referee announced the start of the third match. Once again, the girl got the first move. Fanning herself, she looked at him mockingly. Yuri remained silent, unresponsive. Lily exclaimed in confusion, "What's going on? He was supposed to be first? Why wasn't he silent?" The opponents began playing. The girl asked him how he was doing. The protagonist calmly told her not to worry about him. The secretary arranged the chips on the spectator board, just as they had been on the playing field. Shora continued, just wondering if something had happened to him. He calmly replied that he was fine. She feigned a gasp and asked, "What about that little shop he runs? I think it's called How, right? He could be in big trouble right now, like a fire or something." The protagonist clenched his fist under the table. He knew that right now, the workers were indeed putting out the fire, but he remained silent, only clenching his fists tighter. Shimane half rose from her seat, confused, wondering if Yuri's workshop was on fire. She immediately realized something was wrong. Was this girl, his rival, cheating? Carol worriedly turned to her mother and asked her to stop the game. Something was wrong with her. Shimane told her, "No, let her watch carefully. She'd only get in his way." MC put his hand to his forehead, and Shora glared at him. Suddenly, the protagonist told her he'd received news of a fire. 4 houses were destroyed, no one was injured, and the damage was minor. Shora nearly jumped up in confusion. What did he just say? Really? He continued, but still, he never thought she'd say it here, and try to belittle him in public. Shora leaned back in her chair and answered him. She hadn't said anything like that. Those were his words. The protagonist calmly said, "Okay." He wasn't going to report the damage anyway. Everyone was listening to their conversation. He continued, "She just humiliated herself." The girl stared at him in confusion. MC said, in case she hadn't noticed, he deliberately lost the second game, intending to give her the championship. He thought he could delay the confrontation by currying favor with the local witches, but currying favor with those who burn down workshops is despicable. She's a terrible person, not worth his handouts. Shora, furious, addressed the judge warningly, urging her to restore order. The woman, looking down, asked Yuri to keep his mouth shut. She added that, as punishment, he wouldn't get any more time. The protagonist smirked right in Shora's face and said, "He doesn't care. Does she think this will help her?" She tried to say something furiously, but the protagonist raised his hand with his piece in the air and said he wouldn't tolerate this anymore. He slammed the piece onto the board, causing the other pieces to jump. Shora imagined for a moment how out of control everything could get. She imagined herself jumping up from her seat, landing as a pawn on the board, and Yuri telling her he would do everything in his power to crush her. If she lost, it would only be as a cowardly pest. The girl tried to run out of the hall, but guards blocked her path. One of them, Kaf, said she couldn't escape. Shora angrily shouted at him, "What the hell is he talking about?" She waved her guards off and watched as the two sides began to clash. The protagonist's side won. He grabbed a pike and stabbed the guard standing next to her, his blood splashing onto her face. Lifting the hem of her dress, Shora turned and ran as fast as she could, not looking where she was going. The protagonist watched her go. She reached the edge of the building's roof, nearly falling, but stopped herself in time. Shora turned, and the protagonist stabbed her in the throat with his pike. Shaking off the vision, she looked at the playing field and said sadly, "I've lost." Those present joyfully greeted Yuri as the winner. Shimane, rising from her chair, turned to her and told her in an icy tone that she would like to talk to her in a separate room regarding her inappropriate behavior during the match. The queen added that, depending on what she tells them, appropriate disciplinary action might have to be taken. The queen's assistant told the girl to follow them. She was led away. MC exhaled loudly and leaned back in his chair. Carol approached him and asked him reproachfully, when will he learn to behave properly? He was making such a fuss again. He told her that it couldn't be helped. Problems sometimes come unexpectedly. She laughed and remarked, "What a fool, he won." She extended her hand to him, saying, "It was a magnificent game." The protagonist smiled, rose from his chair, knelt before the princess, and kissed the back of her hand again. The hall erupted in applause and cries of delight. As MC left the building, Mayaro, holding the reins of the bird, called out to him. He told him, "Look, he's asking for it." Yuri thanked his friend and took the reins. Mayaro bowed to him and apologized. The boy added regretfully that he hadn't thought about it and didn't want any of this to happen. The protagonist hugged him and said, "Don't worry so much. He's not so low as to think it's all his fault. Even if he'd made these mistakes, he wasn't angry with him." After that, the protagonist jumped on the bird and thanked the boy for the gagakudori, adding, "He's off." At that moment, Lily called out to him and asked, "He's going to the workshop, right? Then, can he take her with him? Her work is there too." He looked at her in surprise but agreed. Taking off his warm cape, he said, "They need to hurry. Let her put this on." The bird then carried its riders so fast that Mayaro was amazed at MC's skillful handling of the animal. Meanwhile, Koff was directing the firefighters. The burned-out buildings began to collapse, and he shouted for everyone to retreat to a safe distance. It was unsafe to put out the fire any further. They needed to get their tools. The protagonist arrived at the scene with Lily. Jumping off the bird and handing the reins to a worker, he approached Kaff. Lily, looking around, exclaimed, "Those bastards." Kaff apologized to the protagonist and explained that they had only just managed to put out the fire. The watermill, the buildings, all the tools they'd used, everything had burned down. MC reassuringly told him it didn't matter, as long as everyone was safe. The guy agreed with him. It was true. Buildings and tools could be restored, but not lives. Lily pointed out that they were right. She was very sorry about how things had turned out. But if only the buildings and tools she'd made had been damaged, she felt better. She smiled encouragingly at her allies. Suddenly, Yuri tensed up and rushed toward the burned-out workshop. Koff shouted at him not to go in there, but the protagonist ignored him and hid inside the building. Koff called out to him again, and at that moment the building collapsed. Lily screamed in fear, and Koff froze in place in terror. He then ran to the ruins and began shouting the protagonist's name, begging him to answer. The MC safely emerged from the ruins, holding something wrapped in a rag. The allies rushed to him, and Koff, worried, shouted at him. "What is he doing?" Yuri apologized, handed the wrapped item to Lily, and said that she had made it for them, the very first Tsujikata. She stared at the object in amazement. The protagonist surmised that Lily's work served as a prototype for the tools they used. They kept them in storage in the basement in case of similar emergencies. Despite this, most of them burned. He said he was glad that at least one of them survived. Lily hugged the object close and slammed her fist into the protagonist's chest, telling him he really was a fool. Why did he risk his life like that? But thank him. MC looked at her in bewilderment. Koff put a brotherly arm around his shoulders and said, "Well, now they can mass-produce tools again." Yuri answered him, "That's right. They'll build the next workshop somewhere the witches can't reach it. They'll even build a water wheel from scratch." Lily, still clutching the wrapped object, exclaimed, "Then let her help them. She wants to be part of House Company and always work with them." The guys exchanged glances and answered in agreement. "Of course. Welcome to House Company." Sometime later, the protagonist was testing out the royal eagle named Stardust. The workers below prepared for the bird's landing and signaled the protagonist and the eagle to descend. MC, having landed safely, jumped off Stardust, removed his helmet, patted the bird on the neck, and promised to return soon. Sometime later, he arrived in the port city of Suomi. 6 months had passed since his workshop burned down during the Duki tournament. A new workshop had opened on the property of the Hao family, who were not recognized as witches. After inspecting it, he visited the city of Suomi, located near the workshop. This city had been used by Harold as a base for trade with the Republic of Albion and had initially prospered due to trade with other cities. It was a city where shipbuilding and other industries thrived. Now that Lily's sextant had taken shape, he had come here to find a ship suitable for ocean voyages. Suddenly, on the ocean shore, he noticed Harold lying on the ground, muttering that if he was in the sea, he should return to the sea, and if he was in the mountains, he should return to the mountains. If a man doesn't want to stray from the path to Yof, where he came from, the protagonist thought in surprise, the language of horror? This is a Tusian scripture. This man isn't from Kur, is he? Having readied his blade just in case, the protagonist approached him and asked him who he was. Taking a closer look at the overgrown hair and beard, he exclaimed in confusion, "Just let him look at himself, and just don't let him tell him it's him, Harold." The man looked at him and noticed, what does he want? They hadn't seen each other in so long. What's wrong? MC began to lift him from the ground and asked him why he was just lying there. The man snapped back, "Please shut up and leave him alone." But the protagonist pulled him to his feet and told him to follow him. Taking him to a coastal tavern, the protagonist ordered wine and said he could drink in peace today. He was treating him. Harold called the waitress and asked for another mug of sake and some dried meat. MC told the girl to put it on his tab. After that, he turned to Harold and asked him, "So what happened?" The man, unable to contain his emotions, replied that his boat had rocked, the wood had come apart, and they had been thrown into the sea. The protagonist wondered if Harold meant that the ship was lost, the crew had mutinied, and they had been thrown overboard. Crossing the open sea without celestial navigation is like trying to reach your destination without knowing where you're going. If a man gets lost and runs out of supplies and water, the crew will become restless and start blaming the captain and navigator. Perhaps that's how they ended up abandoned at sea. Yuri asked him how they survived. Harold replied that they were thrown overboard from the boat with the spear, and that's how they survived. The protagonist wondered if Harold was alive. Did that mean the dead old man knew where land was? The original boat hadn't found land and was probably drifting in the ocean like a ghost ship with weapons on board. He expressed confidence that it was hard work, but why shouldn't he find himself a woman? Harold protested. He was an Itusian. He didn't keep women for pleasure. He'd spent all his money buying supplies for the boat, and he couldn't start over. He was done for. Yuri thought in confusion. He took his faith so seriously. A waitress approached them and apologized for keeping them waiting. The waitress placed the dishes on the table and left. MC offered Harold a drink, some food, and a chance to forget about what happened. If he didn't eat, he'd have to take this. The man glanced at the dishes and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, is this all his?" After a while, after drinking, Harold passed out right at the table. The waitress said how she can see his companion has fallen asleep. The protagonist apologized and said she'd have to leave him there until the morning. After that, he stood up and pulled out his blade, looking at Harold. The girl gasped. For a second, she thought he wanted to kill him. But MC told her it was fine. He just wanted his companion to look human. Let her bring him a broom and dustpan, if possible. After he finished, he and the waitress looked at Harold approvingly. The man mumbled something in his sleep. The girl, looking at his bald head and clean-shaven face, asked Yuri if he was sure everything was okay. The protagonist assured her there was no reason to worry. Things had improved a bit. The look suited him. He added that he'd stop by in the morning and see how things were going. The waitress told him, "Whatever you say." When the protagonist arrived at the tavern the next day, Harold was perplexedly stroking his bald head. The MC smiled and told him that his head was funny, but it suited him. The man was outraged, wondering how this had even happened. Whoever it was, if he ever laid eyes on them, he'd tear them to pieces. Yuri replied that it had been a series of mishaps, and he was glad Harold was okay now. Well, good luck to him in his new endeavor. With these words, he turned to leave and waved at the man. Harold called out to him and asked if he could lend him some money. The protagonist answered his question with a question. Where did he get so much extra money? He was planning to buy himself a new ship. He also needed an emergency fund in case he drowned. He simply couldn't afford to lend anyone money. Harold exclaimed, "Then let him take him on board." He was a veteran. He'd been to Albion Island about 6 times. The protagonist asked him what made him a veteran. He couldn't trust his ship to a drunk, drugged sailor. The new ship would have new equipment that would allow them to pinpoint their location on the high seas. This was also the technology that would allow royal families to flee to safety in the event of national collapse. If he let him get drunk and spill the beans, it would be the end of them. The Kerr would master the technology in no time and terrorize the lands they fled. He valued his experience as a sailor, but he simply wasn't ready right now. He had to keep this secret, and he'd make sure his crew remembered it too. He'd kill anyone who told anyone about it. Was he still agreeing to this under those conditions? Harold remained silent. MC turned to leave, saying, "He's returning to the capital. Perhaps he'd lend him some silver. Let him think about how he wants to live on the way." A few days later, in the 7th-year dorm at the Night Academy, the commandant came to Yuri and told him, confused, that a man named Harold was waiting by the door to meet him. The surprised protagonist replied that he understood and would be leaving soon. He wondered what Harold was doing there. Stepping outside, the protagonist saw him accompanied by another young man. Harold was wearing a hat, just like his companion. Yuri asked him how he could help him. The man, removing his hat, apologized for that night and declared that he had made his decision. Let MC hire him as their sailor. The protagonist asked him who was behind him. Harold replied that it was Gora Benyam, 16 years old, but already a fully fledged navigator. He might be young, but he had the seal of approval of his fallen comrade. The protagonist looked at them intently and said, "Okay," but he wouldn't trust them so easily. He would ask them to swear this before Master Isa. They entered the room where Esther sat on the floor praying. Seeing them, she greeted MC and Harold and looked at Gora with interest. The guy told her his name and added that he was pleased to meet her. The girl invited them in and told Harold that he had made a great impression on her. He sheepishly asked her not to mention it. She laughed and added that he was very good-looking. Gora glanced sideways with a smile at his companion, who was awkwardly clutching his hat. After a while, they prepared for the ritual. All three sat down on chairs opposite Esther. She said, "So that's why they were here. To exchange the sacrament of vows." Sacraments are religious rites in the Atusian faith. There are many different types, but the sacrament of vows is when a priest witnesses an oath in God's stead. The girl turned to Harold and added that once an oath has been made, breaking it is tantamount to insulting God, and this is not a ceremony to be taken lightly. Did he understand that? The boy sheepishly replied, "Of course." Esther said, "Okay, then let him tell them what they're getting into." The protagonist asked her if he had to tell her everything. She replied, "Yes, otherwise she wouldn't be able to responsibly perform the ritual. As with repentance, everything would be kept in the strictest confidence, even if it contradicted her faith." Yuri said, "Understood," and looked at Harold. After a while, Esther thanked them and said she'd heard the contents of their vows, and now they could begin the ritual. The girl approached the stand on which stood a vessel of liquid. She poured it into a glass, took a sip, and handing it to Harold, told him to drink it. When he did, Esther folded her hands in prayer and said, "Now that their lips are sanctified, one should not tell lies." He handed her the glass and sat on the floor in front of her knees. The girl placed her hand on his head and said, "Then, Harold Harrell, so named at birth, I begin the sacrament of vows. Does he solemnly swear to God that his words are true?" Harold answered in agreement. The girl said first that he would not betray Lord Yuri Howe. Second, that he would take responsibility for preserving the secret of the art of sea crossing after being taught by Yuri Howe, risking his life. And third, that he would remain in Lord Yuri Howe's service while using the techniques, and after leaving this service, to forget and not use any of the techniques. Does he declare the following to be true in the presence of the head of the order, Isakasalinka Wichita? To break this oath would not only be to deceive himself, but it would also mean turning away from the love of God. Then their piety would be seriously damaged. Harold replied that he fully accepted it and pledged his word to God. Esther said, "Very well." His words had reached God. She raised the cross, uttered a prayer of praise, and thanked him for his diligence. Finally, she told Harold to be careful and not break his oath. If he did, he would be in great trouble. The protagonist asked her, "So what will happen?" The girl answered with a smile, "She will die." All three stared at her in amazement. What kind of terrible oath was this? The protagonist, dumbfounded, asked her what she meant. Esther said, "It seems misleading. If Harold breaks his oath, she will have to meditate in the forest for a month, subsisting only on water, and ask God to be her witness. The sacrament of vows is a kind of shared and repeated guarantee of the student's observance of their vows, based on the responsibility of the master. The origin of the sacrament is based on the story of Apostle Sahar's beloved disciple, who committed a heinous act of apostasy and was forced to take the sacrament of vows. He meditated before a cemetery to ask God how to assume the responsibility of a teacher, and she would need to do the same. Such is the history of the Kasorika school. The protagonist, surprised, asked her if she really had to observe this here. She said, "Kasorika must now only be paid for it." She, however, adheres to the old order in this regard. Harold bowed his head and said, "He won't do that. They can't let her get into trouble, so they can just forget what they said before." Esther turned to him and said, "He made a vow, so he doesn't need to worry about what will happen after he breaks it, right? All he needs to do is make a decision and continue fulfilling his vow." She looked at them intently and asked, "Or were they going to the sacrament intending to break their vows?" Harold exclaimed in bewilderment, "Of course not." MC thought even Esther might be offended. The girl continued, "Then it doesn't matter. She understands and will accept everything. He shouldn't say anything about refusing communion." Harold replied that he would keep that in mind. When the allies left Esther, the sailor told the protagonist that he never thought he'd drag her into this. The protagonist clarified, "Why not? If he doesn't teach him how to navigate, the vow will be meaningless." Harold said no. If he said he would do it, then so be it. He's a man. MC placed his hand on his shoulder and said, "He's so pleased to hear that. He's counting on him and on Gora too. He'll teach them new ways of sailing." A month later, Yuri rented a ship in Suomi. On Harold's advice, he decided to buy his own ship in the Republic of Albion, a country with advanced shipbuilding technology. Seeing it off on its voyage, the protagonist shouted at him, "He'll hold him accountable." Did he understand? Harold happily replied, yes. He'd return when he'd mastered the new tools. And so, Howe's company set sail. Sometime later, Yuri had a dream. He hadn't had one in a long time. He dreamed of his grandfather, who, while processing vegetables, told him he was an economist and knew little about this. But in physics, there's such a thing as the uncertainty principle. It's impossible to observe the state of subatomic particles with complete precision. In other words, it's impossible to get a truly accurate picture of the world. If they can't accurately observe the smallest subatomic particle, they can't accurately observe the matter they're composed of. The same thing happens in economics. He was working on a model that tracks the movements of human society with utmost precision. The smallest unit of the economy is a person, but each person is unique. To trace the movements of the largest unit of society, you need to know each person. How does he think this is possible? The protagonist remained silent in response. The grandfather continued, "There are things he doesn't know even about the woman he's lived with for so many years. It's impossible to truly understand another person." Having given his grandson a spoiled vegetable, he told him to throw it away, and continued talking. He never understood his wife. Therefore, he could never understand the shape of a society made up of 8 billion people. He made a mistake as a scientist. What he was trying to clarify is the darkness of the unknown, inaccessible even to great knowledge. These were the last words the MC heard from him. Then he died, following in his grandmother's footsteps. Opening his eyes, the protagonist looked at the sky and told his grandfather that he hadn't dreamed of him for a long time. Carla, leaning over him, asked in surprise, "Grandpa?" The protagonist, seeing her face very close, jumped up with a scream so loud that she flew off along with the book she was reading to him. He said, "She scared him. She'd been watching him this whole time, hadn't she? But getting so close is indecent." The girl answered him offendedly. She'd been watching him for about 30 minutes. The protagonist was indignant. She was royalty. She shouldn't have time for this. The princess exclaimed she was bored and was waiting to ask him out on a date. MC said, "Why is she so careless? She didn't do anything strange while he was sleeping, did she?" Carla screamed indignantly. "She didn't do anything. She's not that stupid." Getting up from the ground, he went and apologized, but he didn't have time for that. He needed to eat and get back to work. Carla jumped up too and said, "Then he can go eat with her. After all, she, like her sister, lives in the same dorm. Why not with her? He always goes with her sister, so it's not fair." Yuri looked at her and said he couldn't let her come with him without permission. She's Her Highness. He shouted that they would see each other later and ran away from this place and from her. The girl tried to stop him, but it was useless. The protagonist thought about his grandfather and realized he was right. He couldn't understand how people felt. Sometime later, he arrived at the port city of Suomi. The pier was crowded with workers unloading incoming ships. The protagonist, looking at the floating structures, thought, a year has passed since Harold became part of the Howe Company and began trading. 2 ships purchased from the Republic of Albion are already in service, and a 3rd is under construction. The port of the royal capital, controlled by a witch family, is a place of great interest. Imported goods are sold to merchants here in Suomi, and transport to the cities is the responsibility of the traders. At that moment, a female voice called out from behind him, asking his name. MC drew his blade and turned sharply toward the voice. He pointed the weapon at the girl, who looked at him indifferently, and asked why he was so cautious. He answered, the wooden planks on this pier creak, but he couldn't hear any footsteps. Who is she? The girl replied. Her Majesty the Queen sent her for him. He should follow her. Yuri said irritably. Let her answer my question. Who is she? She showed him her weapon and declared, she is the royal sword. The protagonist cursed silently. The royal sword is a special unit subordinate to the queen. However, it is isolated from the chain of command, and only the queen can command it. Organizationally, this unit is part of the 1st Royal Guard. The royal sword's job is to protect the royal family and conduct intelligence operations. They also engage in subversive activities, including assassinations. When they arrived at their post, the queen handed them a black dagger that blends into the darkness. The protagonist said out loud, it certainly looks genuine, but if they went to the trouble of sending the royal sword as a messenger, does that mean Carol did something? She answered menacingly, it's Her Highness's order. MC raised her hands and asked her not to be so angry. He would go with her. The girl spun around and walked away. He suddenly grabbed her by the shoulder, but she blocked his hand and twisted it in 2 counts. Then she asked him irritably, what's he up to, you idiot? Does he want to die? He replied that if she really were the royal sword, obeying the queen, she would have withstood his attack. He was just checking her out, asking her to let go. She exhaled loudly, released him, and called him to follow her. When they arrived at the royal island, she led him to the waiting room. Shimoni appeared and apologized for keeping him waiting. She expressed her hope he had arrived without problems. Yuri greeted her with a bow and replied that he had some free time. The girl closed the door, and Shimoni told him that it was very kind of him to sit down. The protagonist clarified he hadn't been told the reason for his visit. The queen said that he should allow her to make him tea first. While she was preparing it, Shimoni said that in ancient times, there was a culture where noble women prepared tea by hand to thank men for their hospitality. This culture faded with the fall of the Chantilly Empire. There used to be a trusting relationship between the knights and the witches, who were responsible for military affairs. The protagonist noted that this was because the knights failed to defend the country. The great empire suffered defeat in battle when a large army from across the continent attacked the great king, a knight. When the great king died so easily, the crusaders took his place and took all the spoils. The blame for the defeat and exile fell on the knights who had lost the war. Stoned by both kings and witches, the knights grew proud and began to thirst for their own success. Shimone, pouring tea into mugs, said, he's a good student, isn't he? He replied, you could say so. The woman offered him a cup of good tea to start and wished him bon appetit. After a short while, she said, now, let's get down to business. The conversation turned to Kirchner. Shimone said he deposed his brother and took the throne by promising the electors a huge bribe. He entrusted his heavenly domains to the payment of the bribe. If he couldn't pay, he would be forced to cut off his lands and sell the royal possessions. Therefore, soon after ascending the throne, he turned to the Papal States with the intention of launching a crusade. He plundered everything he could and sold the captured slaves to pay them in gold. The coronation took place in July of the previous year. Soon after the Pope announced the beginning of the crusade, Kirchner must have sensed the armies of the nations beginning to gather in the north. The protagonist noted that this information must have been sent from the House of Howe to the royal palace. The queen said, I wonder where they got the impression that the information was unreliable. She understood what he was saying, but that wasn't why she summoned him today. When they send reinforcements to Kirchner, she would also like to form an observation team from the academy students. He stared at her in surprise. What did she say? The woman looked at him carefully and said, this is her daughter. MC was surprised. Was it Carol's idea to create an observation team? And why was this even being brought up? He told her he didn't want to think about it, but he was wondering what would happen when Kilhina, which was blocking the peninsula, fell and their country became the next target. The woman, sipping her tea, answered that in that case, only 5 generals would be responsible for the defense. Hu, Ru, Bofu, Nozi, and Ito. The Edo family's territory is a completely isolated island, so they wouldn't be able to help them. So essentially they could only rely on 4 great houses, right? Carol was currently studying at the academy, along with the heirs of the Howe and Rube houses. If Kilhina fell, the 3 of them would have to lead the country and fight. He listened to her attentively, focused. Shimane continued. The current head of House Rubake's Lord Keen is quite advanced in age. His father, Luke, does not hold a knighthood and is unable to command an army. In a few years, he, Yuri, and Lord Kian's son, Ryao, will inherit the leadership. But for the soldiers, having young men without combat experience in command is only a source of anxiety. Yuri remarked, so she wants him to go to the battlefield, at least for show? The queen answered, yes, even just observing, he can learn something new. The protagonist said, if possible, he would like her to cancel this. The woman replied that she would like him to participate for Carol's sake, but it was up to him to decide. He thought, I see. The reason she arranged this audience and asked him about it was Carol. She wanted him to keep an eye on her. He said out loud, however, perhaps she can't fully imagine a real battlefield. At that moment, the protagonist felt the girl's gaze on him and looked at her, thinking she was frightening him. The queen asked him to continue. MC said, okay, the battlefield is filled with such horrific sights, but they are unbearable. Massacres, kidnappings, the torture of compatriots, the mockery of young girls. If Carol were to witness something like that, could she as a mother even imagine the impact it would have on her? Carol is a girl with noble, honest, and ideal qualities. Among the students of the Noble Academy, many deeply admire her. However, it is precisely because of these royal qualities that she will not be able to ignore the tragedies of the battlefield once she sees them with her own eyes. If that happens, the soldiers who admire her will be destroyed. Even if the surviving knights of the Academy were able to return, they would likely spend their lives enduring ridicule and humiliation for abandoning the princess. Even if Carol were forcibly brought back, there was no guarantee that she, having ignored the brutal atrocities, would be able to live as before. Doesn't she think that's too cruel? The queen replied that he was right, but that was war. He noted with confusion that even though there was no guarantee anyone would return unharmed, she understood that, and yet she was sending them anyway? Shimane had said she was aware of this, but this country needed a hero right now. Yuri thought, confused. A hero? Perhaps she had accepted Carol's offer from the start, knowing something would happen. If problems arose during the campaign and were resolved by exaggerating and manipulating the facts, a young hero could be created. But even if the risk of Carol's death were on the line, is this really a goal worth risking your daughter's life for? He firmly declared aloud that he was abandoning the expedition plan. He didn't agree with it. If he refused, everything was off, right? Shimane replied with a slight smile. Then she would try to convince his father. In that case, he wouldn't refuse, right? Because hearing stories from the Academy, she sensed that he cherished her daughter and her friends very much. So surely, waiting for his return, worrying about the safety of everyone who had gone to war, wasn't in his nature. In that case, wouldn't it be simpler to go with them? MC thought irritably. I hope she can't read his mind. Indeed, perhaps so. Finally, after some thought, he declared that even if he went, there were a few conditions. If she agreed to them, he would accept this request. The queen thanked him. A few days later, Yuri and Mayaro posted a notice at the Knight Academy. Stepping back to inspect the work done, the protagonist remarked, fine, so be it. This is an official notice from the royal family to the students of the Knight Academy. This announcement begins the recruitment of volunteers for the observation squad. This notice, dated April 4th, year 223 of the imperial calendar, in the name of Her Majesty, announced the following. Knight Yuri Hao of the 103rd academic year is appointed captain. Knight Carol of the same year is appointed vice captain, and the senior students of the Ober detachment class will be sent to serve in the army. Miyaro congratulated his friend on his appointment as captain. Yuri replied that this was one of the conditions he had set for Her Majesty regarding the expedition. Although Vice Captain Carol seemed displeased, Mayaro laughed, noting he could picture her face. He asked the protagonist, by the way, what is the second condition? The protagonist replied, the dismissal of the witch Eliza, who was in charge of the patent department. Ever since she took over, it's been pure chaos. Special assignments are allowed, but in exchange, patent infringement claims are dismissed. They do whatever they want, plagiarism everywhere. Mayaro noted, looking at the personnel appointments, he'd expected this to happen. MC said, the queen should at least do this. Miyaro turned to his comrade and said, thank you again for taking him under your command. Yuri replied with a smile. He's quite capable after all. They'll need his strength on this expedition. But he should try not to be a liability on the battlefield. If something were to happen to someone dear to him on the battlefield, he wasn't sure he could simply ignore it. If that happened, there could be serious losses. Therefore, if possible, he'd prefer not to take him along. Mayaro told him that if he were in his place, he thought he'd do the same. But returning Her Highness Carol safely is the priority, right? The protagonist admitted he was right, but he wasn't heartless, and he didn't want to be. Mayaro exclaimed, he agreed. He didn't want to become callous and insensitive either. The protagonist placed his hand on his shoulder and said that's why he had to stay close. So he, Mayaro, wouldn't have to rush to his rescue. He should just try to stay safe on the battlefield. Mayaro promised to do his best. At that moment, MC called out to Ryao and said, sorry for being late. They posted a notice, right? Yuri told him he was just about to follow him. He shouldn't mind his informal manner. The two men shook hands. Ryao said he didn't care. He thought their captain was older, but it was even easier this way than being addressed formally. They decided not to chat any further and to get on with their business. Entering the library, the protagonist introduced Mayaro and Ryao, saying Ryao would be vice commander. Now that they'd been introduced, they could sit down. The protagonist looked at his allies and said, it's better to ask directly. Ryao, who was placed under his command, does he have any complaints? The young man replied that he wasn't going to act like a big general, just because he deliberately repeated a year. If he'd heard the report earlier, he wouldn't be at the academy now, but as the head of one of the great houses, he couldn't shirk his responsibility. Let him forgive him. He didn't mean to ridicule him. MC assured him he didn't care. He also believed there was no need to sacrifice his life for another country. Incidentally, according to House Rube's analysis of this war, is there a chance of victory for Kilhin? Riao replied that the chances of victory were slim. The attack on the royal palace was bound to fail this time too. Besides, internal strife still plagues them. They haven't even tried to learn from the lessons of the last war. Yuri noted, understood. But that also applies to the Rube house, right? Riao said that forcing only the great houses to send reinforcements is a strategy for preserving the royal guard. The royal family is quite pleased, the protagonist remarked, but he shouldn't say that in front of Carol. Riao said he wasn't that stupid. Although, if they were talking about her, in that regard, she's stupidly honest. Yuri said the ultimate goal is for everyone to return safely. He should just remember that any careless actions could be fatal. Besides, he's not so incompetent that he can't handle fools, is he? Riao chuckled and said, of course. After that, the allies moved on to personnel matters. The protagonist said Myro would be chief of staff, handling general matters and assisting him. He asked Riao if he knew anything about Myro's family's origins. The boy only told him stories about their origins. He didn't suspect him of being an agent of the witch's house or anything like that. The protagonist remarked, okay, then, starting tomorrow, they should both prepare application forms for fleet membership and conduct an investigation among those interested. They also need to purchase supplies and so on. If they work under Mayaro's direction, there shouldn't be any problems. Riao asked him what he would be doing in the meantime. MC replied that tomorrow he would fly to Kilhina and conduct an inspection. He wanted to go ahead and check the current situation. Meanwhile, Crusaders arrived in Kirhan, an abandoned village near the border. The villagers began to flee in fear. After some time, Yuri climbed onto the eagle, and Mayaro handed him the reins and told him to take care of himself. He took it and said he would be gone for about 4 days and entrusted the rest to him. He flew on the eagle, and many people looked at him from different places. He flew and thought that he was finally at the border with Kilkin. He took off from the capital and rose high and was now flying over the old river. This river is the border between Sharda and Kilkin, along which there are 2 bridges. And now they are flying from Hot to the Zuku Bridge. The purpose of this inspection was to determine the coordinates of key points. If this is successful, which he is confident of, then with the help of a map and compass they will be able to reach their destination. Later, he saw the Zuku Bridge and flew closer. He looked at this bridge, saw refugees arriving from Kilkin, and wondered, near the bottleneck, it seems they widened the pedestrian road, or do they give priority to carts on the bridge? People walking across the bridge noticed him, and he thought that it seemed like the towns along the highway were also overflowing with refugees. Leaving the capital and spending the night in an inn was impossible. He apologized to the eagle and said that, however, they would spend the night outdoors today. They would go into the city to stock up on food. At the same time, in the dormitory of the Night Academy, Myro was walking along the corridor. Carol peeked out from behind the door, called him and said that she wanted to talk to him. Could he please spare her a little time? They went to the bath together, and she, looking worried, said that she heard that he was working with Riao on assignments for the observation squad. Why didn't anyone tell her about this? He said it was because it was not the kind of work that Her Highness should be doing. She turned around abruptly and said loudly that she was also responsible for this operation. If he was worried about her origin, he could forget about it. She also wants to help with every little thing. He said that today he wrote rejections for candidates who don't meet the application requirements. If such letters have Her Highness's signature, they might be taken too seriously. She calmed down a little, sat down next to him, and asked if that was really true. But the 3 of them had recently had a secret meeting, hadn't they? She felt left out. He said that wasn't true. He simply didn't have any other work. Although, indeed, he clearly underestimated Her Highness. She asked if he considered her a weak woman or something like that. He said with a smile that he valued her very much. She felt embarrassed by this, and he said that she acted in accordance with her convictions. He must be acting this way because he considers her reckless. He is afraid that the people he values will get hurt. Besides, battlefields are always fraught with similar risks. If their lives are in danger, he will go and save them himself. Even if it's just an observation, he doesn't take those he cares about with him to the battlefield, precisely because he thinks Her Highness will probably do the same, although a little overprotection is perhaps inevitable. She said with a small smile that, however, she would still be out of work. He said that they could continue their conversation in the dorm. She began to stretch and said that, great. Then she would have a bachelorette party in her room. She hoped that he was currently warming up in some inn. At the same time, the protagonist sneezed, wiped his nose, and said that it was getting cold. He looked up with a tool and wrote something down in a book. After that, he made a fire, but felt that someone was watching him from the forest. He grabbed an axe lying nearby, screamed to get the man's attention, and asked how long he would continue watching. The man came out of the forest and asked, so he noticed him? He was carrying some firewood in his hands and asked if he was also going to set up camp. So if he didn't mind, could he join him? He put his hand behind his back and said that if he was worried, he could give up his weapon. He allowed him to join without giving up his weapon and thought he was a bandit or something like that. but he had a very decent appearance. Also, this knightly sign, only graduates of the knightly academy have such a thing. The man took out a large piece of meat, showed it to him, and asked if he would like to eat it together. He refused and said that it would be better if he gave it to his eagle. Instead, they would eat fresh meat that he recently bought in the city. He thanked him and asked if that meant he could feed him. He allowed him to do so. He immediately went to the eagle, handed it over, and it ate. He said with a small smile that this eagle was very well trained. Its movements were so graceful. MC agreed and said that it was his proud eagle. He finished frying the meat, handed him a skewer, he took it, thanked him, and said that he apologized for everything. They wished each other bon appetit, and he said that he apologized for the indiscreet question, but he considered it related to the House of Hao. He agreed, and said that, however, what he was interested in was his origin. The man stood up, asked for forgiveness, bowed, and said that he was Jino Toga, one of the general houses of the Kilin Kingdom, the head of his house. He looked at him and wondered what the head of the Kilin clan was doing here. He introduced himself and asked, however, why he was traveling on foot and walking alone. He surely had money for a horse ride. He said that this was the only way available to him. The territory of the House of Toga was occupied in the previous war, and the kingdom had no intention of taking it back. He was a worthless man who could not protect his own territory. He doesn't have the means to raise an army. So he returned his title to Her Majesty the Queen and dismissed his vassals. Now he is the only one from the House of Toga. Refugees are the people the Kilhin Knights must protect. If he takes up residence overnight, it will mean taking one place from such people, which is why he is making such a journey. Yuri considered his intentions noble and said that he would like to hear the opinion of an experienced warrior. If he had seen a war, do he think they will win or lose? He looked down with a worried expression and said that he was pessimistic. He remembered what happened earlier when his army suffered a crushing defeat in the war. He said that to the thunderous roar, soldiers died, not understanding where the blow came from. The enemy used a new weapon and crushed them. This caught his attention, and he asked if he could tell him more. Jino agreed, began to recall this, and said that they were caught by surprise with weapons called rifles. Although they have problems with the rate of fire, they have high stopping power, and if they are shot from afar under that roar, the soldiers will inevitably falter. In this battle, the enemy will probably field twice as many of these weapons as last time. He thought that, judging by the information received from Harold, he had a rough idea of what the enemy weapons were capable of. Although mechanical bows surpass them in range and rate of fire, it is only natural that their front line would be broken if they did not know about the existence of rifles. He asked, considering this, what tactics he considered effective against these weapons. He said that he believed in entrenchments and maneuverability. The power of rifles is such that wooden shields will not stop them. However, it is unrealistic to expect soldiers to carry thick shields. That's why soldiers dig trenches to take cover. However, if they simply sit there, the enemy will surround them. That's why they use maneuverable units like the Katori to disrupt their formation. If the enemy is confused, the Katori will break out of the encirclement. The protagonist looked at him and thought that this man had a tactical eye. Jino said that he had already proposed something similar to Her Majesty and the generals, but as far as he understood, they hadn't worked out. He thought that since the Toga family lost despite everything, they didn't listen to him. He said that he believed this tactic was rational. He said that even if they lost, someone might listen to his words and take it to heart. Unexpectedly for him, he said that this tactic was definitely not senseless. He thanked him and said that his words had calmed him down. He said that there was still meat here he could eat before it got cold. He thought that the kingdom could go without wars for these 10 years because there were honest generals like him defending the front lines if this talent remained buried. He said that if necessary, he could write a letter of recommendation to be accepted into the service of the House of Ho. He was very surprised by what he heard, choked, and asked, "Is this true?" MC said that whether they would accept him or not, he did not know, but he could at least introduce him to them. He thanked him and said that would be enough. He said that then he would write about him later. After some time, he flew on his eagle and thought that after delivering his letter the next day, he went to the capital of the Kingdom of Elbin, Reform. He flew to the capital and said that it was time to descend. He landed in a city where many soldiers were checking weapons. Someone cried out loudly and asked him to stop, which caught his attention. The man loudly asked what he was doing here. This was not the place where he was allowed to land. He apologized and said that he did not know where he could land. He was a cadet of the Knightly Order of the Kingdom of Chalta. He took out a scroll and said that he had come on a special mission. The man read it and said that under the pretext of being Her Majesty's messenger, he still could not do whatever he wanted. They must bring the messenger to the castle now. He was about to hand over the reins, but the man put his hand on his shoulder and said that he must wait. He said with a sly grin that he would take this eagle. He should give up the reins. In fact, his eagle had been damaged the other day. Their country, which would soon enter the war, he was ready to pay him 10 gold coins for it. Yuri removed his hand and said that for him, this eagle was a brother with whom he was born and raised. No matter how much money he offered, he was not going to sell it. He became indignant about this and loudly asked, why should he care? If you think about their situation, it should be obvious. He said that he came here on the orders of the kingdom of Chalta. He was going to create a rift between the two countries for such a selfish reason. He said in a displeased tone that he was not going to do that. He should just give up the eagle, and that's it. He sighed with displeasure, called him persistent, and asked, he had already refused. Didn't he hear him? He grabbed the dagger on his belt and loudly said that he had said to give him the eagle. The protagonist immediately kicked him and knocked him to the ground. He stepped on him and loudly asked this insolent man, doesn't he know who he's talking to? He stated his name and said that the Killhin Knights had forgotten Gokuhao's name. If he just wanted to practice his dialogue, he should choose someone of his level. A girl approached them, apologized for his outburst, and said that they would take care of the eagle. She asked him to follow her to the castle. He looked at the man he had just knocked down with a displeased expression, but still agreed. After that, the servants brought him to the castle hall. He entered and asked for forgiveness. The woman called him, greeted him, and said that she was the queen of this country, Jacoba Tuni Shaltul. He bowed and said that it was a great honor for him to represent his kingdom and attend the dinner party. She said that they were also happy about it. She asked to allow her to introduce the others, Duke Dragan and his daughter. He looked at her and said that he knew her, Her Excellency Teruru. He looked at him and said that he was impressed that he even knew about her. It seemed that he was well informed. She said that she heard that their guard was quite rude to him. She apologized for him. MC said that he came here only to avoid unnecessary casualties and to the battlefield to evaluate in these turbulent times. She treats troublemakers like this, and they are not even enemies. Do they really have such great contradictions within themselves? She agreed and asked, by the way, his way here must not have been easy, right? Nothing difficult? He said that he had to spend the night in the forest. He met Gino Toga along the way and traveled with him. They were shocked by what they heard, and she said it was unexpected. He said they were talking in the forest and he heard about how he was abandoned. Dragan said they had no choice but to abandon Toga's house. It was a necessary measure that did not affect him personally, although they heard that he was missing. Yuri said that he was heading to Chalta and was carrying a letter of introduction from him, so there was a chance that the Hao family would take him in. He said that was great. He was glad that he would still be involved, even if in another kingdom. They should eat before the food gets cold. He started to eat his dish, but noticed the Duke looking at him and asked if something was wrong. He said nothing. It was just that looking at him made him remember having dinner with Lord Goku. They met at a bow archery competition 14 years ago, and when they met again, they were already parents. He said that a man who couldn't protect his wife and unborn child had no right to a country. Did the court really dare do something like that? They lost a good man. He looked at him and thought that he didn't even know they had such motives. Thanks to his uncle, who fought on the front lines, the king and Gino, Sham, and he were able to spend 10 years in peace. He should be grateful for that. Dragan said that, by the way. When Goku first saw Teruyu, he said that they all looked alike. He also has a cousin, right? I think her name is. The protagonist said the name Sham and thought that, even though he had heard about it, they were clearly not alike. He said that in fact, he and his cousin were able to live carefree lives thanks to their uncle, and it seemed he would be happy too. Jacoba said that his words calmed her down. They should leave these sad conversations and enjoy the meal. At the same time, Sham was sitting in the field, looking at the sky and remembering the past. When she was sitting on the roof with Goku, she called Dad and asked if he was going somewhere again. He agreed and said that he needed to go away for a long time. She asked if he would go further than that star. He laughed, denied it, and said that he would go much closer. She looked at him and asked, then will he come back soon? He said that even when he is not around, he will always be with her at the present time. Lily came up to her and said that she was daydreaming again. If she sits like this with her mouth open, a fly will fly in. She said that if you calculate the probability of such a thing, it might even be interesting. She looked down and said that her brother said that he would return today. She said in a calm tone that she was worried too, but he would return safe and sound. She noticed an eagle flying nearby, pointed it out, and warned her about it. Sham immediately got up and quickly ran towards the eagle. She ran up to MC, and as soon as he landed, she called him loudly and jumped to hug him. He called her by name with a surprised expression on his face, and she said that he was late. He was a little confused by this and said that he had returned without stopping at the hotel. He was in such a hurry. Lily came up to them and said that every day she waited for his return, looking at the sky. Welcome home. After some time, he came to the workshop where Kaf and Harold were standing and said that he had gathered them today for one reason. As they know, he is going to the battlefield. He took out a letter and said that in this regard, just in case, he would leave a will. He would leave it to his father. If he does not return, they should follow this and liquidate the company. He looked slightly puzzled and said that indeed, there was a chance he would die. Besides, it would be unpleasant if he couldn't keep the oath he had given to Master Esther. He turned to him, called him an idiot, and said that a cog like him couldn't even think about what would happen next. They began to quarrel with displeasure, and he put the letter in his inside pocket and said that if they didn't get along, he wouldn't be able to leave peacefully. The problem was managing the company while he was gone. He called Koff and said that all matters except those under Harold's supervision would be left to his discretion. In addition, as a new business for the Hao Company, he was to print the sacred scriptures of the Isa religion. He was thinking of selling it on the continent supported by the clanny. He asked Master Esther, and she arranged with the local bishop for a transfer. Keeping sacred scriptures at home was encouraged there. However, only the wealthy can afford handwritten copies on parchment. Cheap scriptures printed on Hao paper will definitely be in demand. Harold asked, "Will this be translated into the teacher's version of the Watashi school? Won't this be considered forbidden books?" He agreed and said that the teacher was also worried about this. In the authorized translation of the sacred scriptures of the Kasolian faction of the Isis religion, the Shan people are discriminated against as demons, but this is not the case in Esther's translation. Therefore, if this is discovered, it will most likely be considered heresy and banned. However, if they are suppressed for several decades, even after the ban, a few copies will remain. In a few decades, someone might pick it up and be imbued with the teacher's teachings. He asked thoughtfully, "So this should not be seen as missionary work by the Watashi school, but rather as an underground dissemination of the faith?" Yuri agreed and said he didn't care as long as it sold. He would also entrust him with an important mission. He wanted him to set out on a newly built ship to search for a new continent. He was surprised by this and said that earlier in Suomi he had said something like, if the existence of the state were threatened, the royal family would flee to a safe place. Did such a place really exist? He agreed and thought that since the shape of this continent was similar to Earth's, a new continent must exist beyond the ocean. He said he understood why they doubted. They didn't know whether it was worth spending huge amounts of money on this at a time like this, but there was a great meaning to this undertaking that outweighed the benefits and losses. It couldn't be in vain. In this matter, he asked them to trust his decision. They both smiled and said that it was clear. In any case, he must return alive. They were professional sailors here. They would find him a new continent and whatever else. The protagonist said he was counting on them. That's all. He'll meet his father and then return to the academy. He called Harold and said he had one more request. He handed him a small note and said that before his departure, he wanted him to get something in the Republic of Albio. He left the workshop and saw Borea and Suzuya, who called his name with a displeased expression. They came closer, and she angrily said that since he had returned, he should have looked in on them first, since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He apologized, and she said that she had just brought Byun-chan some ginkgo nuts. He would stop by to see them, right? He agreed and said that he was just on his way there. She was happy about this and said that then she would give him the nuts, and they would have tea. His father would also see him. Later, he came home and, together with Luke, began to peel the nuts and looked at him with a slightly wary look. He read the letter, sighed, and said that he heard about it from Her Majesty. As always, he acts without consulting his parents, right? He said that he thought that it was not such an important matter to worry them. He put the letter on the table and said that the child should not worry so much about his parents. He does not mind that he is going to war. However, he understands how worried his mother was when she heard about it, right? MC agreed, and he sighed and said that he also should think about the feelings of the parents to whom their son is suddenly entrusting his will. He apologized. Suzuya came up to them and said that they had not had dinner together as a family for so long. They should leave such conversations in the office. Luke apologized as she put the plates on the table and said that they were ginkgo skewers and buns with salted butter. He agreed, began to eat, and said that it was very tasty. They were glad to hear this, and he said that somehow, having dinner together in such a cramped kitchen brought back memories of the past, such nostalgia. He remembered his childhood, smiled, got up from the table, and said that he was grateful for the treat. It was time for him to return to the academy. He turned to them, called out, and said that he would definitely return. They were glad to hear this and looked at him. A month later, Yuri thought that about 60 people had been selected from the volunteers and formed an observation squad. They divided into a squad of royal eagles that flew by air and a supply squad that carried supplies by land and headed for the kingdom of Kilhin. Command of the supply squad was entrusted to Ryao, who knew the lands of Kilhin well. Dragon Godwin would also join them, and they set out with about 30 volunteers. Mayara was assigned to him as an advisor. The supply detachment, in addition to the supplies requested from Harold, also carried some of their luggage. They were supposed to meet them at the village of Nika, which would become the detachment's base. A few days later, a detachment of Royal Eagles, led by him and Carol, also left Sibiak and set out. Later, they reached the waypoint, Mashar, and they all landed together. He jumped to the ground, called out to Stardust, and asked if he was tired. She also descended from the eagle, called out to him, and said that, as expected, they had arrived at the waypoint without getting lost. He said that was why he had flown reconnaissance in advance. Anyone could handle a map and compass. However, after several hours of flying, his body had frozen, and her lips had also turned blue. She became embarrassed and said that everything was fine, there were no problems. Her hands began to shake, and he sighed and said that there was no need to tense up just because they were in front of the soldiers. They would take roll call and quickly go to the inn to rest. Later, when night fell, all the knights gathered at the inn. She knocked on the protagonist's room, warned him that she was going to enter, and said that he was really thoughtful. Now many were leaving the village because of the war, and he had prepared not only housing but also servants with supplies, right? He said that even if they had to flee, money would still be needed. He had paid them a lot of money, so they should do their job well. She said that, by the way, that servant had something to talk to him about. He entered the room, told something, and asked if the bear often appears here. He said with a slightly worried look that it seemed to have tasted their food. They had already placed their 2 eagles, but the rest were tied outside, so if a bear attacked them, it would be dangerous. That's why they would like to post a guard, but they are just peasants, without weapons. Could he lend them his spears? He said thoughtfully that they could not lend them spears, which were the pride of the knightly order, so they would stand guard themselves. He looked at him and asked if he was sure of this decision. He took the case and said that everything was fine. He would go too. He hung it over his shoulder and said that he also wanted to hunt a bear. Later, he went outside with the other knights. They lit a fire and looked in different directions. Carol wanted to sleep. He noticed this and asked if she was okay. Today she could rely on him and sleep in the room. She refused and said that it would not do. He said that if at the decisive moment both commanders are tired, they will become useless. This will not do. The guards would also rest in shifts. She finally agreed, but at that very moment, the knights noticed something in the forest. They were very worried when they saw a huge bear coming out of the forest, and warned the others about it. She called MC by name. He ran forward with a case and loudly said that she should command on the spot. The knights lined up in front of the bear and were very worried because it was very big. He took a weapon out of the case and loudly said that they should get out of the way. He would come forward. He took a gun and aimed at the bear. He fired, hit the animal's body, and all the knights covered their ears because of the very loud sound. They were surprised by what they saw, and the bear turned around and went into the forest, which attracted their attention. He turned to them and loudly asked, "Are there any hunters here?" A hunter with a dog ran to him, and he said that he inflicted a serious wound on the bear. It will soon die from blood loss. You should put the dog on the trail, butcher the carcass, and bring it back. He agreed and put the dog on the trail. The knights called the captain, approached him, and asked if this was a weapon of the Kur people. He had fatally wounded a bear with one shot. How did it even work? They asked him to teach them. Yuri, looking slightly displeased, agreed and said that he would explain everything to them later, but for now they should go their separate ways. After some time, they reached the recommended evacuation zone, the village of Nika, and he thought that in a few days, the detachment of Royal Eagles, which he leads, would arrive in this village, which would become their base. They also safely linked up with a supply detachment under the command of Riao, who had arrived by land. They were gathering outside, and he took a gun and said that this was the latest weapon used by their current enemy, the Kur people, Teppo. It was invented by engineers of the Kururun Empire, a follower of the Kokoruru teachings. Lead bullets and gunpowder are used. If you simply light the gunpowder, it will burn, but if you light it in a confined space, it will explode. Gunpowder has the property of easily igniting and burning. Using this property, gunpowder and a lead bullet are poured into the barrel. Compact it with the supplied cleaning rod. Pour gunpowder onto the breech pan in the same way. If you burn the trigger, the flint strikes, and if a spark ignites the gunpowder. He fired a shot and said that the lead bullet flies out and can inflict a mortal wound on the target. With the advent of such new weapons and weaponry, the tactics they studied became obsolete. However, this does not mean that ancient tactics no longer work. Taking the enemy by surprise, launching a surprise attack, taking the high ground and attacking the low ground. The advantages of such basic tactics are still undeniable. They're going to conduct test firing now, and he wants them to think about how to counter this weapon. So, the officers will take turns instructing those who are ready. The knights began practicing using their weapons and rejoiced at their success. The protagonist called Riao and said he had something to talk to him about. They retreated to a deserted place, and he said he would be going to reform for a short while, because he wanted to confirm when the battle would begin. If he didn't mind, he'd like him to come with him. He said he understood what was going on. If the real princess of Yokoku country arrived, they would throw a grand reception. During the war, this would be bad news for the enemy. Miyaro was born a witch, so if problems arose, it would be unpleasant. He agreed and said that it would be calmer if they left him with the Rube family. Besides, they would be able to get information from the old lord. There should be a camp of that family nearby. If he was there, things would go faster. He would talk to the two of them. They would leave the day after tomorrow. He waved to him before leaving and said that he would start preparing immediately. He remained standing where he was, looked into the dark alley, called the royal sword, and said that she should stop eavesdropping and come out. She was also keeping an eye on Carol and heard their conversation. She was staying here, and he would not interfere with her work. She could do what she wanted. She said that her duties also included watching him. For a subordinate, he was quite smart, but there was a possibility that he would betray the mistress. He thought with a serious expression that it was understandable, very much in the spirit of the royal sword. So she didn't trust anyone except the royal family, including him? She probably doesn't consider him, a member of the general's family, trustworthy. He said that it was her right not to trust him. However, this would mean that she doubted the judgment of Her Majesty, who believed in him and trusted him. She said that it was not her decision who to believe and who to punish, and the lady was no exception. He said that perhaps it was, but if she did not consider Her Majesty a stupid and ignorant person, then she should listen to her. She turned around, started to leave, and said that she was always watching him. After some time, MC, along with Riao, flew to the royal capital of Reform. They flew to the camp of the House of Rubikes, which was outside the castle walls, and landed there. He ran to him, called out, and said that he apologized for keeping him waiting. He heard that his father was now in the castle. They went there, entered the study where he was, called out to his father and asked if he was busy now. He was surprised when he saw his son, called him and asked what happened. Why did he come so suddenly? He said that he wanted to ask him something, and this gentleman was their commander. He bowed and said that he was pleased to meet him. Kian said that he had heard of his exploits. They could sit down. The people who were in his office stood up from their seats and said that they would leave them then. They both sat down on chairs, and he said that, by the way, he had come here with the princess as an observer. So what is the point of the visit? Yuri said that he came to find out approximately when the battle would begin. It would be foolish to miss it. He said that he was probably right, but he himself did not know. The enemy was acting very strange for some reason. For some reason they were hesitating. It seemed that something was holding them back, but he did not know what exactly. What did he think about this? He said that they were probably preparing some new plan to storm the Belder fortress, which they had failed to take last time. For example, siege weapons, the installation of which takes time. He said with a serious expression that they had just been thinking about the same thing. It was not for nothing that Her Highness trusted him. By the way, what he had on his lap was not an accident. He handed him the gun he had brought. The head of the Rube family examined it and asked what era the weapon was from. He said that it was a masterpiece made last year by the people of the kingdom of Fruscia. He brought it as a gift to the royal house of Kilhin. He was a little nervous and thought he wouldn't ask to keep it. Would he? Keen handed it to him and said that he shouldn't put it in its case. It was better to leave it as is. It was for the war council. It would be better if he handed it over right there at the council, which His Highness the Prince Consort would be present. He called Ryo and said that he would also be present. It would be a useful lesson for him. The protagonist, with a worried look, thought that a simple soldier like him had no place at a council where Ken and the prince consort would be. Something was becoming too serious. The two of them followed him. He asked for forgiveness, and he, with a calm expression, said that he could ignore it. He was the heir, and besides, he had some personal matters, so everything was fine. Rial thanked him and asked if he could ask one more thing. How was he feeling? He turned to him and said that everything was fine. But what was wrong? They entered the hall, where several men were already sitting, looking at them. He said that perhaps the fate of two countries would be decided at this war council. Kilhin and Sharda, the fate of their peoples were at stake. The head of the Rube family asked for chairs to be prepared and said that they should attend as assistants. He sat down on the chair, and they both sat on chairs. MC called him a romantic and asked if he thought the fate of the people would be decided at this meeting, right? He turned to him and asked what he meant. He thought that there was no absolute leader in their army. If the generals didn't agree, the plan wouldn't be accepted. Even if they proposed a brilliant strategy, after a fruitless meeting, they would settle on a mediocre plan. He said that for him it felt like he was a spectator waiting for the curtain to rise on a play. Rial said that, however, they were also participants. Even though they were observers, wasn't there something they could do? He said that they couldn't do anything. They were just students, not almighty gods. They had no way to handle a crusade. He was just sentimental about the tragedy that was about to happen before his eyes. He asked, maybe, but if something could be done, what would he do? This is a purely hypothetical question. He said with a serious expression that the question was typical of Carol. It was impossible to force all the generals' families to hand over military power by any means before the war began. Under such circumstances, whatever he came up with would be impossible to implement. An observer detachment cannot influence the course of the war. No matter how much one talks about empty theory, it is pointless. He agreed with this, and Yuri thought that he seemed to be looking at Kilhin with a cold gaze. But perhaps, having become a detachment commander, his views had changed. Dragon entered the hall, looked at them, and they both bowed their heads in greeting. He took his place and said that they were beginning a war council. Cox Lecky said that to avoid repeating the previous mistake, all the cavalrymen on the army's mounts should be used as a single cavalry unit. If everyone committed their cavalrymen individually, they would be easily dealt with. Otar Gadzi slammed his fist on the table and loudly asked, why should they give up their cavalry? If they were led by an inexperienced general, they wouldn't demonstrate even a tenth of their abilities. Besides, the previous defeat was due to problems with the army's morale. The army's strength depends on it. It's important to inspire the soldiers. Besides, they have the impregnable great fortress of Verdun. There's no need to worry unnecessarily. Dragan noticed Keen raising his hand and asked if he had an opinion. He stood up, approached the protagonist, and asked if he could borrow it for a while. He showed them the gun and said they should take a look. This is the latest firearm used by the enemy. A member of the Hao family who was present purchased it from the country of the Kura people. Compared to what the enemy left in the last battle, it has definitely evolved. Weighing less and firing a shot. Against an enemy with such technology and progressing daily, how can they claim that Verdun will be invincible forever? Besides, does he think the warriors will be encouraged by a useless general who takes no measures or strategies? Otar called him and said that he saw no way to take this great fortress. He calmly said that they should then ask the representative of the Hao family who was present. At his age, he knows more about the Kur people than anyone. He learned their language, sailed across the sea, and traded with them. Dragan called him and said that he was asking him to share his opinion. MC, looking worried, said that even if they said so, he had only seen the great fortress of Verdun in a painting. Keen said it wasn't important, he just wanted his opinion. He thought Father Riao was asking the impossible of him. He pulled himself together, stood up, introduced himself, and said it was just a guess. But if he were to storm Verdun, he would break down the main gate. This great fortress was originally a quarry. Steep, man-made rocky walls, indestructible, high ramparts, an impregnable fortress. The path to the main gate, serving as both entrance and exit, has a steep slope and is designed so that a battering ram cannot approach. Dragan asked with interest how he planned to destroy this gate. He said he would blow it up with gunpowder. It would be expensive, but a bronze cannon could be made on site. Another method is to plant an explosive device filled with a large amount of gunpowder at the gate and detonate it. If the gate is wooden, reinforced with iron, destroying it shouldn't be too difficult. Kian paused and said that the enemy would use such a destructive weapon. It seemed that was the right thing to do. Otar said indignantly that they shouldn't decide for everyone. It wasn't a given that the enemy would use such a weapon. He asked if he was going to pray that the enemy wouldn't use something like that. That wasn't a military leader's job. One had to be prepared for all eventualities. He turned around, called Yuri, and said that, in fact, he wanted to ask him something. How, in his opinion, should this war be waged? He closed his eyes and thought that even if he was asking his opinion, he would receive information from him from now on. He opened his eyes and said that he dared to express his opinion. He would avoid a decisive battle on the plain and try to lure the enemy into the forest. The enemy's strength lies in the number of firearms. They can only display this strength on an open plain with good visibility. Conversely, in a forest with dense trees, the line of fire is interrupted, so rifles will be ineffective. Their advantage is better discipline than the enemy. Plus, using eagles for communication, they can conduct forest combat with an advantage. He believes they should leave a minimal number of troops in Verdun, enter the forest, and wait for winter. Otar, with a haughty expression, asked what he was talking about, a proposal to flee. Cox called him and said he was being too harsh with the representative of the Hao family. They both turned around and Dragan said that, as Lord Kian said, all possibilities must be considered. Otherwise it is impossible to win the war. The Lord's opinion deserves attention. The protagonist bowed and said that they could consider this the delirium of a young man and ignore it, in which case they would decline. He called His Highness and said that he had brought this gun as an offering and asked for it to be accepted. A week later, he was flying on an eagle along with many other cavalrymen. He looked at the camp below and thought that it turned out to be the enemy camp. They came to scout the area before the war began, but upon seeing them, they exuded a killing intent. At such an altitude, bullets definitely wouldn't reach them. The camp, numbering tens of thousands of people, was indeed on a larger scale than on their side. He raised the flag and thought that today they would finish this and return. Over the past few days, the troops scattered in different places had gathered. The beginning of the war was already near. A few days later, he and Mayaro were pouring liquid from a barrel into bottles. Carol entered the room, warned that she was entering, but smelled something and covered her nose with her hand. She ran to the window to breathe in some fresh air, turned around and asked loudly, "What was that smell? What were they doing here?" He turned to her, apologized, and said that it was the smell of mineral oil. He purified only the flammable part, light oil, from crude oil. He pours this liquid into bottles and makes incendiary bottles. She looked at it and asked, why would he do such a thing? He said that military activity has been intense in recent days, and a message came from the Rube family as well. The war will begin very soon. They came only to observe, but they can at least help a little. When the war begins, the enemy camp will weaken. Then he came up with the idea of dropping this from the sky and hitting the enemy's supplies. She took one bottle and said that for sure it is impossible to fight without food. He said that he will take a separate detachment of about 5 Eagle Riders and carry out the operation. He will be gone for a few minutes, during which time she and Riao will command. She agreed and said that he can leave it to them. He entered their room and said that it was just convenient that all 3 of them are here. He received a message from his father. The start date of the war is tomorrow. Later, MC came to his eagle, poured water and gave him a piece of meat. He looked at him and said that tomorrow there will be a decisive battle, He must eat well and gather strength. He noticed that the eagle was looking at him and asked if something happened. He found his behavior strange and thought that he usually ate right away. He leaned his head against it and wondered if Stardust was caressing him. This was rare. He began to pet it. Carol came up to them and asked what was happening. He turned to her and said that the eagle suddenly began to caress him. She went to them and said that he could feel his tension before tomorrow's fight. Blue Storm behaved the same way. He thought that they were going to war. It was natural to worry. The eagles began to eat, and she said that it seemed like he had calmed down. He agreed, called her and said that, as he warned, during the operation he would act separately. At this time, he trusted her to command the main forces, but under no circumstances should she get involved in dangerous actions. She leaned towards him and asked if he thought she was stupid. He shouldn't treat her like a child. She will hold the altitude and wait in the air. It's not difficult. He apologized and said that this is just her first combat experience. He just wants her to react calmly to everything. She said that he doesn't need to worry. The command of the main forces is on her. He should focus on his task. He calmed down, agreed, and said that it would be so. Tomorrow he was counting on them too. The next day, Yuri and the riders flew on their eagles and looked at the battlefield from above. Warriors from both sides walked towards each other and attacked with their weapons. He lowered his mask and thought that this huge army, everyone hates each other, kills each other. This is a real battlefield. When he participated in the war council, Ryo said, maybe the observation squad can do something too? He denied it then, but now he understands these feelings a little. If this army ever attacks them and his family or comrades die, he wants to do something. He started waving the flag and thought that they can begin the operation. He took out a lighter and remembered what happened earlier. Carol showed it to him and asked what it was. He said it was a tool for starting fires. Lily made it for him. There was only one, so he would light the fuse of the incendiary bottle and throw it. When it caught fire, other soldiers would throw bottles and the fire would spread. This way they would destroy the enemy's supplies. She looked at it in surprise and said that he always came up with something. Currently, he lit the fire, brought the lighter to the fuse, called out to Stardust, and said that they should fly further. Their goal was that tent. He looked at the riders flying nearby and gave a thumbs up. Immediately after that, they all flew down together and stared intently at that tent. They began to take off. When they flew close to the ground, he cut the rope that the bottles were attached to and threw it down. They fell to the ground and the fire began to spread over a large area of the enemy camp. He looked at it and thought that the gunpowder had ignited and civilians had also suffered. However, this is war, and if he didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to protect his comrades. There were no casualties among the squad, and the operation was a success. They should join the main squad. For the observation squad, this was extra work, but if it caused such damage, then it at least helped a little. He doesn't know how this battle will end, but the main thing is to confirm the result and for everyone to return to Chelta without losses. He noticed that the night's eagles began to fly strangely. Feathers were flying everywhere, and he wondered what was going on there. He was very surprised when he saw his opponent and wondered why a dragon appeared here. He looked around with a worried look and thought that they were attacking Carol. He flew towards them and thought that this was unexpected. It turns out that the enemy has prepared countermeasures against the royal eagles. The other eagles are also protecting her and are now completely exhausted. They don't even have a minute to think. The protagonist flew higher, took the spear, looked at the dragon and commanded Stardust to fly there. They flew very quickly to the dragon and his eagle struck with its claws. Immediately after that, he thrust the spear between the dragon's scales and with a kick pierced it deeper, causing the dragon to feel severe pain. He thought it was good that the spear reached the internal organs. If such serious wounds were inflicted, even a dragon would not be able to avoid falling. Unexpectedly for him, this monster sharply turned and slapped his eagle's wing with its tail. Carol noticed this and called out to him in a very worried voice, but at that very moment the dragon flew up to her with its mouth wide open. He began to fall and thought that Stardust had broken his wings. This was bad. They would not be able to recover. He looked to the side and thought that Blue Storm had also been defeated. He thought it was the end, remembered everyone he knew, and asked for their forgiveness. A little later, he began to come to his senses, smelled the earth, and wondered if he was really alive. What had happened anyway? Thanks to the belt on his waist, he wasn't thrown back. He unhooked the belt, fell to the ground, and thought that his lower back hurt a little, but his body could move. He got to his feet and looked in horror at his eagle, which was in pain. He thought that both wings were broken, his fingers and claws were shattered. However, if he was okay, then the Stardust saved him, becoming a shield. In this state, it was impossible to save him, but he was still breathing and suffering. He took out his dagger and thought that now all he could do, everything that happened to him was his fault. At least, he should put him out of his suffering. He sat down next to the head of his eagle, who looked at him and asked for forgiveness before striking. He stabbed him in the neck with a dagger and then hugged him. He took one feather from him and said that he apologized for not being able to bury him. He would take proof of his life with him. He was grateful to him for everything. He could sleep peacefully. He still had things to do. He threw off some of his equipment and then began to climb a tree, despite the severe pain in his body. At the same time, Riao was flying above the forest, blowing his whistle and hoping for him to answer. MC whistled back, he heard it and wondered if he was okay. He looked at him and whistled to ask where Carol was now. He noticed that he waved the flag and thought that another squad found her about 300 meters from here. It was not far. Riao whistled to say that they were at the limit of their physical strength. He heard this and thought that the Royal Eagle couldn't land without an open space. He whistled that he understood everything and was rushing to help. He flew closer to him, dropped a spear with a bag, and said that he must take it. The war was lost. He flew away with his squad, and he thought that it turned out that the Allied forces were defeated. In the current situation, he would like them to win. There is no point in thinking about it. The main thing now is to confirm that Carol is alive. After that, he walked through the forest with a spear. His back hurt. He looked at the compass and said that the place he pointed to was somewhere here. Yuri heard a loud roar, hid in cover, and wondered, was it a wild animal? If so, then in his current state, he is not sure of victory. He looked out and thought that Carol, however, could be in danger. He looked around and wondered if this was the dragon they encountered and if it was mortally wounded. He also noticed her eagle and thought that it was not moving. It was bad that he couldn't see her from here. If she was in the same state as Stardust, if she was in a state where nothing could be done and she was still alive, would he really be forced to kill her with his own hands? After all, he came here to make sure she was okay, to take her with him. Now was not the time to think. He heard someone speaking loudly, came out of hiding, and thought that it was not the Ker language. It was a language he hadn't heard. He walked further and saw Carol, who held a dagger to her throat, and a man who pointed a sword at her. He screamed to get their attention, and when the enemy turned around, he threw his spear at him. It pierced his shoulder. The protagonist quickly ran up to him, grabbed the spear and hit him on the head with his hand. He struck his leg, pulled out his spear and thrust the spear into his arm. Immediately after that, he kicked the enemy's head and he no longer moved. He turned around, called her and asked if she was okay. She should calm down and maybe remove the dagger from her throat. She agreed in a frightened voice and said that however she could not move her arms. He approached her, took her hands, and told her that she should calm down and breathe slowly and deeply. She did as he said and said that she seemed to be okay.